21. Miss Yao was a hot-tempered girl. When she got home, she didn't want to eat or drink. She kept pestering her father to ask about Chen Buohuan. Although Chen Buohuan was married, it was done behind closed doors. Who in the surrounding villages knew about it? Even the engagement between the Luo family and the Chen family was not clear about it. So Miss Yao learned that child Chen was not married yet. After a few rounds of observation, the county magistrate felt that Xiao Chen was capable, had a gentle temperament, and had a good family background. Thus, he sent someone to talk to the Chen couple about the marriage. Lord Chen regretted it so much. They told the county magistrate that they needed to think about it first. After closing the door, the two old men started to quarrel. Lord Chen said, "Why are you so anxious? That poor scholar died early. His daughter was supposed to mourn for him for 3 years. If you didn't let them get married first, it's not too late for our son to regret it now. Look at what happened." Mrs. Chen was also anxious. "Blame me. Weren't you the one who wanted to arrange the engagement? Now it's the county magistrate's daughter. How can Luo Xianxian compare to her?" Behind closed doors, the two old bastards argued until their faces and ears turned red. In the end, they had no energy left and were panting heavily across the table. Lord Chen asked, "What should we do?" "Let's ask the county magistrate to go back." Mrs. Chen said. "We can't. Our Chen family is counting on Miss Yao to make a fortune." Lord Chen said angrily, "Can Miss Yao be a concubine? Can she? Our son already has one in his room. How can we get her in? Look at how lovey-dovey those two are." Mrs. Chen didn't say anything. After a while, her eyes suddenly lit up and she murmured, "Old Chen, I'm thinking about it. No one knows about Luo Xianxian and our son except for the people in our family." After a few moments of silence, Squire Chen was stunned for a while. He immediately understood his wife's intention. He was trembling, half out of fear, half out of excitement. You mean, if no one knows, it's not a marriage?" Mrs. Chen said, "Let's find a way to drive her away. If the soft approach doesn't work, we'll use the hard approach. Everybody knows that our son is unmarried. Do you remember how she stole oranges when she was little? As long as all of us bite the bullet, even if she has 17 or 18 mouths, she won't be able to defend herself." Squire Chen strode to the door and made sure that the door was closed. Then he hurried over. The two who had been quarreling like fighting cocks a moment ago were now huddled together and discussing in low voices. Chen Yuanwei said, "I'm afraid your idea won't work." "What happened?" "Our son won't agree. He's been in love with Luo Xianxian since he was young. How could he agree to turn against her?" Madam Chen thought for a while, then patted her husband's hand and said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." After a while, Madam Chen suddenly fell seriously ill. Her illness was very strange. The doctor could not figure out the cause, but she was crazy all day long. Her mouth was full of nonsense, and she kept saying that she was possessed by a ghost. Squire Chen was very anxious. He invited a Taoist priest, who carried a horsetail whisk. He calculated with his fingers and said that the Chen family had something against Madam Chen. If it was not solved, Madam Chen would not live to see the end of the year. Chen Buohuan was very filial. He was very anxious and asked, "What is against my mother?" The Taoist priest pretended to be mysterious for a long time and said that it was a hidden beauty. Everyone in the room was stunned. The sons of the Chen family all turned to look at Luo Xianxian, who was standing on the side. Luo Xianxian was also stunned. In fact, she had been told many times since she was a child. She was born to be a jinx, and she killed her mother, then her brother, and then her father. Now, she was pointed at and said that she was going to kill her mother-in-law. The people of the Chen family were anxious. Several brothers took turns to persuade her to leave the Chen family. After all, no one outside knew that she was married and had a clean reputation. They would give her money and let her find another good family. Luo Xianxian was anxious and scared. She was really worried that she was the jinx of Madame Chen. She cried all day long. Chen Buohuan was heartbroken. He saw that his mother was getting more and more haggard. He was in a dilemma. He did not want Luo Xianxian to leave, but he could not bear to see his mother suffer. She lost a lot of weight quickly. The brothers of the Chen family could not accept it. One day, when their boss was not around, they went to find their sister-in-law. Luo Xianxian was mixing the 100 butterfly powder in the greenhouse. They rushed up and knocked over her utensils. The powder fell all over her. The strong smell seemed to have seeped into her bones and couldn't be washed away. The brothers surrounded her and said a lot of principles, such as, wife's virtue, and, wife and daughter are inferior, parents are superior. But Luo Xianxian was very tough. Although she was timid, she was very stubborn. She cried and said that she did not want to leave. She begged them to think of another way. The second son of the Chen family was anxious. He went to her and slapped her. He said to her, "Our mother is going to die because of you. If there is another way, will your father die? Will your mother die? Will your brother's life be uncertain?" As soon as he slapped her, the others rushed to her. They surrounded Luo Xianxian and beat her. They shouted, "Get out of here, jinx, jinx." These sons were of the same mind as their mother. In fact, they knew their mother's idea. At this time, when their boss was not around, they drove Luo Xianxian out of the house. They threatened her that if she dared to come back, they would beat her every day. Anyway, she did not have a family. Even if she was beaten to death, no one would speak for her. It was a big snowy night. Luo Xianxian was thrown into the snow with bruises all over her body. One of her embroidered shoes fell off. She crawled forward slowly. Her mouth made unclear sobs, like the low howl of a cub before its death. It was late at night. On such a snowy day, few people would go out. She crawled in the vast world. She did not know where she was going. She did not know where she could go. The brothers of the Chen family were right. She did not have a family. She did not have a father. She did not have a brother. No one could stand up for her. No one could take her in. In this vast world of white, there was no place for her to stay. Her body was not strong. When she was thrown out, she was wearing thin clothes. She shivered in the cold. Soon her legs and feet became numb. She could not feel anything. She crawled all the way to the outskirts of the city. She came to the temple where the ghost master of ceremonies was enshrined. She curled up in the temple to hide from the snow. Her lips were blue and purple from the cold. Her heart was even more sad. She looked up at the clay statue with bright red makeup. She could not stop her tears from rolling down her face. She remembered the rules of the lower cultivation world. When a couple got married, they should have a master of ceremonies as witness. But at that time, she just had a red flower in her hair. She smiled sweetly and kowtowed to Chen Buohuan. Was this closed-door marriage really just a dream? Was the picturesque beauty in the bronze mirror that day really just the sound of greed in the depths of her drunken dream? She knelt in front of the ghost master of ceremonies. She dragged her body that was getting heavier and colder. She knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. She cried and laughed. Married as husband and wife, loving each other without doubt. Pleasure, on, this evening. She gradually felt dizzy. Her vision was getting blurry. There seemed to be a thin layer of moonlight in front of her. In the small courtyard in the past, she cried and said, "I didn't steal it. I didn't steal it." I didn't steal the oranges. However, rumors were a fearful thing. No one would believe her one-sided story. Today, she knew that even if she went to someone and cried, saying that she was really Chen Buohuan's first wife, there would definitely be no one who would believe her. She was still that little girl by the mud wall, who had nowhere to redress her grievances. Nothing had changed. But there was someone who climbed over the wall and put a steaming white steamed bun into her palm. He said to her, "You must be hungry. Eat a steamed bun to fill your stomach." But now, that person, where was he? He came back and couldn't find her. Would he be anxious? Or would he be relieved that her mother would finally not be cursed by her again? Luo Xianxian curled up in the mud temple. Her tears gradually dried up. She whispered, "Empress of the ceremony, I want to be with him. I am his first wife. When we went through the ceremony, there was no empress beside us. You are a ghost empress. You can't control a living person. But I can only tell you." She sobbed and made the last sound in her throat, "I'm not lying, I'm not lying." The snow was silent. The long night was silent. The next day, the townsfolk passing by the mud temple in the suburbs found Luo Xianxian's cold body. 22. When Chu Wan Ning heard this, she was enraged. She wished she could immediately remove the willow vines and whip the Chen couple. But he couldn't open his eyes to curse. Once he did, the pure reality illusion would disappear. The pure reality enchantment could only lock a ghost once. If it was interrupted, he wouldn't be able to hear what Luo Xianxian said next. Therefore, he could only suppress his anger and continue to listen to Luo Xianxian. After she died, her soul entered the netherworld first. She was muddle-headed and unconscious. The only impression she had was a woman wearing red and green clothes. She looked like the ghost master worshipped in the temple. The ghost master stood in front of her and asked her gently, "You and Chen Buohuan can't sleep in the same bed when you are alive, but do you want to sleep in the same cave when you die?" She answered in panic, "I do. I do." "Then let him come to accompany you immediately, okay?" Luo Xianxian almost blurted out. She was about to say yes, but she suddenly remembered something. She was stunned. "Am I dead?" "Yes. I am the ghost master of the netherworld. I can grant you a good match and fulfill your long-cherished wish." Luo Xianxian was stunned. "Then if he comes to accompany me, will he die too?" "Yes. But if the heavens have feelings, death is nothing. It's just a close of eyes. What's the difference?" When Chu Wanning heard this, she thought to herself, "Sure enough, this ghost master would lure others into making a wish for their lives." This immortal was truly an evil immortal. Although Luo Xianxian died unjustly, she didn't turn into a ferocious ghost. She shook her head. "No, we can't kill him. It's not his fault." The ghost master smiled sadly. "What do you get for being so kind?" It didn't force Luo Xianxian. As an immortal, it was okay to lure others to make a wish, but not to force them. Its figure gradually faded and its voice became more and more vague. Soul return in 7 days. When you return to the world of the living on the first 7 days, go and see the Chens. After that, I will ask you again. See if you still have no regrets. 7 days later, the soul return day arrived. Luo Xianxian's soul returned to the world of the living. She followed the old road and went to the Chens with an anxious heart. She wanted to see her husband one last time. Who would have thought that the interior of the Chen residence would be decorated with lanterns and colored banners, while outside the courtyard, there would be fire trees and silver flowers. Betrothal gifts filled the parlor, with a large 11 character pasted in front of the hall. Madame Chen's face was glowing, without the slightest sign of illness. She was instructing the servants with a smile on her face, instructing them to decorate the betrothal gifts with flowers and drape them with red silk. Who is holding a wedding? Who was the one who wanted to give a betrothal gift? Who was it? 3 matchmakers and 6 betrothal gifts. How glorious! Who was it? She shuttled through the bustling crowd, listening to the sounds of people in the mortal world. Congratulations, Madam Chen. Your son is engaged to the daughter of County Magistrate Yao. When is the banquet? Mrs. Chen is truly blessed. Miss Yao is indeed the Chen family's lucky star. Madam Chen, you look much better now that you've just gotten engaged. Your son and Miss Yao are a match made in heaven. I'm so envious, ha 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 ha. Your son, which man is it? Who was going to marry the daughter of the Yao family? She frantically shuttled back and forth in the familiar front yard, searching for that familiar figure amidst the laughter and clamor. And then, she found him. Chen Buohuan stood with his hands behind his back in front of the peonies in the back hall. His face was haggard, and his cheeks were sunken. However, he was dressed in red. Although it wasn't a wedding dress, it was the custom of colorful Butterfly Town. When a prospective son-in-law came to propose a marriage, he should wear the red butterfly dress. He was going to propose a marriage. The entire hall of betrothal gifts, gold, silver, pearls, and jewels, were all prepared by him, by Chen Buohuan, her husband, for the daughter of the Yao family. She suddenly remembered the time when they got married. Apart from the 2 of them and a heart, they had nothing. There was no master of ceremonies, no betrothal gifts. At that time, the Chen family wasn't rich. They didn't even have a decent set of jewelry. He went to the courtyard and plucked a delicate orange flower under an orange tree that was planted by the 2 of them. He carefully put it in her hair. She asked him, "Does it look good?" He said it looked good. After a moment of silence, he sadly stroked her hair and said to her, "It's just that you're wronged." Luo Xianxian smiled and pursed her lips, saying it's okay. Chen Buohuan told her that when he married her in 3 years' time, he would definitely hold a lively wedding banquet. He would invite people from all over the place, use a large palanquin with 8 carriers to welcome her, dress her up with gold and silver, and fill the entire reception hall with betrothal gifts. The promise from that year was still in her ears. Now, the flowers were blooming and the moon was full. The person he was going to marry was someone else. A monstrous anger and sorrow surged. Luo Xianxian screamed in the room, tearing the red silk brocade that filled the room. But she was a ghost. She didn't touch anything. Chen Buohuan vaguely seemed to sense something. He turned around and stared blankly at the moving silk. His eyes were blank and empty. His little sister walked over. There was a white jade hairpin in her hair bun. He didn't know who she was secretly wearing it for. She said, "Big brother, go to the kitchen. Go to the kitchen and eat something. You haven't had a proper meal in days. We have to hurry to the county magistrate's house to propose a marriage. Your body can't take it like this." Chen Buohuan suddenly asked without thinking, "Little sister, did you hear someone crying?" "What?" "No, big brother, I think you're too." She gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. Chen Buohuan still stared at the place where the silk curtain fluttered. "How is mother now? Are you happy? Is she better?" "Big brother. She's better, she's better." Chen Buohuan stood there for a while and muttered to himself, "I don't have Xianxian anymore. I can't lose mother too." "Big brother, let's go eat," Luo Xianxian cried, shouted, held her head and wailed. Don't go. Don't go," Chen Buohuan said. "Okay." The tired figure disappeared around the corner. Luo Xianxian stood there alone in a daze. Big drops of transparent tears rolled down her cheeks. Suddenly, she heard the brothers of the Chen family who killed her. The second brother whispered to the youngest brother. Mother is so happy this time. Alas, finally a stone fell to the ground. Isn't it? She pretended to be sick for more than half a year and finally drove that jinx away. How can she not be happy? The youngest brother clicked his tongue twice and suddenly said, why did she die? We dared to let her go, but we didn't want to kill her. Why was she so stupid? Didn't she know to ask someone for help? Who knows? She's thin-skinned, just like her sour father. She can't blame us for her death. Although we pretended to be sick to earn her, we have our own difficulties. Think about it. Between the county magistrate's daughter and the poor girl, who would be a fool to choose her? Besides, if we offend Miss Yao, we'll be in trouble. That's right. She was stupid. She didn't want to live and wanted to freeze to death. No one can save her. These words floated into her ears. After Luo Xianxian died, she finally understood the so-called jinx. It was just because she was poor and humble, she couldn't be compared to the county magistrate's daughter. Only a fool would choose a poor girl. She finally went crazy. Filled with resentment and hatred, she returned to the master of ceremonies temple. She died there, and she returned there. She died weak and helpless, but she returned full of resentment. She used to be such a kind person, but at this time, she used up all the hatred in her life and the evil in her human nature that had never been released. She screamed at the top of her lungs, her eyes were red, and her soul was shaking. She said, Luo Xianxian is willing to give up her soul and become a malicious spirit. I only ask the Master of Ceremonies Empress to avenge me. I want the Chen family to die a horrible death. I want her. I want my evil mother-in-law to kill her son with her own hands. All her sons. I want Chen Buohuan to accompany me in hell. To be buried with me. I'm not satisfied. I hate. I hate. The eyes of the clay statue on the altar closed, and the corners of its mouth slowly raised. An empty voice echoed in the temple. I accept you as my believer. As you wish, you will become a malicious spirit, kill, hateful person. A blood-red light flashed, and Luo Xianxian could no longer remember what happened after that. However, Chu Wanning already knew that after that, the Master of Ceremonies ghost controlled Luo Xianxian to possess Mrs. Chen and kill the Chen family one by one. The reason why Chen Buohuan was dug out of the red coffin on the top of the mountain was naturally because the Master of Ceremonies ghost had fulfilled Luo Xianxian's long-cherished wish, to bury Chen Buohuan with me. Moreover, it deliberately placed the coffin at the base of Chen Buohuan and his new wife's house. It was the most vicious curse and revenge. As for the fragrance in Chen Buohuan's coffin, it was the smell of the 100 butterfly powder on Luo Xianxian's body before she died. The resentment and fragrance in the coffin were extremely strong because Luo Xianxian's soul was sleeping with Chen Buohuan in it. Luo Xianxian had no family. According to the customs, when such a person died, their bones should be cremated instead of buried. Therefore, she did not have a physical body. She could only transform in the Master of Ceremonies ghost's coffin. At that time, Chu Wanning opened the coffin with a vine whip. Luo Xianxian lost the protection of the coffin and her soul scattered. It was difficult for her to reunite temporarily. That was why the resentment was strong before the coffin was opened, but weak after the coffin was opened. But at that time in the illusion, why did Chen Buohuan only have a paper ghost bride when everyone else had a corpse as their spouse? Chu Wanning thought for a while and figured it out. The Master of Ceremonies ghost would not break its promise. The paper bride was the physical body it made for Luo Xianxian, or a carrier. Only Luo Xianxian could be buried with Chen Buohuan. Everything was clear now. Chu Wanning looked at the weak and helpless girl in the illusion. He wanted to say something, but he could not say anything. Elder Yuheng was too clumsy. His words were always stiff, so after a long silence, he still did not say anything. The girl stood in the boundless darkness, her soft and bright round eyes wide open. Chu Wanning looked into her eyes. Suddenly, he could not bear to look at her anymore. He wanted to leave. He did not want to look at her anymore. He was about to open his eyes and leave this enchantment. The girl suddenly spoke. Brother Yama. I have something to tell you. Chu Wanning. Yes. The girl suddenly lowered her head, covered her eyes, and cried. She said softly, Brother Yama, I don't know what I did after that. But, I really did not want to kill my husband. I did not want to be a malicious ghost. I did not steal oranges. I am really Chen Buohuan's wife. In this life, I really did not want to hurt anyone. I really did not want to hurt anyone. I beg you, believe me. Her voice was choked, trembling, and broken. I did not lie. I did not lie. Why is it that in this life, almost no one has ever believed me? She sobbed. Chu Wanning's voice sounded in the darkness. He did not say much, but he did not hesitate. Yes. Luo Xianxian's thin body shook. Chu Wanning said, I believe you. Luo Xianxian wiped her tears with her hands, but she could not help it. In the end, she covered her tear-stained face, lowered her head, and bowed deeply in the darkness where she could not see. Chu Wanning opened his eyes again. After he opened his eyes, he did not speak for a long time. The time in the enchantment was different from the time in the real world. He had been inside for a long time, but to the people outside, it was just a blink of an eye. Mo Ran had not returned yet. The few people of the Chen family who were still alive were still looking at him. Chu Wanning suddenly put away the willow vine and said to old Madam Chen, I will redress your grievances. Go to sleep. Old Madam Chen stared blankly with her blood-red eyes. Suddenly, she fell to the ground with a thump and fainted. Chu Wanning raised his head again. His eyes first swept over Minister Chen's face, then fell on Yaozi. There was no fluctuation in his voice, and it was still very cold. I will ask you one last time. His lips moved slowly as he enunciated each word clearly. Did you really not recognize who that voice belonged to? 23. The youngest son of the Chen family trembled and looked up at his father. Chen Yuanwei's eyes drifted. After a while, he said firmly, I don't know. I don't recognize it. Chu Wanning's face was like 9 feet of frost. He said in a low voice, liar. His appearance was very fierce. At this moment, he lowered his eyebrows and looked more murderous. He was even more frightening than a ghost. Chen Yuanwei couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Chu Wanning suddenly hit the Heaven's Inquisition on the ground. In an instant, sparks flew and leaves flew. Chen Yuanwei was so shocked that he fell to the ground. Is the 100 butterfly powder made by your family? Is this your eldest son's first marriage? Who is Luo Xianxian? You're already so old. Don't you have any shame? Chen Yuanwei opened and closed his mouth. In the end, he couldn't say a word. Gradually, his face turned from pale to red. The youngest daughter of the Chen family, who had been huddling in the side, suddenly burst into tears when she heard the name Luo Xianxian. She rushed over and knelt in front of her mother. She touched the unconscious body. Sister Luo. Sister Luo, is this all because of you? I know you don't want to leave, but please, for my sake, please let our family go. Sister Luo. Chu Wanning bent down and held the golden Heaven's Inquisition. He used the vine handle to lift Chen Yuanwei's face. This was Chu Wanning's psychological obsession. He wouldn't touch the people he thought were disgusting. He would get goosebumps as soon as he touched them. Do you think I don't know who is lying to me? He stared at Chen Yuanwei's face coldly. He saw his own face in those frightened eyes. Sure enough, he was so unlikable. So cold and mean, like a blade covered with frost. But so what? Wan Yuheng never needed other people's love. Daoist priest, you are a person at the pinnacle of life and death. I am your client, how can you steal my private matter? Chu Wanning said, fine, I won't do anything. Just wait for your death. No. No. You can't, I can't. Chu Wanning narrowed his eyes, the luster flowing in his phoenix eyes was very dangerous. I can't what? I am, a person like you, if you were a disciple of my sect. Chu Wanning stroked Heaven's Inquisition and said in a low voice, today, I will whip you until your skin is split open and your bones broken. At this point, Squire Chen could no longer pretend to be innocent. Seeing that Chu Wanning was so fierce, he couldn't help but feel weak in his legs. He didn't care about his face anymore. He knelt down with a thud and cried, Taoist priest, we have no choice. We can't afford to offend the county magistrate's daughter. We can't eat or sleep well. Taoist priest, as he spoke, he was about to hit Chu Waning's leg. Chu Waning was a clean freak. Seeing that Squire Chen was about to touch him, he didn't think and hit him with the willow vine. He said in disgust, don't touch me. Ah. Being hit by Heaven's Inquisition, Squire Chen cried in pain even though he didn't inject any spiritual energy into his hand. He shouted, there is no justice. A Taoist priest at the peak of life and death is beating an ordinary person. You. When Mo Ran helped the two injured people into the house, he saw Squire Chen kneeling on the ground with tears and snot. He pointed at Chu Wanning with trembling hands and shouted, which sect does this? You people at the peak of life and death took the commission and didn't protect the client. You even beat him. This is really, shameless. I want to tell the world. I want to publicize it. I want to let everyone know your attitude. I want to ruin your reputation and make you unable to earn a single copper coin. Chu Wanning said angrily, so what if we have money? Can we turn black and white upside down? Can we repay kindness with ingratitude? Can we do whatever we want with money? Can we break our promise? The youngest son of the Chen family said timidly, we didn't kill Luo Xianxian. We just hit her lightly and kicked her out of the house. She didn't want to live. She didn't even find a place to hide in the snow. How can we be blamed for that? We didn't kill anyone. Even if you're an immortal, you can't just blame us like that. His words were extremely sharp. According to the law, the Chen family had not done anything that was out of line. Even if Chu Weining sent them to the court, the Yamen would at most blame the Chen family for being fickle and untrustworthy, but they would not be able to convict any of them. I didn't kill Bo Ren, but Bo Ren died because of me. You guys are really innocent. Chu Waning's hand that was holding onto Lu Ting was trembling slightly because of her anger. Chen Yuanwei was old and cunning. He had recovered from the initial panic. He was worried that Chu Waning would leave them alone before the evil ghosts were completely eliminated. But on second thought, this fierce Taoist was sent by the Peak of Life and Death. The Peak of Life and Death was the biggest sect in the lower cultivation world. Since they had accepted the commission, the Taoist must complete the task. This was a well-known fact in the world. After thinking this through, he was not so scared anymore. He held his hoof, which had a small cut, and cried until his nose was full of snot and tears, clean it. Our Chen family has never done anything evil. We didn't kill anyone or set a fire. Luo Xianxian didn't want to live. How can you blame us for it? If you don't get rid of this evil ghost today, I'll report you to the peak of life and death. How can you be like this? You take people's money and you have to eliminate them. You don't even understand this, and you. Before he finished, Chu Wanning took his money bag and threw it in front of Chen Yuanwei without blinking. The sect took your money, and I'll return it to you today. As for the report, you can report it if you want. Tianwen's light shone and the willow leaves were like knives. Chen Yuanwei was caught off guard. He screamed and ran away with his hands covering his head. In a panic, he even pulled his little daughter to block the willow vines for him. Fortunately, Chu Wanning was used to slapping people and Tianwen was one with his mind. He immediately stopped and avoided the little daughter of the Chen family. Then he turned around and slashed horizontally at Chen Yuanwei's face. In an instant, blood splashed everywhere and screams shook the sky. Chen Yuanwei didn't expect that Chu Wanning didn't fall for his trick at all. His previous aggressive manner turned into a pile of mud. He ran away in fear and shouted, "Stop! Stop fighting! Taoist! What I said was all nonsense. It was nonsense. Ah! Taoist, please spare my life. Oh, please, I'm old, I can't stand it anymore. Taoist, please be merciful. It's our Chen family's fault. It's our Chen family's fault." How could Chu Wanning listen to him? He choked on his anger. His phoenix eyes flashed fiercely as he danced with the heavens wool, leaving after images everywhere. He beat Lord Chen until he was rolling on the ground in pain. His tears and snot flowed freely. Mo Ran, who was standing at the door, was stunned. This was the first time he had seen Chu Wan use Heaven's Inquisition to beat ordinary people. Moreover, she did not hold back at all. Her posture was as if she was beating livestock. She swung the vine so hard that it almost turned into a shadow. How could this be? The client actually hit the client. Regardless of whether it was in the upper cultivation world or the lower cultivation world, this matter was enough to sweep that immortal's reputation to the ground. No matter how fierce Chu Wanning's temper was, no matter how impulsive she was, she wouldn't make such a big mistake, right? This was even more serious than his crime of theft and sexual intercourse. Shamai was also scared pale. He pulled Mo Ran and said, "Quick, go and stop Shizun." Mo Ran handed the unconscious Chen Yaosha, who was the daughter of the Yao family, to Shamai. He went forward and grabbed Chu Wanning's wrist. He was shocked and anxious. "Shizun, what are you doing?" Chu Wanning was angry. He raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Let go. Shizun, you're breaking the commandments. Do I need you to say that? Do you think I don't know the 750 commandments of the peak of life and death better than you? Let go." Mo Ran raised his voice, "Then why are you hitting him?" Chu Wanning didn't want to waste time with him. He suddenly swung his sleeve and whipped Chen Yuanwei with another vine. "Shizun!" Chu Wanning shouted angrily in a low voice, "Get lost." Seeing this, Chen Yuanwei felt that Mo Ran was handsome and amiable. He must be a good person. He quickly crawled over and hid behind Mo Ran. He grabbed Mo Ran's sleeve and said, "Taoist priest, please talk to your Shizun. I'm an old man. Even if I did something wrong, I can't take this kind of beating." Who would have thought that when Mo Ran turned his head, he would see his face full of tears and snot? This guy did not pity him at all. Instead, he felt disgusted. He quickly moved away and said with disdain, "Don't touch me." Seeing that this person was unreliable, Lord Chen's gaze shifted to Shamai, who was helping Chen Yaosha sit down on the armchair. He held on to his last ray of hope and crawled over to Shamai. As he crawled, he cried loudly, Taoist priest, please have mercy. I know I did something wrong. It's my fault. I beg you, please help me talk to your Shizun. I know I did something wrong. I I'll do whatever you want me to do. Just don't hit me anymore. I'm old, my body can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore, he cried sadly. He wanted to live, so naturally, he was very sincere. He crawled over to Shimai and reached out to grab Shimai's sleeve. Shimai saw how pitiful he was and looked up at Chu warning, Shizun, since the old man knows he did something wrong, please be merciful and let him go. Chu warning said, get out of my way. Shimai, Chu warning said sternly, you still won't move. Shimai was so scared that he trembled and moved out of the way. With a whoosh, the heaven's wrath cut through the air and went straight for Chen Yuanwai's head. Chen Yuanwai covered his head with his hands and screamed at the top of his lungs. His scream was so shrill that Shimai, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but move back and block the heaven's wrath for Chen Yuanwai. Swoosh! Shimai dodged too quickly. Chu Warning wanted to stop, but it was too late. Blood splattered everywhere. Shimai's body was very weak. After being hit by the heaven's wrath, he suddenly knelt on the ground and covered his fair and tender cheek. The blood couldn't stop flowing and flowed through the gaps between his fingers. 24. For a moment, no one in the hall spoke. Only the sound of Minister Chen's sobbing could be heard. Shimai lowered his head and covered his cheek. When he looked up at Chu Warning, his eyes were full of sincerity. Shizun, please don't hit me anymore. If you continue to hit me like this, I will be the one to bear the responsibility. Mo Ran was scared out of his wits. Although he was a bastard, he was stubborn and infatuated with Shimai. In this life, he swore to himself that he would cherish and protect Shimai. But in just a few days, Shimai was seriously injured and injured by the willow vines. What the hell was going on? He didn't have time to settle accounts with Chu Warning. He hurried to Shimai's side and checked the wound on his face. Shimai said softly, I'm fine, let me see. I'm really fine. Even though he resisted, Mo Ran pulled down his hand that was covering the wound. His pupils suddenly shrank. There was a deep and hideous wound. His skin and flesh were exposed. Blood kept flowing out until it reached his neck. Mo Ran's eyes couldn't help but turn red. He bit his lip and stared for a long time. Suddenly, he turned to Chu Warning and shouted angrily, are you done? Chu Warning's face was gloomy. He didn't say anything. He didn't apologize and didn't come forward. He stood straight in the same place, still holding Heaven's Inquisition in his hand. Mo Ran seemed to have countless demons and monsters crazily gathering in his heart. Who could bear to see his sweetheart who died once in his previous life being wronged again and again? He and Chu Warning just stared at each other like that. Neither of them gave in, neither of them gave in. Mo Ran's eyes gradually became bloodshot. He hated Chu Warning for so many years, so why did this man in front of him always go against him? When he first entered the sect, Chu Warning beat him to death when he did something wrong. Later on, when Shimai was injured, Chu Warning, who only had 3 apprentices in his life, stood aside and refused to help. Later on, Shimai died and the Life-Death Summit was destroyed. Mo Weiyu became the unparalleled overlord of the cultivation world. Who in the mortal world would not submit to him? Chu Warning was the only one who stood against him, destroying his great cause and stabbing his conscience. Chu Warning constantly reminded him that no matter how powerful the Emperor Ta was, he was just a lunatic who had been betrayed by his friends and family. Chu Warning. Chu Warning, in life and in death, it had always been him. The two of them were still wearing matching auspicious clothes. Red clothes against red clothes, standing far away. There seemed to be a deep ravine between them that could not be filled. In the end, Chu Warning withdrew his Heaven's Inquisition. Chen Yuanwai was greatly relieved. He knelt in front of Shimai and kept kowtowing. Bodhisattva, Bodhisattva, immortal, you are a living Bodhisattva who saves people. Thank you, immortal, for saving my family. Thank you, immortal, thank you. It was always like this. He was the one who put down the evil spirit, but he was also the one who whipped the poisonous chili willow vine. Chu Wanning did his job and broke the strict rules. In the end, the Bodhisattva was someone else, and he was the bad guy. It was always like this. He had a bad temper, and he admitted it. He did not regret it. It was just that he missed the vine whip and whipped his apprentice. He was still upset, but he was shy and did not want to say anything gently. He walked on his own and came to the little girl of the Chen family. When the little girl saw him, she couldn't help but take 2 steps back in fright, trembling. She was the only one in the Chen family who was kind. Chu Wanning said softly, "Your mother was possessed by an evil spirit and lost more than 20 years of her life. If she still does not repent and has evil thoughts, she will be haunted by Yin Qi in the future. I am afraid that she will die even earlier. When she wakes up, ask her to use mahogany to make a memorial tablet for Miss Luo. The tablet must acknowledge Miss Luo's identity. Luo Xianxian is Chen Buohuan's legal wife. You have hidden the truth for many years, so you should also announce it and fulfill her lifelong wish." After a pause, he passed a letter and said, "In addition, your family must kneel 3 times a day and kowtow 9 times and recite the deliverance spell. Only then can you release Miss Luo and send away the evil spirit that haunts your family. This spell needs to be recited for 10 years without stopping. If it is stopped halfway, Miss Luo will still come back for revenge." The little girl said in a trembling voice. "Yes, thank you, Taoist priest." Chu Wan Ning suddenly turned around. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife. She glanced at the youngest son of the Chen family and Lord Chen and sternly said, "When Chen Yaosha wakes up, the 2 of you must tell her everything you have hidden. She can decide whether to stay or leave. If you hide anything, I will cut off your tongues." The 2 of them were cowards, they did not dare to say no. They kowtowed and promised. As for the 100 butterfly powder, this was made by Luo Shusheng, but you shamelessly said that it was your own recipe. You know what to do, I don't need to say more. Chu Wanning said and flicked his sleeves. We will go to the shop and tell the villagers that this powder is Mr. Luo's." After everything was arranged, Chu Wanning asked Mo Ran to help Chen Yaosha back to her room. He then gave her a blood transfusion to detoxify her. Mo Ran was full of hatred, but he knew that when he was young, he respected his master more than he disobeyed him. So he did not say anything. He held Shamai's hand and whispered, "Go take a look at your face and stop the bleeding. I will help her to her room." In the Chen family's eldest son's room, there was still a big red, double happiness sign. In the chaos, he forgot to take it down. Now that Chen Buohuan had been turned into powder, it was ironic. Chen Yaosha had become the victim of greed in this ridiculous farce. Who knows what choice she will make when she wakes up? Her body is not as strong as Shamai's, she is still a normal person. Chu Wanning quietly gave her a blood transfusion and fed her a pill. During this process, Mo Ran was at the side serving her water and a handkerchief. The 2 did not speak, nor did they look at each other. When they left, Chu Wanning inadvertently glanced at the wall. His eyes moved, but he suddenly realized something. He turned back and stared at the words hanging on the wall. It was a few lines of regular script. The ink was not long ago, the edges of the paper were not yellowed. What was written was, "Red hand, yellow vine wine, the city full of spring, palace walls willow. The east wind is evil, love is thin. A cup of melancholy, years of separation. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Spring is the same as before, the person is empty and thin, the tear stains are red and transparent. Peach blossoms fall, Leisure Pond Pavilion, although the Mountain Alliance is there, the brocade book is difficult to hold. Mo, mo, mo. Chu Waning's heart suddenly felt stifled. The regular script was written neatly and properly. The 3 words Chen Buohuan were incomparably glaring. The young Master Chen who married the daughter of the Yao family against his will. The sorrow in his heart was indescribable. In the last days of his life, he could only stand by the window and copy the poem, Hairpin Phoenix. He did not want to stay in the Chen residence any longer. He endured the pain in his shoulder and turned to leave. Chu Waning and Shamai were both injured, so they could not immediately ride their horses back to the peak of life and death. Chu Waning especially did not like to ride his sword, so he went to find an inn in town to rest. The next day, he could also go to the Ghost Master Temple to see how the funeral was going. Although those ghostly corpses were crushed into powder by Chu Waning's wind, the only thing that was destroyed was the corpses controlled by the Ghost Master Temple. Their souls were not damaged. It would be good to stay for a few more days to see if there were any fish that escaped the net. Chu Waning silently walked in front, while his 2 disciples followed behind him. Shamai suddenly thought of something and asked, Mo Ran, the clothes that you and Shizun are wearing, what is going on? Mo Ran was stunned. Only then did he remember that he and Chu Waning were still wearing the wedding robes. He was afraid that Shamai would misunderstand, so he quickly took them off. This is actually the illusion from before. Don't think too much. Halfway through his words, he looked again and suddenly found that because Shamai also participated in the Ghost Master's ghost marriage, he was also wearing a robe, but the style was not the same as theirs. In addition, it was worn and tattered, so it was hard to see its original appearance. But in any case, it was still a wedding robe. Standing side by side with Shamai, he could also imagine holding Shamai's hand, bowing to heaven and earth in the Ghost Master Temple's illusion, and drinking wine. For a moment, he could not bear to take them off. He could only stare blankly at Shamai. Shamai warmly said with a smile, "What's wrong? You didn't say anything." Mo Ran muttered. "Nothing." Chu Waning was a few steps away in front of them. It was unknown how much of their conversation he had heard, but at this time he stopped and turned around. The first glimmer of dawn had already appeared in the sky. After a night of ups and downs, the twilight faded away, and a glimmer of dawn suddenly appeared on the horizon. The bright red rising sun was like a broken and bleeding heart, struggling out of the abyss of the dark night, revealing a touch of gorgeous splendor. Chu Waning stood against the light, standing at the end of the long night that was getting brighter and brighter, standing in the midst of the rising sun that filled the sky. His wedding robes were as red as blood, standing sideways. The rising sun painted a blurry golden line on the side of his face, making it impossible to see the expression on his face. Suddenly, with a burst of spiritual power, the wedding robes were shattered by a strong force. The fine red cloth was like the red petals of a fallen begonia flower, suddenly blown by the wind, scattering everywhere. The wedding robes were torn, revealing the white robes underneath, billowing in the wind, together with his ink-black hair. The blood on his shoulder. The tattered robes in the wind. The mottled bloodstains from protecting Mo Ran were particularly bright and dazzling on the white robes. After a long time, Chu Waning laughed coldly, rather mockingly. "Mo Weiyu, between you and me, what is there to be misunderstood?" When he was angry, he would call Mo Ran Mo Weiyu, cold and polite, not emitting any heat. Mo Ran was caught off guard and was rendered speechless by his words. Chu Waning finished laughing, flicked his sleeves and left. At this time, there was no one around. He walked alone in front, as if the world was hazy and he was the only one. As soon as he arrived at the inn and closed the door behind him, he could no longer hold back his mocking expression. Chu Waning gritted his teeth, a painful expression on his face, and raised his hand to touch his shoulder. The Ghost Master's claws were of the immortal body, not to be outdone by Heaven's Inquisition. They were both extremely powerful weapons. His entire shoulder was torn, but because he was in a hurry to kill the evil, he did not treat it in time. At this time, it was already infected and festering. The pain was unbearable. Standing in the room and taking a breath, Chu Wanning wanted to take off the robes on his body, but the blood on his shoulder had already coagulated, the robes and flesh stuck together. It was very painful when he pulled. Next door was Mo Ran's room. This in soundproofing was not good. He did not want to let people know. Biting his lips, he actually tore off the robes stuck to his flesh. Ah! After a muffled groan, Chu Wanning slowly opened his mouth. His lips and teeth were full of blood. He gasped for breath. There was no color on his face, cold sweat all over. Lowering his slender and thick eyelashes, he trembled slightly, looking at his injury. Fortunately, it was still manageable. He held the table and slowly sat down. Enduring the pain, he asked the waiter to bring him water and a handkerchief. He used his uninjured hand to wipe his wound bit by bit. The sharp knife cut in, cutting off the rotten flesh. Then, he applied the wound medicine made by Madame Wang. Then, slowly, with difficulty, he wrapped himself in gauze. He was not used to showing weakness in front of others. He had experienced this kind of pain many times, and each time, he endured it alone. If animals were injured, they would hide and lick their wounds. Sometimes, he felt that he was the same as those animals. In the future, he would probably continue to be alone like this. He knew that he was not likable, so he did not want to ask for help from others pitifully. He had his inexplicable stubborn dignity. But when he took off his clothes, a brocade pouch fell on the floor. Red satin embroidery. He slowly opened it with his trembling fingers. Inside were 2 tangled strands of black hair. It was his and Mo Ran's. Chu Wanning was absent-minded for a moment. He wanted to put the brocade pouch in front of the candlelight, and burn it together with the ridiculous knot of hair. But in the end, he could not do it. Tied hair as husband and wife, loving each other without doubt. The soft laughter of the golden boy and girl seemed to ring in his ears again. He knew that there was some kind of throbbing in the depths of his heart, and because of this, he hated himself even more. He held the soft brocade pouch tightly in his hand, and slowly closed his eyes. He could not accept the thoughts he always had for Mo Ran. He wished that he could dig out his own heart, cut off those dirty thoughts, and throw them away. What did he do? Mo Weiyu, was he someone he should be thinking about? How could he be someone's master like that? He was worse than a beast. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chu Wanning, who was condemning himself, was startled. He suddenly opened his eyes, and quickly put the brocade pouch in his wide sleeve. He pulled a handsome face, and said unhappily, "Who is it?" "Shizun, it's me." Mo Ran's voice came from outside, making Chu Wanning's heart beat faster. "Open the door." 25. Chu Wanning's words were stuck in his throat. He was silent for a long time with a gloomy face. In the end, he slowly changed his words to, "Get in here." "Huh? You didn't lock the door." They had been in a cold war for an entire day. At this moment, Mo Ran was determined to make up with him. He pushed the door open and walked in as if nothing had happened. Chu Wanning sat at the table with an expressionless face. He raised his eyelids and glanced at him indifferently. In all fairness, Mo Ran was very good-looking. The moment he walked in, the whole room lit up. He was indeed very young. His skin was tight and seemed to emit a faint glow. The curve of his mouth was naturally slightly curly. Even when he was emotionless, he seemed to be smiling. Chu Wanning calmly shifted her gaze away from Mo Ran. Her long eyelashes drooped as she extinguished a stick of incense on the table. Then, she asked coldly, "What's the matter? What are you doing here?" "I'm here to take a look at your wounds." Mo Ran lightly coughed a few times. His gaze fell on Chu Wanning's shoulder, and he was slightly stunned. It's already changed. Chu Wanning said indifferently, yes. Mo Ran was speechless. He did bear a grudge against Chu Wanning and was also angry that Chu Wanning had injured Shamai. But after calming down, Mo Ran wasn't completely heartless. Hatred was hatred, but he didn't forget how Chu Wanning's shoulder was injured. In that suffocating coffin, it was Chu Wanning who was tightly hugging himself. He used his own body to block the sharp claws of the Ghost Master. He was in so much pain that his entire body was trembling, but he didn't let go. Mo Ran loathed Chu Wanning. However, other than disgust, for some reason, there were also some very complicated emotions mixed in. He was a boorish person. He didn't study when he was young. Although he learned some literature later on, he still couldn't understand many delicate things, especially when it came to relationships. For example, regarding Chu Wanning, Mo Ran scratched his head and pondered for a long time. The back of his head was about to go bald, but he still couldn't figure out what this feeling was. He could only recognize one emotion: like, dislike, hatred, pleasure, displeasure. If he mixed all these emotions together, the wise and mighty Emperor Ta would see stars and become completely dizzy. I don't understand, I don't understand, I don't know. Help, my head hurts. Therefore, Mo Ran was too lazy to think about it anymore. After all, he didn't have the time to study anyone other than Shamai. In his heart, he secretly recorded a bad debt with Chu Wanning. On the one hand, he secretly planned that if there was a chance in the future, he would definitely pay back double. On the other hand, he felt guilty and conflicted. In the end, he still knocked on Chu Wanning's door. He didn't want to owe Chu Wanning anything. But this person, Chu Wanning, was even more stubborn and ruthless than he thought. Mo Ran stared at the pile of blood-stained cotton gauze on the table, the basin full of hot water dyed red with blood, and the sharp knife carelessly thrown to the side. There was still flesh hanging from the tip of the knife. His head grew big. How did this person manage to heal himself? Was he really able to cut open the wound without batting an eyelid? Just imagining that scene made his scalp go numb. Was this guy still human? When he thought about how he had just cleaned up Shamai's wounds, Shamai was in so much pain that he softly groaned and had tears in the corners of his eyes. Even if Mo Ran didn't like Chu Wanning, he couldn't help but to repeatedly bow to him in his heart. Elder Yuhan really was a domineering and pure man. He was convinced. After standing in place for a while, Mo Ran broke the silence. He lightly coughed twice and rubbed the tips of his feet on the floor. He said awkwardly, "Just now at the Chen residence." "Shizun, I'm sorry." Chu Wanning didn't say anything. Mo Ran secretly glanced at him. "I shouldn't have yelled at you." Chu Wanning still didn't pay attention to him. This person's face was indifferent and expressionless as usual, but he felt wronged in his heart, so he didn't say anything. Mo Ran walked over. When he got closer, he saw that Chu Wanning had wrapped his shoulders in cotton gauze and tied himself up like a crab. Well, a person who didn't even know how to wash clothes, how could he expect him to tie himself up nicely? Mo Ran sighed and said, "Shizun, don't be angry." "Which eye of yours saw that I was angry?" Chu Wanning said angrily. Mo Ran, after a while. "Shizun, that's not how you wrap a wound," he rudely retorted. "Do I need you to teach me?" Mo Ran, he raised his hand, wanting to help Chu Wanning untie the gauze and rewrap it. However, after observing his expression, he felt that if he dared to touch him, he would probably get a big slap. He couldn't help but hesitate. He raised his hand and put it down and raised it up again. After repeating this several times, Chu Wanning became angry. He glared at him. "What are you doing? Do you still want to hit me?" He really did want to hit him, but not now. Mo Ran was so angry that he laughed. He didn't care about anything else and suddenly reached out to hold his shoulder. A dimple appeared at the corner of his mouth. Shizun, I'll help you re-bandage it. Chu Wanning originally wanted to refuse, but Mo Ran's warm fingers had already covered his. He suddenly felt that his mouth was dry and he couldn't speak. Thus, his lips moved slightly, but he still let him do as he pleased. The gauze was removed layer by layer, soaking in blood. When it was completely removed, 5 glaring holes could be seen. Just looking at them made one shudder. They were many times more serious than the wounds on Shimai's face. Mo Ran also didn't know why. He stared blankly for a while, then suddenly asked in a soft voice, "Does it hurt?" Chu Wanning lowered his long eyelashes and only lightly said, "It's okay." Mo Ran said, "I'll be a bit gentler." Chu Wanning didn't know what to think, but suddenly his ears turned a bit red. In the end, he got angry at himself and felt that he was really crazy. He didn't know what he was thinking about all day. Thus, his expression became even stiffer and his temper worse. He dryly said, "Up to you." The candlelight in the guest room flickered. Under the dim yellow light, one could see that some places weren't covered with ointment at all. Mo Ran was really speechless. He felt that it was a miracle that Chu Wanning could live to this day healthily. Shizun. Yes. What happened to you at the Chen house today? Why did you suddenly hit people? While applying the ointment, he asked. Chu Wanning was silent for a while, then said, "I just couldn't stand it." Mo Ran asked, "What made you so angry?" At this time, Chu Wanning didn't want to argue with the younger generation, so he concisely told Mo Ran about Luo Xianxian. After hearing this, Mo Ran shook his head. "You're too stupid. Even if you couldn't stand it, you shouldn't have confronted them directly. If it were me, I would have made up a messy spell and lied to them that the evil spirit had been eliminated. Then I would have patted my ass and left them to fend for themselves. Look at you. For such a rotten person, you made such a fuss. You're not flexible at all. You even accidentally injured Shimai." Halfway through his words, Mo Ran suddenly stopped. His 2 eyes stared at Chu Wanning, and he didn't make a sound. He was very careful with the bandages, and for a moment, he forgot himself. The tone he used to talk to Chu Wanning had unknowingly turned into that of a 32-year-old, impudent and rude. Chu Wanning obviously also noticed. He was looking at Mo Ran coldly from the corner of his eyes. His eyes said a familiar sentence, "See if I don't beat you to death." Before he could think of a way to deal with it, Chu Wanning had already opened his mouth. He said very coldly, "Is Shimingjing someone I want to hit?" At the mention of Shimai, Mo Ran's originally sober mind began to go haywire. His tone also hardened. "Weren't you the one who hit that person?" Chu Wanning also regretted that slap, but he couldn't keep his face. At this time, his face was sullen and he didn't say a word. Chu Wanning was the stubborn type, and Mo Ran was the infatuated type. When the two people's gazes met, sparks flew. The atmosphere that had just eased up a little was once again irredeemably deadlocked. Mo Ran said, "Shimai didn't do anything wrong. Shizun, you accidentally hurt him. Don't tell me you're not even willing to say a word of apology." Chu Wanning narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Are you questioning me?" "I'm not." Mo Ran paused. "I just feel bad for him. He was innocently implicated, but he didn't get an apology from Shizun." Under the candlelight, the handsome and youthful youth wrapped the last bandage around Chu Wanning's wound and carefully wrapped it. It still looked like a rather warm scene from a moment ago, but the two people's moods had changed. Especially Chu Wanning. It was like a jar of vinegar had exploded in his chest. A sour taste kept surging up, and he was angry and annoyed. "Apologize? How do you spell the word apologize? Who's going to teach him?" Mo Ran said again, "The wound on his face needs at least half a year to heal completely. When I was just applying medicine to him, he told me that he didn't blame you. Shizun, he doesn't blame you, but do you think you're in the right? This sentence was no different from adding oil to the fire. Chu Wanning endured for a while, but in the end, he couldn't. He suppressed his voice and said in a low voice, "Get out." Mo ran. Chu Wanning said angrily, "Get out." Mo Ran was thrown out. The door slammed in his face, almost crushing his fingers. Mo Ran was also angry. Look. What kind of person was this? Didn't he just want him to apologize? His face was as precious as gold. How difficult was it for him to say, sorry, with just a few words? I'm the Emperor Ta, and I'm not stingy with apologizing to others. And here's the Big Dipper Celestial Venerable. Why did he suddenly throw a tantrum? It was as if he had swallowed gunpowder. No wonder no one cared about him even though he had such a handsome face. Serves him right to be single for life. Since Chu Wanning didn't care about him and gave him the cold shoulder, the high and mighty Emperor Ta wouldn't shamelessly roll on the floor and sleep at the door. Although he was tenacious and stuck to Shamai like sticky candy, he stuck to Shamai, not Shizun. He left without a care and went to accompany Shamai. Why are you back? Shamai, who was already lying down to rest, was stunned when she saw Mo Ran come in. She sat up, her long black hair hanging down. How is Shizun? Very good. His temper is as bad as usual. Shamai, Mo Ran brought a chair over and sat in the opposite direction. He rested his hand on the back of the chair and smiled lazily. He sized up Shamai's long hair. Shamai said, "Why don't I go and see him? Wow, don't do anything stupid." Mo Ran rolled his eyes. He's fierce. Did you make him angry again? Does he need to be provoked? He can get angry with himself. I think he's made of wood. He'll burn with anger at the slightest provocation. Shamai shook his head and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mo Ran said, "You should rest early. I'll go downstairs and borrow the kitchen to make you some food." Shamai said, "What are you doing? You haven't slept all night. Why don't you sleep?" "Ha ha, I'm in good spirits." Mo Ran laughed. "But if you can't bear to leave me, I can stay with you until you fall asleep." Shamai hurriedly waved his hand and said gently, "No, I can't sleep if you keep looking at me like this. You should go to bed early too. Don't tire yourself out." The smile on Mo Ran's face stiffened. He was a little sad. Although Shemai was gentle to him, he always maintained an ambiguous attitude, sometimes far, sometimes close. Although he was clearly close to him, he was like the moon in the mirror, a flower in the water, he could only look at it but could not obtain it. Okay. In the end, he just tried to cheer up and smile. Mo Ran's smile was very bright. When this person wasn't evil, he was actually cute. "Call me if you need anything. I'll be next door or downstairs." Okay. Mo Ran raised his hand and wanted to touch his hair, but in the end, he restrained himself. He turned his hand in the air and scratched his head. "I'm leaving." After leaving the room, Mo Ran couldn't help but sneeze. He sniffed his nose. Because colorful Butterfly Town produced incense, the price of all kinds of incense was not expensive. Therefore, the inn was not stingy. Every room was lit with a long special incense. First, it could ward off evil, second, it could get rid of humidity, and third, it could make the room fragrant. But Mo Ran felt uncomfortable when he smelled the incense. But since Shamai liked it, he endured it. Downstairs, Mo Ran waddled in front of the innkeeper and gave him a silver ingot. He narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Innkeeper, do me a favor." The innkeeper looked at the silver ingot and smiled more politely than Mo Ran. "Immortal sage, what orders do you have?" Mo Ran said, "I see that there aren't many people here for breakfast, so I've talked to you. The kitchen will be used by me this morning. I'll have to trouble you to bring the other guests back. How much money could he earn earlier? In half a month, he might not even be able to earn back a single silver ingot. The shopkeeper immediately beamed with joy as he agreed, leading the swaggering Mo Wei Yu to the inn's kitchen. Immortal Sage, you want to cook? Why don't you let our chef do it? He's very good at cooking. No need. Mo Ran smiled. Innkeeper, have you heard of Xiong Tan's Drunken Jade restaurant? Ah. Isn't that the music and dance pavilion that collapsed a year ago? Mo Ran said, yes. The innkeeper peeked outside and confirmed that his wife was busy and not eavesdropping. He snickered and said, why haven't I heard of it? It's the most famous restaurant by Xiong River. There was a famous musician there. Her name shook the world. It's a pity that it's far away. Otherwise, I'd like to hear her play a song. Mo Ran smiled. Thank you for the compliment. I'll thank you on her behalf. On her behalf. On her behalf. The innkeeper scratched his head. Do you know her? Mo Ran said, more than that. Wow. Immortal Sage, I can't tell. Eh? But you cultivators can also. Mo Ran interrupted him with a smile. Apart from music, do you know anything else? It's said that her food is also very good. The corners of Mo Ran's mouth curled up and his smile became even brighter. He skillfully picked up the kitchen knife and said, before I started cultivating, I worked in the kitchen of Drunken Jade Pavilion for several years. Tell me, is your chef's food better than mine? The innkeeper was even more shocked. He said incoherently, Immortal Sage, he really didn't know what to say for a long time. Mo Ran glanced at him from the corner of his eyes, his lips curled into a calm and proud smile. He said lazily, go out, I'm going to cook. The innkeeper didn't know that he was talking to the former master of darkness. He pulled a long face and said, I've heard that Drunken Jade restaurant's desserts are exquisite. I wonder if Immortal Sage can give me some face and let me try some when you're done. He thought that Mo Ran would definitely agree since his request wasn't high. Who knew that Mo Ran would squint his eyes and say with an evil smile, you want to eat? You wish? Mo Ran snorted. His arrogance was obvious. He muttered, do you think I'm the kind of person who would easily cook and serve others? I made this especially for Shamai. If it weren't for him, I definitely wouldn't start a fire to cook. He took out a radish and started to cut it while muttering. The innkeeper was deflated. He rubbed his hands awkwardly and stood there. He smiled for a while and then left. He was also muttering in his heart. Meh. He's so young. He probably hasn't even formed his spirit core yet. He kept muttering, junior sister, but there wasn't a female daoist among the people who came with him today. The innkeeper rolled his eyes. He knew that this person was sick, and very sick. Mo Ran busied himself in the kitchen for a while. He stayed for a full 4 hours. When it was almost noon, he finally finished. He excitedly ran upstairs to wake Shamai up. When he passed by Chu Waning's room, he slowly stopped. Should I ask him to eat with me? Thinking of Chu Waning's bad temper, Mo Ran curled his lips and looked at him with disdain. I won't ask. There's only so much food. I don't want to eat with him. 26. As the sun rose, more and more people came to the inn to have a meal. Mo Ran felt that it was too noisy downstairs, so he asked the waiter to send the dishes to his room. In the end, he invited Chu Waning. After all, his teacher was the most senior. He was not the emperor of the human realm, so he still had to follow the rules. There were 3 bowls of steaming hot noodle soup on the square beach table. The noodles were made by himself and were different from the ones bought outside. They were chewy and smooth. On top of the noodles were thick slices of beef, oily fat intestines, fresh and tender pea sprouts, plump green vegetables, and golden shredded eggs. The color was bright and attractive. However, the most outstanding part of the 3 bowls of noodles was not the water leaves, the big pieces of meat, or the luxurious ingredients. Instead, it was the bone broth that had been simmered for 4 hours. It was poured into the bowls of noodles. The milky white broth had sesame red oil floating on it. Mo Ran took a stone bowl and ground a spicy and fresh seasoning. He boiled it in the broth, which was fragrant and full of flavor. He thought that Shimai liked to eat spicy food, so he put a lot of red oil and chili oil in the bowl. Seeing that Shimai was engrossed in eating, Mo Ran's smile became more and more relaxed. He stole a few glances and could not help but ask, "Is it delicious?" Shimai said, "It's very delicious." Chu Wanning did not speak. He still had a gloomy expression as if God owed him 100 mountains of gold and silver. Mo Ran showed a proud expression, "Then when you want to eat, tell me and I'll make it." Shimai's eyes were covered with a thin layer of mist because of the spiciness. He looked up at Mo Ran with a smile. There was gentleness between his eyebrows. In front of a beauty, Mo Ran was not sure whether he should eat Shimai or eat the noodles in the bowl if it was not for Chu Wanning sitting next to him. Shimai did not eat much of the pea sprouts and intestines, but he soon finished the beef and vegetables. Mo Ran, who had been quietly observing from the side, reached out with his chopsticks and put the bean sprouts and pig intestines into his bowl. He also picked up a few pieces of beef from his bowl to fill the empty space. The disciples of Life and Death Summit all ate at the Mengpo lobby and would often swap dishes with each other. Thus, Shimai did not find it strange. He smiled and said, "Mo Ran doesn't eat beef." "Yes, I love eating pea sprouts." After saying that, he buried his head and started snoring. The tips of her ears were slightly red. Chu Wanning expressionlessly picked up the bean sprouts in his bowl with his chopsticks and threw them all into Mo Ran's bowl. "I don't eat bean sprouts." Then, he threw all the beef in his bowl to Shimai. "I don't eat beef either." Then, he frowned and stared at the remaining things in the bowl. He pursed his lips and remained silent. Shimai asked cautiously, "Master, is it not to your liking?" Chu Wanning, he did not answer. Instead, he lowered his head and silently picked up a piece of vegetable. After taking a small bite, his expression became even uglier. With a "pa" sound, he put down his chopsticks. "Mo Weiyu, did you spill the jar of chili sauce in the soup?" Mo Ran did not expect that the breakfast he had painstakingly made would be reprimanded like this. He was stunned and raised his head. There was still a strand of noodles hanging from the corner of his mouth. He blinked innocently at Chu Wanning. He could not believe his ears. Thus, he slurped down the noodles and said, "What?" Chu Wanning did not give him any face this time. "Is this something that humans eat? How can humans eat this?" Mo Ran blinked a few more times. He was finally sure that this guy Chu Wanning was scolding him. He said indignantly, "How is it not for humans to eat?" Chu Wanning's eyebrows twitched. He said sternly, "It's really hard to swallow." Mo Ran choked. In any case, he had secretly learned this skill from the drunken Jade Pavilion. "Master, you're too picky." Shimai also said, "Master, you haven't eaten for a day. Even if you don't like it, you should at least eat some." Chu Wanning stood up and said coldly, "I don't eat spicy food." He turned and left. The 2 people left at the table fell into an awkward silence. Shimai was a little surprised. "Master doesn't eat spicy food. How come I didn't know?" "Mo Ran, you didn't know either." Mo Ran looked at the noodles Chu Wanning left on the table. He did not eat a single bite. After a while, he nodded. "I don't know." This was a lie. Mo Ran knew that Chu Wanning did not eat spicy food. But he had forgotten. After all, he had been entangled with this person for most of his life. He knew what Chu Wanning liked to eat and what he did not. But he did not care, so he did not remember. Returning to his room alone, Chu Wanning lay down with his clothes on. He faced the wall. His eyes were open, but he could not sleep. He had lost a lot of blood and used a lot of spiritual power. He had not eaten a single grain of rice in the morning. In fact, his stomach had been empty for a long time. It was very uncomfortable. This person did not know how to take care of himself. When he was in a bad mood, he simply did not eat. It was as if he thought that being angry would fill his stomach. He did not know what he was angry about. Or rather, he did not want to know. But in the silence, a face appeared vaguely in front of him. It was smiling brightly. The corners of the mouth were slightly curled. A pair of eyes were black and shining. They were a somewhat gentle deep purple. It looked warm and a little lazy. Chu Wanning clutched the mattress tightly because she was using too much force. His knuckles were slightly white. He was not willing to fall into this. He closed his eyes, wanting to get rid of this smiling face. But after he closed his eyes, the past became more and more turbulent. Like a tide, it surged into his heart. The first time he saw Mo Ran was in front of the Tongtian Tower at the peak of life and death. That day, the sun was shining brightly. All 20 elders were gathered together and were whispering to each other. Elder Yuheng was naturally an exception. He was not so stupid as to be willing to stand there and bask in the sun. Instead, he had long hidden under a flowering tree. He absent-mindedly raised his finger and looked at his newly made black iron nail cover to see if it could be extended and retracted freely. Of course, he did not need to use a nail cover. This bent iron nail cover was specially made for the low-level disciples at the peak of life and death. The lower cultivation world was adjacent to the ghost world. It was often dangerous. It was not rare for low-level disciples to be injured and lose their lives. Chu Wanning saw this. Although he did not say anything, he had been thinking hard about a solution. He wanted to make a light and flexible weapon that was easy to use. The others were discussing enthusiastically at the side. Did you hear? The High Lord's long-lost nephew was saved from the sea of fire. Everyone else in the building that caught fire died. If the Lord was a step later, I'm afraid that little nephew would have turned into ashes. He's really lucky. It must be his father who is secretly protecting him. It's a pity that he was separated from when he was young and suffered so much. Sigh. That child is called Mo Ran. He's about 15 years old, right? It's time for him to choose a name. Does he have a name? Elder Xuanji, you don't know. This child grew up in a brothel. It's good enough that he has a name. How can he have a name? I heard that the Lord wrote a few words for him and is choosing. I don't know which one he will choose in the end. The Lord really values little nephew. Isn't that so? Not to mention the Lord, even the madam feels sorry for him. Heh, I think the only one who is not happy at the peak of life and death is probably our God's favored one, Elder Tan Lang. You can't say that. Ha ha. A slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. However, our God's favored one is arrogant because of his talent. He doesn't respect his elders and spends his days fighting cocks and running dogs as if he was born rich. He's indeed out of control. Elder Tan Lang, you drank a little too much today. The people beside him kept giving him looks. They pointed their chin at Chu Wanning, who was standing in the distance. Their meaning couldn't be more obvious. The God's favored one, Xue Meng, was Chu Wanning's disciple. Saying that Xue Meng was out of control was equivalent to mocking Chu Wanning for not teaching well. This Elder Yuheng, don't be fooled by his usual leisurely and otherworldly demeanor. It was as if he was above the world and had the style of an expert. However, everyone knew that his temper was extremely bad. If anyone accidentally touched his reverse scale, then they should wash their neck clean and wait to be beaten to death. Chu Wanning had heard their words long ago. However, he was too lazy to care. He was probably less interested in how others evaluated him than the patterns on his fingernails. Speaking of which, this set of armor was good, but its durability was not high enough. If he encountered a thick-skinned demon, he might not be able to tear through their flesh in one strike. If he added some dragon bone powder when he returned, the effect should be better. When the elders saw that Chu Wanning had no reaction, they let out a sigh of relief and began to discuss in low voices. My lord summoned us here today to choose a master for that young Master Mo, right? That's strange. Why doesn't the High Lord teach it himself? It seems that the little nephew's bone structure is not suitable for practicing the Supremacy's mental cultivation method. Someone muttered, but that's not to the extent of gathering all the elders and letting the young master pick one by one, right? Elder Lutsuan sighed gloomily. Flipping his elegant and smooth long hair, he complained, I feel that I am like a cheap cabbage on the table right now, waiting for young Master Mo to pick. Everyone, so, could this sissy not speak such a big truth without thinking? After waiting for a while, the Supremacy finally arrived. He walked up the 1,000 steps and arrived in front of Tongqian Tower. Behind him was a young man. Chu Wanning only glanced at him casually. Before he could see clearly, he turned his gaze away and continued to study his fingernails. He was too lazy to take a second look. When it came to apprenticeship, one had to talk about how unconventional the peak of life and death was. In other sects, the master would be high and mighty. He would rub the head of a new disciple and say, young man, I see that you are quite intelligent. From today onwards, you are my disciple. The disciple did not even have the chance to say no. Or the master would look at him with cold disdain, waving his sleeves and saying, young man, your head is too high, your eyes are dull, and the back of your head is rebellious. This is not what my disciple should look like. You are not destined to be my disciple. I will not accept you as my disciple. Then, before the disciple could express himself, the master would fly away on his sword. He ran faster than a dog. The peak of life and death was different. The master and disciple were mutually chosen. What did this mean? There were 20 elders at the peak of life and death. After all the disciples entered the sect, they would be able to sincerely hand in their master's letter after a period of interaction. They would express their desire to follow the elder in cultivation. If the elder accepted, then everyone would be happy. If the elder did not accept, then the disciple could pester them until the elder softened or the disciple gave up. Logically speaking, Chu Wanning's skills were superb and his appearance was handsome. He should have a lot of disciples, and all of them would do anything to become his disciple. But in reality, this was not the case. Chu Wanning's face was handsome, but his temper was so bad that it made one's hair stand on end. It was said that when he was angry, he would beat up female disciples as if they were male disciples and drown them in a pond. Not many people had the courage to worship this kind of master. Thus, Elder Yu Heng's disciples were deserted. Other than the proud son of heaven, Xue Meng, and Xue Meng's good friend, Shamai, he had never accepted anyone. Everyone would rather respectfully call him Zhonglao than affectionately call him Shizun. Chu Wanning said with a cold expression that he was not sad. He lowered his head indifferently and continued to fiddle with the cold mecha weapons. Sleeve arrow boxes, martial law sentry, they were all designed for other people. The earlier they were done, the earlier more people could be spared from suffering. So he did not expect that Mo Ran would choose him without hesitation. At that time, he was frowning and stroking the spikes on his finger gloves, thinking about how to improve them. He did not pay attention to what the High Lord said to everyone. At some point, the surroundings gradually quieted down. After thinking about how to improve the spikes, Chu Wanning suddenly realized that the buzzing around just now seemed a bit too quiet. So he finally moved his gaze away from the finger gloves. With some impatience and inquiry, he raised his eyelids. Then he saw a face. Under the sunlight, it was so bright that it was almost dazzling. It was an elegant and handsome young man who was looking up at him. The young man's mouth was curled up in a lazy, faintly discernible smile. The dimples on his cheeks were deep, and he had the air of a common man, but also a little pure. A pair of black eyes with hints of purple were staring at him without blinking. They were half eager and half curious. He was new here and did not know the rules. The distance between them was so close that it could almost be called rude. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of him. Chu Wanning was shocked. As if he was scalded, he subconsciously took a step back. With a bang, his head hit the trunk of a tree. The young man widened his eyes slightly. "Ah, Chu Wanning, the young man, Chu Wanning, what are you doing?" The young man laughed. Immortal Master, I've been looking at you for a long time. Why are you ignoring me?" 27, Chu Wanning had completely fainted. He could only blame himself for being too engrossed and not being on guard at the peak of life and death. He didn't even notice that someone was approaching. "What's going on? Where did this kid come from?" "Ah, it seems to be that Mo something." "Mo something? Mo cooked? Mo cooked? Mo fish?" He adjusted his expression and skillfully controlled his expression to keep people away state. The surprise and panic in his eyes were quickly swept away by him and replaced with his usual sharp and harsh expression. "You," just as he was about to reprimand him out of habit, his hand was suddenly caught. Chu Wanning was stunned. In all his life, no one had ever dared to grab his wrist casually. For a moment, his face turned black and he froze in place, not knowing what to do. Take it out and give him a slap. With the word molester, he was no different from a girl. Then take it out and not give him a slap. Wasn't he a little too easy to talk to? Chu Wanning hesitated for a long time and didn't move. The youth laughed. "What's that on your hand?" "It's quite pretty. Can you teach me how to do this?" "They have already introduced themselves, but you haven't said anything." "Which elder are you?" "Hey, did your head hurt when you bumped into it?" With so many questions thrown at him, Chu Wanning felt that his head didn't hurt before, but now it did. His head was about to split open, he was irritated and the golden light in his hand slightly floated. Seeing that Heaven's Inquisition was about to answer the call, the other elders were all shocked. Was Chu Wanning crazy? He dared to slap this young Master Mo. His hand was suddenly caught by Mo Ran. Now that both of his hands were in the hands of the young man, Mo Ran didn't seem to notice the danger. He pulled the young man and stood in front of him. He looked up and said with a smile, "My name is Mo Ran. I don't know anyone here, but I like you the most just by looking at your face. Why don't I worship you as my teacher?" This result was completely unexpected. The surrounding people were even more horrified. A few of the elders' faces looked like they were about to crack. "Elder Xuanji, Elder Pajuan, wow. Elder 7 Kills, oh. Disciplinary Elder, Elder Tanlang, ha, what a joke." Elder Lutsuan was the most feminine. His hair was curly, and his eyes were like peach blossoms. "Aya, this young master is so bold. He's truly a young hero. He even dares to touch Elder Yuheng's butt. Please, can you not make it sound so disgusting?" 7 Kills said in disdain. Lutsuan rolled his eyes gracefully and snorted, then I'll put it in a more refined manner. You're truly a young hero. You even dared to touch Elder Yuheng's butt. 7 kills. Just kill him. Among all the elders, the most popular one was the gentle Elder Xuanji. It was easy for him to learn magic, and he was a gentleman himself. Most of the disciples at the peak of life and death were under his tutelage. Chu Wanning originally thought that Mo Ran would be no exception. Even if he wasn't Xuanji, he should be the lively Pejuan. After all, it would be anyone's turn but not his. However, Mo Ran was standing so close to him, and his face was filled with a kind of affection that was unfamiliar to him. He was like a clown who was suddenly chosen, and he was flustered for no reason. Chu Wanning only knew how to deal with awe, fear, and disgust. As for affection, it was too difficult. He didn't even think about it and immediately rejected Mo Ran. The young man was stunned. Under his long eyelashes, there was a hint of loneliness and unwillingness in his eyes. He lowered his head and thought for a long time. Suddenly, he unreasonably whispered, "Anyway, it's you." Chu Wanning, the great lord, was watching from the side. He couldn't help but laugh and ask, "Mo Ran, do you know who he is?" "He didn't tell me." "How would I know who he is?" "Ha ha, since you don't know who he is, why do you want him?" Mo Ran was still holding Chu Wanning's hand. He turned his head and said to the great lord with a smile, "Because he looks the most gentle and easy to talk to." In the darkness, Chu Wanning suddenly opened his eyes. He felt dizzy. What the hell? He didn't know what was wrong with Mo Ran's eyes at that time. He actually thought that he was gentle. Not only him, but the entire peak of life and death knew about this. They all looked at Mo Ran with a, "Look at this silly child, look." Chu Wanning raised his hand and held his throbbing forehead. His shoulder hurt, his mind was in a mess, his stomach was hungry, and he was dizzy. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to sleep. He lay on the bed in a daze for a while. He sat up and was about to light a stick of incense to calm himself down when suddenly there was a knock on the door. It was Mo Ran outside again. Chu Wanning, he didn't answer. He didn't say, "Get in" or "Get out." But this time, the door opened by itself. Chu Wanning looked up gloomily. The match in his hand hovered in midair. It didn't touch the incense. After a while, it went out. Chu Wanning said, "Get out." Mo Ran rolled in. He was holding a bowl of steaming hot noodles that had just come out of the pot. It was simpler this time. There weren't as many fancy noodles. The pure white noodle soup was sprinkled with chopped green onions and white sesame seeds. There were small pieces of pork ribs, green vegetables, and a slightly browned poached egg. Chu Wanning was very hungry, but his face was still expressionless. He looked at the noodles, then looked at Mo Ran. He turned his face away and didn't say anything. Mo Ran put the noodles on the table and said softly, "I asked the chef in the shop to make another bowl." Chu Wanning lowered his eyes. Sure enough, Mo Ran wouldn't be the one to make it. "Eat some," Mo Ran said, "there's no spicy food in this bowl, no beef, and no bean sprouts." After that, he left and closed the door for Chu Wanning. He felt sorry for Chu Wanning's injury. But that was all he could do. In the room, Chu Wanning leaned against the window. No one knew what he was thinking. He crossed his arms and stared at the bowl of pork rib noodles until the steam from the noodles dissipated. In the end, they became cold and no longer hot. He finally walked over and sat down. He picked up his chopsticks, picked up the cold noodles, and ate slowly. The Chen House evil case was closed. The next day, they picked up the black horse from the post house and returned to the sect along the road they had come from. On the streets, in the restaurants, the people of Rainbow Butterfly Town were all talking about the Chen family. In such a small town, such a scandal broke out. It was enough for the townspeople to talk about for a year. I didn't expect that young Master Chen would marry Miss Luo behind closed doors. Ah, Miss Luo is so pitiful. 27. Chu Wanning had completely fainted. He could only blame himself for being too engrossed and not being on guard at the peak of life and death. He didn't even notice that someone was approaching. What's going on? Where did this kid come from? Ah, it seems to be that Mo something. Mo something? Mo cooked. Mo cooked. Mo fish. He adjusted his expression and skillfully controlled his expression to keep people away state. The surprise and panic in his eyes were quickly swept away by him and replaced with his usual sharp and harsh expression. Just as he was about to reprimand him out of habit, his hand was suddenly caught. Chu Wanning was stunned. In all his life, no one had ever dared to grab his wrist casually. For a moment, his face turned black and he froze in place, not knowing what to do. Take it out and give him a slap. With the word molester, he was no different from a girl. Then take it out and not give him a slap. Wasn't he a little too easy to talk to? Chu Wanning hesitated for a long time and didn't move. The youth laughed. What's that on your hand? It's quite pretty. Can you teach me how to do this? They have already introduced themselves, but you haven't said anything. Which elder are you? Hey, did your head hurt when you bumped into it? With so many questions thrown at him, Chu Wanning felt that his head didn't hurt before, but now it did. His head was about to split open, he was irritated and the golden light in his hand slightly floated. Seeing that Heaven's Inquisition was about to answer the call, the other elders were all shocked. Was Chu Wanning crazy? He dared to slap this young Master Mo. His hand was suddenly caught by Mo Ran. Now that both of his hands were in the hands of the young man, Mo Ran didn't seem to notice the danger. He pulled the young man and stood in front of him. He looked up and said with a smile, "My name is Mo Ran. I don't know anyone here, but I like you the most just by looking at your face. Why don't I worship you as my teacher?" This result was completely unexpected. The surrounding people were even more horrified. A few of the elders' faces looked like they were about to crack. Elder Xuanji, Elder Pajuan, wow. Elder 7 Kills, oh. Disciplinary Elder, Elder Tanlang, what a joke. Elder Lutsuan was the most feminine. His hair was curly, and his eyes were like peach blossoms. Aya, this young master is so bold. He's truly a young hero. He even dares to touch Elder Yuheng's butt. Please, can you not make it sound so disgusting? 7 Kills said in disdain. Lutsuan rolled his eyes gracefully and snorted, then I'll put it in a more refined manner. You're truly a young hero. You even dared to touch Elder Yuheng's butt. 7 Kills. Just kill him. Among all the elders, the most popular one was the gentle Elder Xuanji. It was easy for him to learn magic, and he was a gentleman himself. Most of the disciples at the peak of life and death were under his tutelage. Chu Wanning originally thought that Mo Ran would be no exception. Even if he wasn't Xuanji, he should be the lively Pajuan. After all, it would be anyone's turn but not his. However, Mo Ran was standing so close to him, and his face was filled with a kind of affection that was unfamiliar to him. He was like a clown who was suddenly chosen, and he was flustered for no reason. Chu Wanning only knew how to deal with awe, fear, and disgust. As for affection, it was too difficult. He didn't even think about it and immediately rejected Mo Ran. The young man was stunned. Under his long eyelashes, there was a hint of loneliness and unwillingness in his eyes. He lowered his head and thought for a long time. Suddenly, he unreasonably whispered, "Anyway, it's you." Chu Wanning, the great lord, was watching from the side. He couldn't help but laugh and ask, "Mo Ran, do you know who he is?" He didn't tell me. How would I know who he is? Ha ha, since you don't know who he is, why do you want him? Mo Ran was still holding Chu Waning's hand. He turned his head and said to the great lord with a smile, because he looks the most gentle and easy to talk to. In the darkness, Chu Waning suddenly opened his eyes. He felt dizzy. What the hell? He didn't know what was wrong with Mo Ran's eyes at that time. He actually thought that he was gentle. Not only him, but the entire peak of life and death knew about this. They all looked at Mo Ran with a, look at this silly child, look. Chu Waning raised his hand and held his throbbing forehead. His shoulder hurt, his mind was in a mess, his stomach was hungry, and he was dizzy. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to sleep. He lay on the bed in a daze for a while. He sat up and was about to light a stick of incense to calm himself down when suddenly there was a knock on the door. It was Mo Ran outside again. Chu Waning, he didn't answer. He didn't say, get in or, get out. But this time, the door opened by itself. Chu Waning looked up gloomily. The match in his hand hovered in midair. It didn't touch the incense. After a while, it went out. Chu Waning said, get out. Mo Ran rolled in. He was holding a bowl of steaming hot noodles that had just come out of the pot. It was simpler this time. There weren't as many fancy noodles. The pure white noodle soup was sprinkled with chopped green onions and white sesame seeds. There were small pieces of pork ribs, green vegetables, and a slightly browned poached egg. Chu Waning was very hungry, but his face was still expressionless. He looked at the noodles, then looked at Mo Ran. He turned his face away and didn't say anything. Mo Ran put the noodles on the table and said softly, I asked the chef in the shop to make another bowl. Chu Waning lowered his eyes. Sure enough, Mo Ran wouldn't be the one to make it. Eat some, Mo Ran said, there's no spicy food in this bowl, no beef, and no bean sprouts. After that, he left and closed the door for Chu Waning. He felt sorry for Chu Waning's injury. But that was all he could do. In the room, Chu Waning leaned against the window. No one knew what he was thinking. He crossed his arms and stared at the bowl of pork rib noodles until the steam from the noodles dissipated. In the end, they became cold and no longer hot. He finally walked over and sat down. He picked up his chopsticks, picked up the cold noodles, and ate slowly. The Chen house evil case was closed. The next day, they picked up the black horse from the post house and returned to the sect along the road they had come from. On the streets, in the restaurants, the people of Rainbow Butterfly Town were all talking about the Chen family. In such a small town, such a scandal broke out. It was enough for the townspeople to talk about for a year. I didn't expect that young Master Chen would marry Miss Luo behind closed doors. Ah, Miss Luo is so pitiful. If you ask me, if the Chen family didn't suddenly become rich, then this wouldn't have happened. Sure enough, men can't have money. Once they have money, they can drown the entire city with bad ideas. A man was unhappy and said, young Master Chen didn't do anything bad. This is all his parents' fault. That son of a bitch, in the future, his children won't have assholes. Another person said, the dead are pitiful, but what about the living? Look at Chen Yaosha, Miss Yao. I think she is the one who has been wronged. That black-hearted old mother of the Chen family lied to her daughter. Tell me, what should she do now? Remarry. That person rolled his eyes and sneered, remarry? You want to marry? The bumpkin who was ridiculed grimaced in pain and said, if that woman in my nest agrees, I'll marry her. Miss Yao is so pretty, I don't mind her being a widow. Bah, a toad wants to eat swan meat. Mo Ran sat on the back of the horse and pricked up his ears. He was in high spirits as he listened left and right. If it weren't for the fact that Chu Wanning had her eyes closed and her brows furrowed, writing the words, extremely noisy, on her forehead, Mo Ran might have gone over to join in the gossip with the villagers. Riding side by side, they finally left the main city and arrived at the suburbs. Shamai suddenly exclaimed and pointed to the distance, "Master, look over there." In front of the destroyed temple of the Ghost Master, there was a large group of farmers wearing brown clothes and short robes. They were busy moving bricks and stones. It seemed that they were planning to repair the damaged temple and reconstruct the Ghost Master's golden body. Shamai said worriedly, "Master, the Ghost Master from before is gone, and they made a new one. Will this one become an immortal again and do evil?" Chu Wanning said, "I don't know. Why don't we go and persuade them?" Chu Wanning said, "The custom of colorful Butterfly Town's ghost marriage has been passed down for generations. How can you persuade them with just a few words? Let's go." As he said that, he rode away, leaving behind a trail of dust. It was already evening when they returned to the peak of life and death. Chu Wanning said to his 2 disciples in front of the mountain gate, "You two go to the Danshin Palace and report what happened. I will go to the discipline court." Mo Ran was puzzled, "Why are you going to the discipline court?" Shamo, on the other hand, looked very worried. Chu Wanning said expressionlessly, "To receive the punishment." Although the emperor was punished the same as the commoners when he broke the law, which emperor would be imprisoned and beheaded after autumn because he killed someone? It was the same in the cultivation world. If the elders broke the law, they would be punished the same as the disciples. In most sects, this was just an empty sentence. In fact, it was the elders who broke the law. It was good enough that they could write a letter of guilt. Which idiot would obediently accept the punishment and be beaten with willow vines or dozens of sticks? Therefore, when the discipline elder heard Chu Wanning's confession, his face turned green. "No, Elder Yuheng, did you really beat the client?" Chu Wanning said lightly, "Yes." "You are too." Chu Wanning looked up and gave him a gloomy look. The discipline elder shut up. "According to the law, this punishment is 200 sticks, 7 days of kneeling in the Yama Palace, and 3 months of confinement." Chu Wanning said, "I have nothing to say. I am willing to accept the punishment." The discipline elder, he looked left and right, then crooked his finger. The door of the discipline court closed with a bang. The surroundings were suddenly silent. Only the 2 of them stood facing each other. Chu Wanning asked, "What do you mean?" "Well, Elder Yuheng, it's not like you don't know that things like the discipline court, no matter how strict it is, shouldn't affect you. When this matter is closed, only the heavens, the earth, you and I know. Let's just forget about it. If I beat you and the Lord finds out, won't he be angry with me?" Chu Wanning couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He simply said, "If I punish others according to the law, I should also punish myself according to the law." As he said this, he knelt in front of the discipline court and faced the plaque. "You can punish me." 28. Elder Yuheng's punishment for breaking the precepts spread like wildfire. There was no need to wait until the next morning. Almost everyone in the sect knew about it that very night. If a normal person were to receive 200 beatings, they would most likely be beaten to death. Even if they were cultivators, it would be enough to make them suffer. When Shuemeng heard this, he jumped up. "What? Master went to the discipline court? Young master, you should go and talk to the sect leader. Master was already injured. How could he withstand 200 beatings?" Shuemeng was about to go crazy. "My father? No, my father is still in the Treading in Snow Palace. Even if he sent a messenger pigeon, it would take at least the next day to arrive. Why didn't you stop master?" Mo Ran and Shamai glanced at each other. "Stop Chu Wanning? Who in this world could stop him?" No, I'll go find him now." Xue Meng anxiously ran toward the discipline court. Before he entered the courtyard, he saw a group of discipline elders' disciples blocking the entrance to the main hall. They were whispering to each other. "What are you all standing there for? Get out of my way! Get out of my way! Young master! Ah, the young master is here! Make way, the young master is here!" The disciples quickly separated into two sides, making way for Xue Meng. The doors to the blue sky hall were wide open. Chu Wanning was kneeling inside. His body was straight, and his eyes were closed. The discipline elder held his iron staff and recited the precepts of the peak of life and death. Every time he finished reciting a precept, his iron staff would strike Chu Wanning's back. R-Sec's 91st precept. Do not harm the innocent. Do not use immortal techniques on mortals. Do you have any complaints under my staff? No complaints. R-Sec's 92nd precept. Do not act rashly. Do you have any complaints under my staff? No complaints. The discipline elder did not dare to be soft. He could only carry out his orders impartially. After more than 90 strikes, Chu Wanning's white robes were completely soaked in blood. Xue Meng respected Chu Wanning the most. Seeing this, his eyes turned bloodshot. He shouted, "Shizun!" Chu Wanning turned a deaf ear to him. His eyes were still closed, and his brows were slightly furrowed. The disciplinary elder looked at the door and said in a low voice, "Elder Yuheng, the young master is here." "I'm not deaf. I heard it." Chu Wanning's mouth was bleeding, but he didn't look up. "He's just a kid. Don't bother." The disciplinary elder sighed. "Yuheng, why are you doing this? Who asked my disciple to be so disobedient?" Chu Wanning said indifferently, "If I don't accept my punishment today, how will I have the face to discipline others in the future?" "You may continue." Sigh. The disciplinary elder looked at his pale and slender neck that peeked out from the wide collar. It hung down softly like smoke. He couldn't help but say, "Then at least be gentler." "What's the difference between this and deception?" Chu Wanning said, "Don't worry. It's only 200 strikes. I can take it." "Elder Yuheng, discipline, you don't need to say anymore. Continue." The iron staff finally fell again. Xue Meng's voice was distorted. "Disciplinary elder. You still won't fucking stop. What do you think of this young master? You're hitting my Shizun. My Shizun." The disciplinary elder could only brace himself and pretend he didn't hear. Xue Meng was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. "Damn old man, did you not hear me? This young master orders you to stop. If you dare to hit him again, he stammered for a long time but couldn't think of anything to say. After all, he was only a 15-year-old boy. No matter how blessed by the heavens he was, his strength and experience were far inferior to the elders. He could only force out an unreasonable sentence with a red face. "I'll tell my father." Disciplinary elder, Chu Wanning sighed imperceptibly. 97 strikes. 98 strikes. 99 strikes. 100 strikes, his clothes were torn and the blood was glaring. Xue Meng couldn't hold it in anymore. He was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He was about to charge in recklessly. Chu Wanning suddenly opened his eyes and waved his hand. A barrier instantly slashed down and blocked the entrance. Xue Meng was bounced back a few steps and almost fell to the ground. Chu Wanning coughed up blood and rolled his eyes. His sharp phoenix eyes glanced sideways. "You're making a fool of yourself. Scram! Shizun!" Chu Wanning said sternly, "When did the young master of the peak of life and death order the disciplinary elder to bend the law? Hurry up and scram!" Xue Meng stared at him. His eyes were wide open, and there seemed to be water droplets swirling inside. Mo Ran rubbed his chin at the side. The corners of his mouth were still curled up. Aya, this is bad. Little Phoenix is going to cry. Hearing this, Shui Meng suddenly turned around and fiercely glared at Mo Ran. His teary eyes were red, but he forced himself not to let the tears roll down. He didn't complain and didn't talk back. He got up from the ground and lowered his head. He gritted his teeth and brushed the dust off his body. Then, he knelt down in front of the Azure Sky Hall. Shizun, this disciple knows his mistake. Chu Wanning was still being tortured by the iron staff. His back was not bent, but his face was pale and his forehead was covered with fine cold sweat. Shui Meng stubbornly said, "But I won't go. I will accompany Shizun." After saying this, he knelt down and didn't get up. Mo Ran rolled his eyes so hard that he could see the sky. Shui Meng, Shui Ziming, a proud son of heaven, but in front of Chu Wanning, he was lowly to the bone. He was a phoenix in front of others, but in front of Shizun, he could become a quail. If he wasn't sure that Shui Meng didn't like men, Mo Ran would have suspected that this guy had taken a fancy to Chu Wanning. That was why he was so dead set on following him. When Shizun hit him on the left side of his face, this little quail would also shamelessly put his right face forward. "I give up, I give up." He was really good at being a lackey. Although he despised him in his heart, his cheeks were sore for some reason. Mo Ran stared at Shui Meng for a while. The more he stared, the more upset he felt. He felt that he couldn't let him express his loyalty all by himself. Chu Wanning didn't like him to begin with. If Shui Meng made a scene like this, wouldn't Chu Wanning be even more biased in the future? Thus, he simply knelt down beside Shui Meng. "I will also accompany Shizun." Shamai naturally followed suit and knelt down. The three disciples all knelt outside and waited. When the disciples under the other elders heard the news, they all used various excuses to come to the discipline court to watch the show. "Heavens, why is it Elder Yu Heng? I heard that he hit a normal person in a fit of anger." "Ah. So fierce." "Shh, be quiet. If Elder Yu Heng hears you, he'll beat you." Someone else said, "Why is young master kneeling?" Mo Gongzi is kneeling as well. Mo Ran was handsome and had a sweet mouth. Who knew how many female cultivators had good intentions towards him? At this time, some of them couldn't help but feel pity for him. They whispered, "My heart aches for young Master Mo. What should we do? Should we go and plead for him? Let's not meddle in their affairs. If you dare to go, then go." "I'm a coward." "Do you still remember that senior sister who was whipped a few hundred times by Elder Yu Heng? After 200 strikes. The barrier was finally removed." Shui Meng hurriedly got up from the ground and scrambled towards the Azure Heaven Hall. When he got close enough to see Chu Wanning's appearance, he was so angry that he let out an "ah." He turned around and grabbed the disciplinary elder's collar. "You damn old man, can't you hit me a little more gently?" Shui Ziming. Chu Wanning closed his eyes. His blood-stained lips opened and closed. His hoarse voice was filled with an invisible deterrence. Shui Meng's knuckles cracked. He suddenly pushed the disciplinary elder and let him go. At this time, Mo Ran also came. He was originally smiling, thinking that the disciplinary elder would definitely take Chu Wanning's identity into consideration and wouldn't hit him too hard. But when he lowered his head and saw Chu Wanning's injuries, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Chu Wanning actually didn't tell the disciplinary elder that his shoulder was injured. Those 200 strikes, more or less, all landed heavily on the old scar on his shoulder. The new wound stacked on top of the old one. "Chu Wanning, you. Are you crazy?" His pupils shrank. A strong resentment welled up in his heart. Mo Ran didn't know what he was resentful about, or what he was angry about. He only felt a raging fire rising in his stomach, burning his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. He was used to Chu Wanning being tortured to death by him, crushing his self-esteem and tarnishing his purity. But Mo Ran couldn't stand that Chu Wanning's injuries were caused by someone else. Probably because he hadn't forgotten the past, Mo Ran subconsciously felt that this person was his. Whether this person was dead or alive, hated or hated, it was all his. He originally didn't care about Chu Wanning being punished. That was because he thought that since Chu Wanning was an elder, the 200 strikes wouldn't be a heavy punishment. At the very least, it would avoid the wound on his shoulder that hadn't healed yet. But Chu Wanning actually didn't say anything. He actually didn't say anything. What was this lunatic being stubborn about? What was he enduring? What was he stubbornly holding on to? His mind was a mess. Mo Ran wanted to raise his hand to help him, but Xue Meng was one step ahead of him. He held Chu Wanning and helped him up. Mo Ran's hand hung in the air. After a while, he put it down again. He watched as Xue Meng helped Chu Wanning walk away. He didn't know what to feel. He wanted to follow them, but he wasn't willing to move. What happened in the past was all in the past. Now, Chu Wanning was only his master. Between them, there was no chaos, hatred, or romantic entanglement. He shouldn't have such thoughts. It didn't matter who hit Chu Wanning, who was supported, who was with whom, even if he was killed, it had nothing to do with him. Shamai came to his side. Let's go. We'll go with young master and take a look. I'm not going. It's enough that Xue Meng is here. I can't help much. It'll only make things worse if there are more people. Mo Ran's expression didn't change, but his heart was a little confused. He really didn't understand what he was feeling now. Was it hatred? 29. That night, lying on the bed at the peak of life and death, Mo Ran put his hands behind his head and looked at the ceiling, unable to sleep. Scenes of the past flashed in front of his eyes. In the end, bit by bit, fragments, they were all Chu Wanning's handsome and somewhat cold face. Actually, Mo Ran never knew what he thought of this person. The first time he saw him, it was under the flowering tree in front of Tong Chien Tower. He was wearing a wide robe with wide sleeves. Of the more than 20 elders, he was the only one who did not wear the extremely coquettish silver-blue profound armor at the peak of life and death. That day, he lowered his head, absent-mindedly thinking about the armor on his hand. Half of his face looked focused and gentle, like a white cat in the golden sunday. Mo Ran looked from afar, unable to move his gaze away. He felt that his first impression of Chu Wanning was very good. But he could not endure the coldness, punishment, and harshness that followed. That white cat had sharp teeth and claws, biting him until his body was full of wounds. He was saved by his uncle from the sea of fire, on the verge of death, his life hanging by a thread. Originally, he thought that after coming to the peak of life and death, there would be a master who would treat him with tolerance, who would truly cherish him. However, Chu Wanning did not seem to see his fawning, his efforts. On the contrary, the ferocious whip was fierce, the slightest mistake would cause his skin to split open and his flesh to be mangled. Later, he found out that Chu Wanning looked down on him from the bottom of his heart, bad character, hard to polish. That man in white under the flowering tree, that was how he was evaluated, right? He once thought of Chu Wanning as Zhoutian Hanyu, sincerely worshipping and loving him. But in Zhoutian Hanyu's heart, what was he, Mo Ran? A disciple that he had no choice but to accept. A lowly person who despised him to the bone. A hooligan who grew up in a restaurant and was tainted with a filthy aura. Although Mo Ran was always laughing and joking, looking like he did not care, he slowly hated Chu Wanning. That hatred contained a strong unwillingness. He was unwilling to accept this. In the past, he had always harbored a growing resentment towards Chu Wanning, trying to get this person's attention, to get this person's praise, to get this person's surprise. During that period of time, if Shammai had praised him with very good, he would have been overjoyed. However, if Chu Wanning was willing to praise him with not bad, he was willing to die. But Chu Wanning never praised him. No matter how hard he tried, how attentive he was, that cold man always nodded faintly, and then turned his face away. Mo Ran was about to go crazy. God knows how much she wanted to pinch Chu Wanning's cheeks and turn him around, forcing him to stare at her, forcing him to swallow the words, bad character, difficult to cultivate, back into his stomach. But he could only kneel in front of Chu Wanning, like a stray dog, kowtow and respectfully say, this disciple will remember master's teachings. In front of Chu Wanning, Mo Weiyu was lowly to the bone. Even if he was a young master, he was still lowly. He finally understood that a person like Chu Wanning did not like him at all. Later on, he experienced many things. Mo Ran held power at the peak of life and death, and then strove to reach the peak of the cultivation world, becoming an unprecedented overlord. Under his dark subordinates, everyone trembled, everyone was afraid, everyone mentioned his name softly like a mosquito. Who still remembered his stains, who still remembered his lowly background. From then on, there was no more Mo Weiyu in the world, only the Emperor Ta. Emperor Ta. People hated him to the extreme. The heinous Mo Weiyu could not be saved even after 1,000 times of the art of rebirth, could not be reincarnated. Emperor Ta Mo Weiyu, Emperor Ta Mo Weiyu, Emperor Ta. Ta, Xian, June. But even if they were afraid, what could they do? At the peak of life and death, there were still loud cheers, thousands of people kneeling in front of the Wushan palace, densely packed heads kowtowed 3 times to him. Immortal trampling monarch, may you live a long life and never die. He felt very happy. Until he noticed Chu Wanning's face in the crowd. At that time, Chu Wanning had already lost his cultivation, and was tied under the main hall, becoming a prisoner. Mo Ran was determined to kill him, but he did not want Chu Wanning to leave easily. He restrained Chu Wanning's limbs, and cut the blood vessels on Chu Wanning's neck. The wound was not big, and he cast a spell to prevent the wound from clotting. Blood flowed out little by little, and his life was drained away little by little. The sun was hot, and the coronation ceremony had been going on for half a day. Chu Wanning's blood should have been drained. When this person died, Mo Ran would completely cut off his past, so he purposely arranged for Chu Wanning to bleed during his coronation ceremony. When he became the 3-9 supremes of the cultivation world, Chu Wanning would become a lifeless corpse. Everything that happened yesterday would disappear like smoke. It was great. But this person was about to die, so why was he still so indifferent? He was so handsome that he was somewhat fickle. His face was pale, but his expression was indifferent. When he looked at the Emperor Ta, there was neither praise nor fear. There was only disgust, disdain, and Mo Ran felt that he must be crazy. Either that, or Chu Wanning had gone mad. There was also a trace of pity. Chu Wanning pitied himself, a person who was about to die, a defeated opponent. He actually pitied a person who had reached the pinnacle of the human realm, an overlord who could call the wind and summon the rain. He actually would, he actually dared. The anger that had accumulated for more than 10 years made Mo Ran crazy. He was in the Danshin Palace, of course, at that time, it was called the Wu Mountain Palace. He suddenly stood up in front of several thousand people, and amidst those people's flattery and praises, his black robe billowed as he walked down the stairs. In front of everyone, he pinched Chu Wanning's chin. His face was distorted, and his smile was sweet and ferocious. Master, today is your disciple's big day, why are you still unhappy? The thousands of people were silent in an instant. Chu Wanning was neither servile nor overbearing. With a cold expression, he said, I don't have a disciple like you. Mo Ran laughed unrestrainedly. His voice was like vultures circling the corridors of the Golden Palace Hall, frightening the wild geese. "Master, you're so heartless, it really makes my heart cold." He laughed and said loudly, "You don't have a disciple like me. Who taught me my mental cultivation method? Who taught me how to fight like this?" He didn't plan to leave, nor did he plan to go in. He just stood outside the window, with his elbows on the windowsill and his cheeks on his hands, looking at Chu Wanning from afar. The copper bells on the eaves gently swayed. The night was filled with the fragrance of flowers and plants. The two of them, one standing and one kneeling, were separated by the vermilion window and the empty and quiet hall. If it was before his rebirth, Mo Ran had enough power to barge into the hall and order Chu Wanning to end his reflection and go back to rest. If Chu Wanning was unwilling, he also had enough power to seal Chu Wanning's hands and feet, and violently carry him away. But now, he had neither the power nor the position. He wasn't even as tall as Chu Wanning. Mo Ran's mood was complicated. He looked at the person inside from outside the window, but the person inside didn't notice. He couldn't see Chu Wanning's face, and Chu Wanning also couldn't see his face. So the white cat knelt all night without turning back. So the silly dog also stood all night without going far. Who taught me my cruelty and cold-bloodedness? I still have the whip all over my body. Let me ask you, who beat me? He stopped laughing. His voice suddenly became fierce, and his eyes were cold. Chu Wanning. Do you think it's embarrassing to have a disciple like me? Am I cheap in my bones, or the filth in my blood can't be washed away? Let me ask you, Chu Wanning, let me ask you, what do you mean by bad character, hard to cultivate? In the end, he was also a little crazy. He shouted with a distorted voice. You've never treated me as a disciple, you've never looked up to me. But I used to, I really treated you as my master, I really respected you, I really loved you, and you treat me like this. Why are you never willing to praise me? Why is it that no matter what I do, I can't get half a good from you? Chu Wanning's whole body shook. His face gradually paled. He opened his phoenix eyes slightly and looked at Mo Ran like that. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. At the peak of life and death, the only two people who were still in the same place faced each other like that. In this awkward silence, Mo Ran seemed to have finally calmed down. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, there was that disgusting smile again. He was smiling, laughing, and making people tremble. He said gently and kindly, Shizun, didn't you look down on me? Didn't you think I was lowly? Pausing for a moment, his gaze swept over the heads of the thousands of people. Those people were all kneeling in front of his palace like dogs. They all acknowledged that he was the lord of the cultivation world, above the rolling world of mortals. Mo Ran smiled and said, and now? Before you die, I'll ask you one more time. In this world, who is the lowly one, and who is the superior one? Who is the one who stepped on who, and who is the one who is the king? And who is the one who is the loser? Chu Wanning lowered his eyes. He seemed to still be immersed in Mo Ran's confession and didn't come back to his senses. In the end, Mo Ran pinched his chin and forced him to raise his face. But when he forced him to look at himself, Mo Ran suddenly froze. For the first time, he saw an expression of regret on Chu Wanning's face. That expression was too unfamiliar. Mo Ran felt like he was suddenly scalded. He reflexively released the fingers that were pinching his face. Chu Wanning's expression was very painful. He seemed to be enduring some kind of heart-wrenching pain. His voice was very soft, almost hoarse. It floated in the wind. Only Mo Ran heard it. He said, I'm sorry, Mo Ran. It's Master's fault. In that instant, everything around him lost its sound. The sound of the wind, the sound of the grass, the fluttering of the robes, all returned to silence. Only Chu Waning's face, which was staring at him, was the only clear thing in the world. It was the only thing he could see. At that time, he should have many thoughts. Happy, proud, ecstatic. But it wasn't. At that time, the thoughts were strange. Speaking of which, there was only one, he didn't know when, he was already so much taller than Chu Waning. Time had really passed for a long time. Many things in the past had changed. Mo Ran's lips trembled. He murmured, "What did you say?" Chu Waning smiled. Mo Ran was familiar with that smile, but at the same time, he was not familiar with it. Mo Ran saw his own twisted expression in that pair of phoenix eyes. Then, that pair of eyes slowly closed. Chu Waning fell on his back. Mo Ran grabbed his shoulder almost at the moment he fell. He roared madly and angrily, like the sound of a wild beast breaking down. "Chu Waning! Chu Waning, what did you say? Say it again." The person in his arms didn't reply. His lips were pale like pear blossoms. That handsome face always had a cold expression, but before he died, it was frozen in a somewhat miserable smile. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised. In his memory, Mo Ran saw that face for the first time in front of the Tongqian Tower. It was a slight smile, somewhat gentle. "Chu Waning." That gentleness shattered. The begonia flowers fell to the ground. He finally got what he wanted. He stepped on his master's life and reached the top of the human peak. But what was this? What was this? The bitterness and hatred in his heart continued to increase. What was this? Mo Ran condensed the faint black mist in his palm. His fingertips flew and quickly tapped a few of Chu Waning's blood meridians, sealing the last meridian of his heart. "Do you want to die like this?" Mo Ran's eyes bulged. His face was ferocious. "It's not over. Chu Waning, we haven't settled the debt between us. It's not over. It's not over. If you don't make it clear to me, I'll crush Shuemeng, Kunlun's treading in Snow Palace, and the last few people you want to protect. Tear them all to pieces. You better think it through." The ceremony didn't continue. He didn't care about the thousands of people kneeling there. He changed his mind. He didn't want Chu Waning to die. He hated him. He wanted Chu Waning to live. To live, he picked up the man who had lost too much blood. Using his lightness skill, he leaped onto the roof. His robes fluttered like the wings of a lone eagle. His figure quickly flew over layers of roofs and went straight to the south peak, straight to the Red Lotus Pavilion, the place where Chu Waning used to live. The spiritual energy there was abundant, and there were many immortal herbs. He wanted to save Chu Waning. One could only hate when one was alive. If one was dead, there wouldn't be any reason to hate. Was he crazy that he wanted to kill Chu Waning with his own hands? If Chu Waning died, then what was left of him in this world? Lying on the bed, he licked his memories alone. It was the middle of the night, but he couldn't sleep anymore. Mo Ran got up, washed his face, put on his clothes, and walked towards the Yama Hall with a wind lantern. Chu Waning must have just casually bandaged his wounds, and then went there to kneel as punishment. Mo Ran knew him well. He was smelly, stubborn, and inflexible. He never considered whether his body could take it or not. Even if Shuemeng wanted to stop him, he couldn't. Sure enough, when he arrived outside the Yama Hall, he saw a small green lantern burning in solitude. The candle's tears kept falling. Chu Waning was kneeling with his back facing the door. His figure was tall and straight, as handsome as a pine tree. When he saw this figure, Mo Ran felt a little regret. It was the middle of the night, why did he go there? Looking for Chu Waning? Was he crazy? But since he was already here, he felt very stupid to just turn around and leave. He thought for a while and came up with a compromise. He gently put the wind lantern by his feet. 30. Hey, did you guys hear? Elder Yuheng broke the rules and will be punished to kneel in the Yama hall for the next 3 days. The next morning, all the disciples gathered at the good and evil platform to cultivate and meditate. After all, they were all young people in their teens and 20s. They couldn't be as calm as still water. When their master wasn't paying attention, they would start whispering to each other. The news of Chu Wanning being punished quickly spread. The disciples who witnessed the punishment yesterday were not stingy with sharing the gossip with others. Wow, why did you guys only find out so late? Oh. So Elder Lutsuan brought you guys to the mountain to pick night dew flowers yesterday. Alright, then you guys missed out on too much. Yesterday evening, in the Green Heaven Hall, blood and flesh flew everywhere. It was too horrible to look at. Elder Yuheng was beaten more than 200 times. More than 200 times. The rod hit his vitals. Merciless. Every time that disciple said a sentence, he would put on a particularly exaggerated expression. Accompanied by the exclamations of the surrounding junior brothers and sisters, he was extremely proud. Do you guys know what happened to more than 200 times? Even a burly man was beaten to death, not to mention Elder Yuheng. At that time, he couldn't take it and fainted. This made our young master so anxious that he rushed up and fought with the disciplinary elder. No matter what, he wouldn't let anyone touch Elder Yuheng at all. Ayo, that scene, his face wrinkled like a bun and winked for a while. In the end, he stretched out a finger and shook it left and right, concluding with 3 words. TSK, TSK, TSK. Immediately, a junior sister's face turned pale. What? Elder Yuheng fainted. Young master and the disciplinary elder fought. No wonder I didn't see Elder Yuheng in the morning class today. So pitiful. What did he break? I heard that he beat the client in a fit of anger. Such gossip floated into Xue Meng's ears from time to time. The young master's temper at the peak of life and death had completely inherited his master's. He was extremely irritable. Unfortunately, there was more than one person discussing this matter. The good and evil platforms were in groups of 3 to 5, and they were all muttering, Elder Yuheng is being punished, and so on. It made him feel very noisy, but there was nothing he could do. While the veins on Xue Meng's forehead were bulging, Mo Ran had not slept the entire night and kept yawning. Xue Meng had no one else to vent his anger on, so he turned to Mo Ran and scolded, a day's work depends on the morning. You dog, why are you being lazy so early in the morning? What did Shizun teach you? Ah. Mo Ran's eyes were still drowsy as he yawned again. Xue Meng, you're too free, aren't you? It's fine if Shizun scolds me, but who are you? I'm your cousin, so you better behave yourself when talking to your cousin. Don't be impolite. Xue Meng said fiercely, my cousin is a dog. You can be his dog if you want. Mo Ran laughed. You're so disobedient and don't respect your elder brother. Shizun will be very disappointed if he finds out. You still have the face to mention Shizun. Let me ask you, why didn't you stop him when he wanted to go to the discipline court yesterday? Meng, his Shizun. Wanya Yuheng, Bei Do Xianzun, why don't you stop him for me to see? Xue Meng flew into a rage. He pulled out his sword and furrowed his brows. What the F***ck did you just call me? Mo Ran rested his chin on his hand and laughed. Be good, Meng. Sit down. Xue Meng flew into a rage. Mo Weiyu, I'll kill you. Shamai was sandwiched between the two, listening to their daily bickering. He couldn't help but sigh. He silently held his forehead and tried to concentrate on reading his book. When the sun and moon pot is filled, when the spiritual core is first formed. The Tao of heaven cannot see through it, and life and death participate in the business. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Wanning finished his reflection. According to the rules, he would be grounded for 3 months. During this time, he couldn't leave the peak of life and death. He also had to go to the Mengpo lobby to do odd jobs, clean the pillars of the Bridge of Helplessness, clean the steps in front of the mountain gate, and so on. The discipline elder was deeply worried. Elder Yuheng, to be honest, I feel that you shouldn't do these things. You're a grandmaster. Doing things like washing dishes and wiping floors is really unfair. There was still half a sentence he didn't say. The main thing is that I really doubt whether you know how to sweep floors, cook, and wash clothes. Chu Wanning didn't doubt himself at all. He obediently reported to the Mengpo lobby. The Mengpo lobby, from the manager to the servants, were shocked to hear that Chu Wanning was coming to do odd jobs. They all turned pale with fright, as if they were facing a great enemy. Chu Wanning's white robes fluttered as he floated over. His handsome face was cold and calm, without any expression. If a cloud was added to his feet and a horsetail whisk was added to his arm, he probably wouldn't be any different from an immortal. The Mengpo lobby manager felt very ashamed and uneasy. He actually had to order such a handsome man to wash vegetables and cook. Chu Wanning didn't have the self-awareness of being a handsome man. He walked into the kitchen and coldly glanced at everyone. Everyone couldn't help but take a step back. Chu Wanning went straight to the point. What should I do? The manager bashfully pinched his clothes and thought for a while. He carefully said, Elder, what do you think about washing vegetables? Chu Wanning said, okay. The manager let out a big sigh of relief. He originally thought that Chu Wanning's 10 fingers didn't do any household chores and might not be willing to do such a simple thing. However, other chores were either dirty or required some skill. He was worried that Chu Wanning wouldn't be able to do it well. Since Chu Wanning straightforwardly agreed to wash vegetables, he didn't need to worry anymore. Reality proved that the manager was really too naive. There was a clear stream in front of the Mengpo lobby. Chu Wanning carried a basket of dark green vegetables and came to the stream. He rolled up his sleeves and began to wash the vegetables. This area was under the jurisdiction of Elder Xuanji. Occasionally, there would be disciples of Xuanji who passed by. When they saw that Chu Wanning was actually washing vegetables, they were so scared that they couldn't speak a complete sentence. They rubbed their eyes 3 or 4 times to make sure that they didn't see wrongly. Only then did they say in shock, Elder Xuanji, morning, morning. Chu Wanning looked up. Morning. Elder Xuanji's disciple trembled in fear as he fled. Chu Wanning was too lazy to be long-winded with them. He continued to peel the vegetables, wash them, and throw them back into the basket. He washed them very seriously. He peeled every single vegetable leaf and brushed them back and forth repeatedly. The result of this was that, it was already noon, but he still hadn't finished washing the basket of vegetables. The waiter in the kitchen was anxious from waiting. He kept walking back and forth in circles. What should we do? Why isn't the elder back yet? If he doesn't come back, then the vegetables won't come back. How should we cook beef with vegetables? The head steward looked at the sun and said, forget it, let's not wait anymore. Let's change it to braised beef. Thus, when Chu Wanning returned, the beef from the Mengpo lobby was already out of the pot. It was stewed until it was tender and tender. There was no need for vegetables at all. Chu Wanning frowned. He hugged his vegetables and was rather unhappy. He said coldly, why don't you want the vegetables and make me wash them? The head steward's hair stood on end. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with a handkerchief and said something that he regretted. Isn't this because I hope that the elder will personally make a pot of stewed tofu with vegetables? Chu Wanning didn't have any expression. He still hugged his vegetables and tilted his head in thought. The head steward hurriedly said, "If the elder is unwilling, then it's fine." Before he could say anything, Chu Wanning asked, "Where's the tofu?" The head steward was speechless. "Elder Yuheng, do you know the way of the kitchen?" Chu Wanning said, "It's not that I don't know anything. I can give it a try." At noon that day, the disciples entered the Mengpo lobby happily as usual. They found seats in groups of 3 to 5 and went to the counter to get food and rice. The food at the Life and Death Summit was always sumptuous, and today was no exception. The braised beef had the right amount of fat and lean, the shredded pork was fresh and rich, the farmhouse meat was golden and crispy, and the fish with chopped chili was red and attractive. The disciples hurriedly fought for their favorite food, lining up all the way, asking the chef to add an extra spoonful of sweet and sour pork ribs, some gravy on the rice, or some oil and chili. The fastest ones were always the disciples of Elder Lutsuan. The little guy at the front of the line had a big pimple on his nose, but he was still thinking about the mapo tofu. He skillfully carried the wooden tray to the last counter and said without looking up, "Master, I want a bowl of tofu." The master's fingers were long and slender, and he handed him a plate full of tofu. However, it wasn't the mapo tofu he was familiar with. Instead, it was a plate of strange food that was black in color and the ingredients were indistinguishable. The disciple was shocked. "What is this?" "Boiled tofu with vegetables." The Mengpo lobby was noisy, so the disciple didn't pay attention to the person who answered. Instead, he angrily said, "Do you refine pills? How can this be boiled tofu with vegetables? I don't want it, take it back." As he scolded, he glared at the chef. In the end, when he saw the person standing behind the counter, the disciple was so frightened that he screamed and almost knocked over the tray. Elder Yuheng." "Yes." The disciple was about to cry. "No, I didn't mean it like that. Since you don't want to eat it, take it back." Chu Wanning said expressionlessly, "Don't waste it." The disciple stiffly picked up the plate and stiffly handed it to Chu Wanning. Then, he left with the same hand and foot. After a while, everyone knew that the person standing in front of the last counter was Elder Yuheng. Thus, the originally lively Mengpo lobby was instantly silenced. All the disciples were like puppies with fur. They obediently lined up, carried the dishes in a panic, and respectfully went to the last cupboard. They stuttered to greet the elder, and then staggered away. "Greetings, Elder Yuheng." "Yes." "Greetings, Elder Yuheng." "Greetings." "Thank you, Elder Yuheng." The disciples were extremely well behaved and extremely cautious. Thus, Chu Wanning accepted the nervous greetings of every disciple. However, no one dared to rashly try the boiled tofu with vegetables in his pot. Slowly, the line became shorter. The food in front of the other chefs was almost finished. Only Chu Wanning's front was still full. The pot of food was cold, but no one was interested. Chu Wanning's face was expressionless, but his heart was a bit complicated. In any case, he had bathed all morning. At this time, his 3 personal disciples came. Xuemeng was still wearing his silver blue light armor. He cleaned himself up very refreshingly. He excitedly moved over. "Shizun, how are you? Does your wound still hurt?" Chu Wanning was very calm. "It doesn't hurt." "Xuemeng, that's good." Chu Wanning glanced at him and suddenly asked, "Do you eat tofu?" "Xuemeng." The reason was not only because the owner of the fan was good at martial arts, but also because the words written on the fan were too embarrassing. It praised oneself on the front and mocked others on the back. When the fan handle was gently waved, the narcissism of the owner could be smelled from 100 miles away. Everyone in the cultivation world knew this. Who was the owner of this fan? It was the Lord of the Peak of Life and Death who had stayed outside for more than 2 months. He was Xue Meng's father and Mo Ran's uncle, Master Immortal Xue Xinyong. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and the son of a mouse can dig holes. The reverse logic was the same. If the son was a peacock, the father would definitely spread his tail. Although Xue Meng had delicate features and was completely different from his vigorous and strong father, at the very least, they were similar to each other deep down in their bones. They both felt that Xue Lang is very beautiful and the world is ugly. Xue Xinyong stretched his body and moved his muscles. He cracked his neck and said with a smile, "Oh, this carriage is so tiring. We're finally home." In the Danshin Palace, Madame Wang was mixing medicinal powder. Mo Ran and Xue Meng were sitting on her left and right respectively. She said softly, 4 ounces of hemostatic grass and 1 stalk of shouyang ginseng. "Mother, I'm done." Xue Meng sat cross-legged beside her and handed the herbs to her. Madame Wang took it and smelled the hemostatic grass. Then she said, "No, this grass has been put together with guanghu for a long time. The resulting soup will be less effective. Go get some fresh ones." "Oh, okay." Xue Meng stood up and went to the medicine cabinet. Madame Wang continued, 3 ounces of Wulingji and 1 ounces of Chinese dodder. Mo Ran quickly handed the ingredients to her. "Auntie, how long do you need to brew this medicine?" "You don't need to brew it. Just take it." Madame Wang said, "After I grind the powder, can Mo Ran give it to Elder Yuheng?" Mo Ran didn't want to give it to Xue Meng at first, but after looking at Xue Meng's back, he knew that if he didn't do it, it would be Xue Meng who did. He didn't know why, but he didn't like the idea of Xue Meng being alone with Chu Wanning. So he said, "Okay." After a pause, he asked, "Oh right, Auntie, is this medicine bitter?" "It's a little bitter." "What's wrong?" Mo Ran smiled and said, "Nothing." But he grabbed a handful of candies from the fruit platter and stuffed them into his sleeve. The people in the palace were focused on mixing the medicine when a burst of hearty laughter suddenly came from the door. Xue Xinyong strode into the palace. His face was glowing. He said happily, "Wife, I'm back." Ha 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 ha. The leader of a sect came in without any warning. Madame Wang was so shocked that she almost spilled the powder in the ladle. She opened her eyes wide in astonishment. "Husband." Mo Ran also stood up to welcome him. "Uncle." "Ah, Ran is here too." Xue Xinyong was tall and sturdy, but his speech was very kind. He patted Mo Ran's shoulder. "Good boy, I haven't seen you for a while. You seem to have grown a little taller. How was it? Did the trip to Colored Butterfly Town go smoothly?" Mo Ran smiled. "It went smoothly. Good, good, good. With Chu Wanning there, I knew that there wouldn't be any problems." Ha 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 ha, right, where's your master? Is he playing with his little toys in the mountains again? Mo Ran heard this and was a little embarrassed. Shizun, this uncle of his had a fiery temper and was easily impulsive. In his previous life, his uncle's death was largely due to this kind of personality. Mo Ran naturally didn't want to directly tell him that Chu Wanning suffered 200 blows and was grounded for 3 months. Just as he was thinking about how to tell him, an sound came from behind him. Xue Meng walked out in a daze with a pile of hemostatic grass. When he saw his father, he couldn't help but be happy. "Father." "Meng, Mo Ran was secretly relieved. When this father and son met, they would definitely flatter each other and praise each other. He was thinking about how to tell them that Chu Wanning was punished. Sure enough, the peacock father and son were praising each other with their tails up. "After not seeing you for 2 months, my son has become more handsome. You look more and more like your father." Xue Meng didn't look like his father at all. He only looked like his mother, but he agreed and said, "Father's body has also become more sturdy." Shui Xinyong waved his hand and laughed. During this period of time in Kunlun's treading in Snow Palace, I increasingly feel that all the young people in the world can't compare to my son and nephew. Ayo, that group of sissy people really annoys me. Meng, do you still remember my Hanshue? Shui Meng immediately showed a look of disdain. That little fatty who has been training in seclusion for more than 10 years. I heard that he's the treading in Snow Palace's eldest martial brother. He's come out. Ha ha ha, my son's memory is really good. That's him. When he was young, he came to our house to stay for a while. He even slept with you. How could I not remember? He was as fat as a dog. He even kicked people in his sleep. I was kicked down by him many times. Father, did you see him? I saw him. Shui Xinyong twirled his beard as if he was reminiscing. Shui Meng was a proud son of the heavens. He was naturally competitive, so he impatiently asked, "How was it?" Shui Xinyong laughed. "If I had to say, he's not as good as you. He's just a boy, but his master taught him to play the zither and dance. He even used lightness skill and threw flower petals. Your father is going to die from laughter." Ha 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 ha. Shui Meng's nose twitched. He seemed to be disgusted. A little fatty with baby fat playing the zither, dancing, and throwing flower petals, then what's his cultivation? After all, my Hanshue had been in seclusion for more than 10 years. He had just come out of seclusion a few months ago and had not shown his sword in Jianghu. Since the parents had already defeated him, Shui Meng wanted to compare cultivation. This time, Shui Xinyong did not immediately answer. He thought for a while and said, "It's okay to see that he doesn't fight much. Anyway, when the Spiritual Mountain Sword Conference comes, I'll naturally have a chance to compete with him." Shui Meng's eyebrows twitched. Humph, that fatty. I don't even know if he'll have a chance to compete with me. Madame Wang had already added the last of the powder. She stood up and smiled as she patted Shui Meng's head. Meng, don't be arrogant. You have to be humble and always have a heart of respect. Shui Meng said, "What's the use of being humble? That's what incompetent people do. I want to be as straightforward as my father." Shui Xinyong laughed. "See? How can a tiger father have a dog son?" Madame Wang was displeased. "You don't teach him the good things, but you teach him the bad things. What are you talking about?" Shui Xinyong saw the slight anger on her face and knew that she was indeed unhappy. He stopped smiling and scratched his head. "My wife, I was wrong. I'll teach you whatever you say. You're always right. Don't be unhappy." Mo Ran. Shui Meng, Madame Wang was Lone Moon's disciple in her early years. It was said that she was kidnapped by Shui Xinyong. No one knew if this rumor was true, but Mo Ran knew very well that his uncle was very affectionate towards his aunt. Madame Wang, on the other hand, was not that passionate towards her husband. She was an extremely gentle person, but she would always throw tantrums at Shui Xinyong. After all these years of stumbling, anyone with a discerning eye could tell who was more devoted to the other between husband and wife. Shui Meng naturally could not be bothered to watch his parents flirt. He was a little disgusted. He clicked his tongue and impatiently turned to leave. Madame Wang was quite embarrassed. She quickly said, "Meng, Shui Meng waved his hand and strode out. Mo Ran did not want to disturb the couple's reunion. He could also avoid his uncle's questioning. It was better to leave Chu Waning's punishment to Madame Wang. He would not be able to handle it himself. Thus, he tidied up the medicine on the table and left with a smile. He even closed the door for them. Holding the medicine, he wobbled to the Red Lotus Pavilion. Chu Wanning was injured and his body was a little weak these few days. The barrier around the pavilion had been removed, so he did not know that someone had come. Thus, Mo Ran coincidentally saw this scene. Chu Wanning was currently bathing in the lotus pond. It was fine if he was bathing by himself, but the main thing was, there were actually 2 other people in the lotus pond used by Elder Yuheng. 32. Separated by layers of lotus leaves, Mo Ran felt like he was struck by lightning in an instant. He froze on the spot in shock. The bottle of mixed feelings in his heart shattered completely. His face was about to crack. Astonishment, anger, jealousy, and irritation exploded like fireworks. He moved his lips, but he was so angry that he couldn't say a word. He didn't realize what he was angry about. There was only one thought in his mind: how can you touch the person I've slept with? Chu Wanning, you extravagant and lascivious man. You actually, he didn't react at all. In this life, Chu Wanning didn't have the slightest emotional entanglement with him. In just an instant, the string in his head snapped. After all, more than 10 years, a lifetime, from birth to death. When he was awake, he could still do it with ease and pretend to be calm. However, in the midst of the turmoil and chaos, his true colors were revealed. He still subconsciously believed that Chu Wanning was his. At this time, he clearly realized that he even remembered the taste of Chu Wanning's lips kissing so clearly. Not to mention those ecstasy entanglement of love and passion. That was something he didn't dare to think about after his rebirth. Until he saw Chu Wanning's naked back, saw that familiar figure, broad shoulders, long legs, tight muscles, thin and strong waist, immersed in the clear water. Those lingering feelings that he deliberately avoided and tried to forget instantly split open the seal and swept over. Mo Ran's scalp went numb. He had a reaction to this body. And it was a strong reaction that couldn't be controlled at all. Just looking at it made his lower abdomen burn. When he came back to his senses, he was already angrily shouting, "Chu Wanning!" Chu Wanning actually ignored him. Those 2 people were holding his shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. The mist in the lotus pond was rising, so he couldn't see the specific appearance of the 2 people. But they were very close, and the distance between them was very ambiguous. Mo Ran cursed inwardly. He actually jumped into the lotus pond with a splash and waded over to Chu Wanning. When he got closer, he discovered that, those were actually 2 mechas made of metal and nanmu. What was worse was that they seemed to be using the immortal chi of the lotus pond to transfer spiritual energy to Chu Wanning. Mo Ran's brainless jump had completely broken the spiritual energy field. It was unknown what kind of formation Chu Wanning had used, but he was in an unconscious state. He was supported by the golden light coming from the 2 mechas' metal palms. The golden light kept surging upwards and converging on the wound on his shoulder and back. It was obvious that he was being treated. Mo Ran's intrusion caused the golden light to dissipate rapidly. What was even more unexpected was that the array would actually backfire. As the golden light dissipated, Chu Wanning's wounds began to rapidly erode away. He frowned, groaned, and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Then, the scars all over his body began to tear apart. His blood was like a mist, instantly soaking the flower pond. Mo Ran was stunned. This was Chu Wanning's flower soul sacrifice technique. He realized that he might have gotten himself into trouble. Chu Wanning's spiritual energy was dual element metal and wood. The metal spiritual energy was like heaven's inquisition, focusing on attack and defense. The wood spiritual energy was used for healing. The flower soul sacrifice technique was one of them. Chu Wanning could mobilize the spirits of 100 flowers to heal his wounds. However, during the process, no one could enter the array. Otherwise, the spirits of the plants would disperse. Not only would it not have any healing effect, it would also worsen the injury. In the worst case, Chu Waning's spiritual energy core could be completely devoured by the spirits of the 100 flowers. Fortunately, Mo Ran had dabbled in the flower soul sacrifice technique in his previous life. He immediately cut off the spiritual energy flow. Chu Waning, who had lost the support of the array, immediately collapsed. Mo Ran firmly supported him. The unconscious Shizun's face was pale, his lips were blue, and his body was as cold as ice. Mo Ran carried him to the shore. He didn't have time to look at him. He half carried and half dragged Chu Waning back to the bedroom and placed him on the bed. Shizun? Shizun! He called out a few times, but Chu Waning's eyelashes didn't even flutter. Other than the slight rise and fall of his chest, he looked no different from a dead person. This Chu Waning made Mo Ran think of his previous life. He inexplicably felt his throat dry up, and his heart panicked. In his previous life, 2 people had died in Mo Ran's arms. Shamai. Chu Waning. Of the 2 of them, one was the lover of his dreams, and the other was the enemy of his life. After Shamai left, there was no more Mo Weiyu in this world. What about Chu Waning? Mo Ran didn't know. He only remembered that day. He held the person in his arms, bit by bit, cold. He didn't cry, nor did he laugh. Both joy and sorrow became distant and unreachable. After Chu Waning left, Mo Weiyu didn't know what was in this world anymore. The candles were bright, illuminating Chu Waning's naked upper body. Wanye Yuhan usually wore very tight clothes. His collar was folded tight and high, and his waist was wrapped in 3 bands. He was upright and restrained. Because of this, no one had ever seen the extent of his injuries after 200 beatings, although Mo Ran had personally seen Chu Waning's back when he was punished at the discipline court that day. He only knew that it was bloody and extremely tragic. But later on, he saw Chu Waning wandering around as if nothing had happened. He thought that he probably didn't hurt his muscles or bones. Only now did he realize that Chu Waning's injuries were much more serious than he had imagined. The 5 wounds left by the Ghost Master had all opened up. In the deepest part, one could clearly see the eerie white bone. Chu Waning probably didn't ask anyone to help him change the dressing. He did it himself. The ointment was not evenly applied. Some places that couldn't be reached had already become inflamed and festered. Not to mention the blue and purple marks from the beatings. It covered the entire back. There was almost no intact skin or flesh. In addition to the backlash from the formation just now, Chu Waning's wounds were all torn open. Blood gurgled and quickly dyed the blanket under his body mottled. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Mo Ran wouldn't have believed that the person who insisted on wiping the pillars of the bridge and opening the huge rain-blocking barrier for the disciples was the person in front of him, the person who could be classified as old, disabled, sick, and weak. If it weren't for the fact that Chu Waning was unconscious, Mo Ran would have grabbed him by the collar and questioned him. Chu Waning, do you have an ego problem? Just lower your head and give in, who will stop you? Why do you have to be so stubborn? You're an adult, why don't you know how to take care of yourself and treat yourself better? Why don't you ask others to help you apply the ointment? Why would you rather let 2 mechas help you cast the healing formation than ask others for help? Chu Waning, are you stupid? Are you stubborn to death? He cursed in his heart as he quickly pressed the acupoints to stop the bleeding. Then, he fetched some hot water and helped Chu Waning wipe the blood on his back. The sharp knife quenched the fire and cut off the completely rotten flesh. The first time, Chu Waning groaned in pain. His body instinctively bounced up. Mo Ran held him down and said unhappily, "What are you groaning for? Do you want to be F***ed? If you groan again, I'll stab you in the chest. Once you're dead, it won't hurt anymore." It was only at times like this that Mo Ran could reveal his ferocious nature and shout at him like he did in his previous life. However, there were too many white and rotten wounds. Chu Wanning kept gasping for breath as the wounds were cleaned up bit by bit. Even if this person was unconscious, he would try to suppress his pain and endure it. He wouldn't shout in pain, but his whole body was covered in cold sweat. His body that had just been cleaned was soaked in sweat again. After busying himself for more than an hour, he finally finished applying the ointment and bandaging the wounds. Mo Ran helped Chu Wanning put on his underwear and carried a thick quilt to cover his teacher who was burning hot. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He remembered that the medicine that Madame Wang mixed was still sealed in the oil paper bag. He took some water to make a bowl of medicine and brought it to Chu Wanning's bedside. "Here, drink the medicine." He picked up the unconscious person with one hand and let him rest on his shoulder. He scooped up the medicine and blew on it, then tried to take a sip. Mo Ran immediately frowned, his face scrunched up like a bun. "What the hell? Why is it so bitter?" However, he still let it cool down and fed it to Chu Wanning. In the end, after just half a spoonful, Chu Wanning couldn't take it anymore and spat out the medicine. Most of it splashed onto Mo Ran's clothes. Mo Ran was speechless. He knew that Chu Wanning didn't like bitter food and was even afraid of it. However, if he was awake, the stubborn elder Yu Hung would definitely hold back his disgust and drink the medicine in one gulp. At most, he would put on a straight face and secretly eat a piece of candy afterwards. Unfortunately, Chu Wanning was currently unconscious. Mo Ran had no choice. He couldn't lose his temper at an unconscious person, so he could only be patient and feed him small mouthfuls. From time to time, he would use a handkerchief to wipe the medicine at the corner of his mouth. This wasn't a difficult task for Mo Ran. After all, in his previous life, there was a period of time when he fed Chu Wanning medicine every day. At that time, Chu Wanning would resist and Mo Ran would slap him, then grab his chin and fiercely kiss him. His tongue would wreak havoc and invade, filling the air with blood. He didn't dare to think too deeply about it. Mo Ran was a little careless with the last few spoonfuls of medicine. Almost half of it was spat out by Chu Wanning. Then, he put him on the bed and roughly twisted the blanket. "I'm doing my best. Don't kick the blanket away at night. You're already hot, if you accidentally catch a cold." Halfway through his rambling, he suddenly lost his temper and kicked the bed leg. "Forget it. What does it have to do with me whether you catch a cold or not? I can't wait for you to get worse and worse. It would be best if you died of illness." After he finished speaking, he turned and left. When he reached the door, he felt that his heart was hanging in the air, so he turned back. After thinking for a while, he helped him extinguish the candle. Then, he left again. This time, he walked to the Red Lotus Pond and looked at the water lilies that had become more beautiful after absorbing Chu Wanning's blood. The irritation in his chest only increased. He flew into a rage out of humiliation, but he returned to the bedroom with the same hand and foot. Like a rusty and old robot, he walked around the room in a circle. In the end, he reluctantly stood beside Chu Wanning's bed. The moonlight scattered through the bamboo window that was half open. The silver light soaked Chu Wanning's handsome face. His lips were light and his eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Mo Ran thought for a while, then closed the window for him. Sichuan was very humid. Sleeping with the window open at night was not good for people. After doing this, Mo Ran swore to himself, "I'm going to kill you." If he turned back from the door again, he would be a dog. However, when they reached the door, Chu Wanning kicked the blanket down with a bang. Mo Ran, so how could he change this person's habit of kicking the blanket when he sleeps? In order not to be a dog, the 16-year-old Celestial Trampling Emperor had a backbone and endured it before leaving. He was a man of his word. He would never turn back from the door again. Therefore, after a while, the wise and mighty emperor opened the window and came in through it. Picking up the blanket on the floor, he covered Chu Wanning with it. Mo Ran listened to Chu Wanning's painful groans and his back twitching. Seeing him curled up in the corner of the bed, he no longer looked as fierce as he usually did. While he scolded, "Serves him right," he also felt compassion for him. He sat beside Chu Wanning's bed and watched over him. He didn't let her kick the blanket down again. It was late at night. After a tiring day, Mo Ran finally couldn't take it anymore. He slowly tilted his head and fell asleep. He didn't sleep well. Chu Wanning kept tossing and turning. Mo Ran seemed to hear him groaning in a daze. Mo Ran was in a daze. He couldn't tell what time it was. He didn't know when, but he naturally lay beside Chu Wanning and hugged the person who was convulsing and trembling. He closed his sleepy eyes and subconsciously stroked his back. He held him in his arms and whispered, okay, it doesn't hurt anymore, it doesn't hurt anymore, Mo Ran murmured in his sleep. It was as if he had returned to the peak of life and death in his previous life, back to the desolate and empty Wu Mountain Palace. Since Chu Wanning's death, no one slept with him in his arms. Even if it was because of hatred, in the cold day after day, it made his heart ache. He missed it so much that thousands of ants gnawed at his heart. But no matter how much he missed it, Chu Wanning couldn't come back. He lost the last flame in his life. That night, Mo Ran hugged Chu Wanning. Half asleep, half dreaming. Sometimes he knew that he had regained his life, and sometimes he knew that he was still in his past life. He suddenly didn't dare to open his eyes. He was afraid that when he woke up tomorrow, there would only be an empty pillow and a cold curtain. In a long life, he was the only one left. There was no doubt that he hated Chu Wanning. But when he hugged the person in his arms, the corners of his eyes were a little wet. That was the warmth that the 32-year-old Emperor Ta thought he would never find again. Wanning, it doesn't hurt anymore, his consciousness was hazy. Mo Ran stroked the hair of the person in his arms like he did before his rebirth. He murmured softly. An extremely gentle sentence, just like that, came out of his mouth. He was so sleepy that he didn't even realize what he had said. He didn't even think when he said those words. They just slipped naturally. Mo Ran's breathing became even and he fell deeper into his dream. Early the next morning, Chu Wanning's eyelashes fluttered and he slowly woke up. His cultivation level was high, and the fever he had last night had subsided. Chu Wanning sleepily opened his eyes. His consciousness was still a little hazy. When he was about to get up, he suddenly realized that someone was lying on the same bed as him. Mo Wei. This was a big shock. Chu Wanning's face instantly turned pale, but he couldn't remember what had happened last night. What was worse was that when he moved, he also woke up Mo Ran. The young man yawned. His smooth and delicate face had a healthy flush that was unique to sleeping soundly. He opened his eyes in a daze and glanced at Chu Wanning casually. He said vaguely, let me sleep for a while more. Since you're awake, go and cook me a bowl of egg drop and lean meat porridge to eat. Chu Wanning was speechless. What nonsense was that? Sleep talk. Mo Ran was still in a daze. Seeing that Chu Wanning didn't move, he didn't urge him to wake up and make porridge. Instead, he smiled lazily, stretched out his hand, and pulled Chu Wanning's face over, kissing him on the lips in a familiar manner. It's fine if you don't wake up. I just had a nightmare. In the dream, sigh, let's not talk about it. He sighed and hugged the man who was completely stiff. He rubbed his chin against the top of the man's head and muttered, Chu Wanning, let me hug you again. 33. Chu Wanning's divine sense was shattered by the sudden kiss, so how could he still realize what Mo Ran was mumbling? He only felt that every word was buzzing, and his ears felt like it was raining. Mo Ran, on the other hand, was calm and collected. He mumbled a few words, then fell back into a deep sleep. Chu Wanning wanted to wake him up. However, the begonia tree outside the window of the bed was blooming just right. Just as Chu Wanning raised his hand, a pale pink begonia flower landed lightly on the tip of Mo Ran's nose. Mo Ran sniffled uncomfortably, but he was sleeping so soundly that he did not wake up. Thus, the hand that had reached out to push her changed direction. Chu Wanning plucked the begonia and pinched it between her fingers to examine it carefully. As he looked at the flower, he was lost in thought. Slowly, he more or less remembered. He vaguely remembered that yesterday, it was Mo Ran who cleaned his wounds and fed him medicine. After that, Mo Ran seemed to have hugged him, stroking his hair and back in the long night, and whispering in his ear. Chu Wanning was in a daze for a while. He thought that this should be his dream, right? The tip of his ears unconsciously turned crimson, like the begonia flower that stopped at the tip of his finger, the brilliant color of the flower. He forcefully swallowed the words of reprimand. He really didn't know what to say. "Why are you sleeping here?" It sounded like a young woman who had lost her footing. "Get off the bed, who let you sleep here?" It sounded like a shrew who had lost her footing. "You dare to kiss me?" In fact, it was just a brush of the lips. Compared to the time in the illusion, it really couldn't be considered a kiss. If he was calculative, it would be more obvious. Elder Yuhan didn't know what to do. He could only silently roll on the bed and bury his face in the blanket. His slender fingers grabbed the corner of the blanket, somewhat irritated and angry. In the end, he chose to pry open Mo Ran's arms and legs. He sat up, tidied himself up, and then shook the other person awake. Thus, when Mo Ran opened his sleepy eyes, he saw Elder Yuhan sitting by the bed with an unfathomable and cold expression. Cold sweat immediately poured down. "Shizun, Chu Wanning said indifferently, you broke my flower soul enchantment yesterday. I didn't do it on purpose, forget it." Chu Wanning was very cold, as if nothing had happened. "You quickly get up to go to your morning class." Mo Ran was on the verge of breaking down. He rubbed his hair anxiously. "Why am I sleeping here? I'm tired." Chu Wanning was very calm. "Looking at you, you must have been busy for a long time yesterday." As he spoke, he glanced at the medicine cup on the table and said, "In the future, don't enter the Red Lotus Pavilion without permission. If you have any problems, report to me in advance." "Yes, Master." "You may leave." The Emperor Ta felt that he had saved his life and hurriedly ran away. After he left, Chu Wanning lay back on the bed and opened his palm. Through the gaps between his fingers, he looked at the brilliant flowers outside the window. The wind blew and the flowers fell, and fragrant snow fell. The soft color of the begonia was like a fragmented memory from last night. It was very light, but it was hard to tell whether it was real or not. He decided that he would never bring up yesterday's matter. It was too embarrassing. Elder Yuhan valued his face like gold. He valued his face more than his life. Thus, when Mo Ran saw Chu Wanning again a few days later, Elder Yuhan was still as calm as before. His bearing was calm, noble, and elegant, and his white clothes fluttered in the wind. Neither of them brought up that night of snuggling. Only when their gazes met did Mo Ran's gaze seem to linger on Chu Wanning for a while before habitually chasing after Shamai. But what about Chu Wanning? When he met Mo Ran's gaze, he would immediately turn his head away coldly. Then, when the other party was not aware, he would inadvertently glance at him again. Xue Xinyong soon learned that Chu Wanning was punished. Sure enough, the supremacy at the peak of life and death immediately flared up in anger. But this rage was not suitable for anyone, so he could only shut the door and sulk with himself. If he had known, he would have added a rule when he set the rules: the law is inferior to the elders. Madame Wang brewed a pot of tea and spoke to him in a soft voice for a long time. Only then did Xue Xinyong calm down, but he still said, Elder Yuheng is stubborn. If he does this again in the future, you must help me persuade him. He's a grandmaster that the sects in the upper cultivation world can't even get, but is suffering under me. How can my conscience be at ease? Madame Wang said, it's not that I don't want to persuade him, but you also know how stubborn Elder Yuheng is. Shui Xingyong said, forget it, forget it. Wife, bring me some of those muscle revitalization and pain relievers. I'll go take a look at Yuheng. The white ones should be taken orally, the red ones should be applied externally. Madame Wang handed 2 small porcelain bottles to Shui Xingyong and said, I heard Ran say that Elder Yuheng has been cleaning lions at the Bridge of Helplessness for the past few days. You should be able to find him there. Shui Xingyong carried the porcelain bottles and sprinted to the vicinity of the Jade Bridge. Chu Wanning was there as expected. It was currently afternoon, and the disciples were all busy cultivating. Very few people passed by the Bridge of Helplessness. Chu Wanning was the only one standing alone on the winding Jade Bridge. His figure was tall and straight, and he had a natural strength of character. The leaves on both sides of the bridge rustled. His white robes were trimmed with bamboo, and he looked like a gentleman. Shui Xingyong walked over and laughed heartily, Elder Yuheng, you admiring the fish? Chu Wanning turned his face, my lord is joking. This river is connected to the yellow springs of the ghost world. How can there be fish here? Ha ha, I'm just joking with you. You're too elegant, but not humorous enough. If you continue like this, you won't be able to get a wife. Chu Wanning, here, medicine for injuries. My wife made it. The white ones should be taken orally, and the red ones should be applied externally. It's very useful. I'll give it to you. Chu Wanning did not want to accept it at first, but when he saw that Shui Xingyong was rather proud of himself and seemed to cherish the medicine made by his wife, he could not refuse. Thus, he accepted it and said lightly, thank you. Shui Xingyong was a rough man, but he was rather reserved in front of Chu Wanning. There were many things that he did not dare to casually talk about. After thinking for a while, he picked a topic, Yuheng, the Spiritual Mountain Sword Conference will be held in 3 years. At that time, the young talents of various sects will gather and compete. What do you think Meng and Ran-er's chances of winning? Chu Wanning said, it's hard to say what will happen in 3 years. I only know that for now, Mo Ran does not seek to improve, and Shui Meng underestimates his opponent. Neither of them should be like this. His words were straightforward, harsh, and did not beat around the bush. Shui Xingyong's face was a little embarrassed. He muttered, they're just children, Chu Wanning said, they're already in their 20s. They're not young anymore. Shui Xingyong said, that's true, but they're not even 20 yet. As their father and uncle, I can't help but be biased. Ha ha. Chu Wanning said, it's the father's fault if the son doesn't teach. It's the teacher's fault if the son doesn't teach strictly. If these two go on the wrong path in the future, it's our responsibility. How can we be biased? Chu Wanning said again, my lord, do you still remember that Lini Confucian Wind sect also had 2 geniuses back then? When he mentioned this, Shui Xingyong's heart could not help but sink. More than 20 years ago, Lini Confucian Wind sect, the biggest sect in the upper cultivation world, had a pair of brothers. Both of them were young and talented. They could subdue a 100-year-old demon on their own at the age of 10. At the age of 15, they could already create their own spells and establish their own sect. However, 2 tigers could not live on one mountain. Because both of them were outstanding, in the end, the brothers fought against each other. During the Spirited Mountain Sword Conference, the younger brother was despised by all sects and elders because he spied on his elder brother's spells and tantric Buddhism. After the conference, the younger brother was immediately punished by his father. He was proud and arrogant and could not take setbacks. From then on, he harbored hatred in his heart and specialized in the Tao of deceit. In the end, he degenerated into a deranged devil. Chu Wanning mentioned this old incident at this time undoubtedly to tell Xue Zhenyong that although Xue Meng and Mo Ran were outstanding, their temperament was more important than spells. Unfortunately, Xue Zhenyong was strict with himself and serious with his disciples, but he was muddle-headed with his son and nephew to the point of spoiling them. Therefore, he did not listen to Chu Wanning's words. He only laughed and said, with Elder Yu Heng's guidance, they won't walk the same path as those two brothers. Chu Wanning shook his head. Human nature is stubborn. If you don't make up your mind, it won't be easy to change. When he said this, Xue Zhenyong couldn't help but feel uneasy. He didn't know if Chu Wanning was implying something. After hesitating for a while, he couldn't help but say, Yu Heng, aren't you a little, I said, don't be angry. Are you looking down on my nephew? Chu Wanning did not mean this. He didn't think that Xue Zhenyong would misunderstand so much. He choked for a moment. Xue Zhenyong said worriedly, actually, I don't really care if they can make a name for themselves in 3 years. Especially Ran. He suffered a lot since he was young and his personality is unavoidably stubborn. I hope you don't dislike him because he grew up in a restaurant. He's the only flesh and blood my elder brother left in this world. I've always felt guilty towards him. Chu Wanning interrupted Xue Zhenyong, saying, Lord misunderstands. I won't look down on him. If I cared about Mo Ran's background, I wouldn't be willing to take him as my disciple. Seeing that he was straightforward and firm, Xue Zhenyong said happily, That's good. That's good. Chu Wanning's gaze once again landed on the surging river under the bridge. He watched the surging waves, the clamoring of the waves, and didn't say anything else. Unfortunately, their conversation on the bridge and Chu Wanning's confession were easily swallowed by the waves, just like in his previous life. In the end, no one else heard him saying that he didn't dislike Mo Ran. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Chu Wanning summoned his 3 disciples to the Red Lotus Pavilion and said, Your spiritual cores have stabilized. I called you here today to bring you to Shuiying Peak and try to summon your weapons. Upon hearing this, Xue Meng and Shimai opened their eyes wide. They were overjoyed. Shuiying Peak was the holy mountain of the upper cultivation world. It was 1,000 feet tall and 10,000 feet tall. According to legend, Shuiying Peak was once the place where the god Gaochen Upper Palace forged his sword. The Gaochen Upper Palace was the god of weapons. It was in charge of the north and south celestial poles and ruled all the weapons in the world. When the celestial ruler eliminated the demons, the Gaochen Upper Palace used the mountain as its foundation, the lake and the sea as its pool, and its own divine blood as the fire to forge the first real sword in the world. This sword penetrated the heavens and the earth. When it struck, the divine land was torn apart and the seawater flowed backward. With the sword in hand, the celestial ruler suppressed the demons under the earth within 2 moves. From then on, it was impossible for them to rise again. And those 2 moves traversed the territory of the human world, creating 2 ferocious deep ravines. After this battle, it rained heavily for thousands of years. The deep trenches created by the 2 divine swords were filled with rainwater. Since then, they became the Yangtze River and the Yellow River that gave birth to countless creatures. As for Shuiying Peak, where the divine sword broke the world, it became a sacred place for cultivators of the later generations to worship. The spiritual energy left behind by the ancient gods was very rich. Until today, there were still countless mysterious spirits and strange flowers growing in the mountains. Countless cultivators saw through the Tao at Shuiying Peak and ascended. However, to the people of the world, the biggest attraction of this strange peak where the divine sword was forged was its Jincheng Pool. It was an ice pool at the top of Shuiying Peak that was frozen all year round. Legend has it that in order to create a divine sword, the Gauchian upper palace cut open his palm and squeezed in his own divine blood. A drop of his blood splashed onto the low-lying area of the mountain peak. Even after millions of years, the divine blood did not dry up. It became this clear golden pool that was surrounded by the later generations. Regardless of whether this legend was true or not, the wonders of the Jincheng pool were not lies. Although it was frozen all year round, there were very few Taoists who could use the power of their spirit cores to temporarily melt the water in the pool. Then, an ancient beast would leap out of the pool with a weapon in its mouth and offer it to the people on the shore. Xuemeng couldn't wait to ask, Shizun, when you took the divine martial skill, what kind of ancient beast jumped out? Chu Wanning said, Kuan-Peng. When Xuemeng heard this, his eyes flashed with enthusiasm. That's great. I can see the Kuan-Peng now. Mo Ran mocked, wait until you melt the lake water first. What do you mean? Do you think I can't melt the Jincheng pool? Mo Ran laughed, Aya, why are you angry? I didn't say that. Chu Wanning said, it might not be the Kuan-Peng that comes out of the lake with a weapon. It is said that there are hundreds of divine beasts living in the Jincheng pool that protect the spirit of the divine marshal. As long as one of them likes you, it will find the weapon that it can get and offer it to the people on the shore. Moreover, these divine beasts have different temperaments and will give you all kinds of requests. If you can't fulfill them, they will take the weapon and return to the bottom of the lake. Xuemeng asked curiously, is that so? Master, what did the Kuan-Peng ask you for? Chu Wanning said, it said it wanted to eat meat buns. The three disciples were stunned for a moment and then laughed. Xuemeng said, I was scared to death. I thought it was something difficult. Chu Wanning also smiled faintly and said, I was just lucky. These mythological beasts have all kinds of strange requests. I once heard that someone summoned a 11 shoe, and that little rat asked that person to marry his wife to it. That person did not agree, so the 11 shoe took the weapon and left. From then on, that person never had the opportunity to obtain the divine martial skill. Shamai murmured, that's such a pity. Chu Wanning looked at him and said, what's so pitiful about it? I respect him as a gentleman. Shamai hurriedly said, Master misunderstood, that's not what I meant. A wife can't be exchanged with any powerful weapon. I just feel that it's a pity that he missed out on such a divine weapon. Chu Wanning said, this is just a rumor, it's a pity that I don't have the chance to meet such a person. Many years ago in the Jincheng Lake, I saw what it meant by, the human heart is terrible, dirty my eyes. He paused, as if he remembered something, and there was a faint haze between his eyebrows. Forget it, let's not talk about it. In these thousands of years, the Jincheng Lake has witnessed how many people's hearts haven't changed, and how many people's hearts have been exposed. In front of the divine marshal, how many people can give up the opportunity to become a celestial venerable and stick to their hearts without hesitation? He. Chu Wanning sneered twice, as if something in his memory had touched his reverse scale. His expression gradually became indifferent, and his lips finally closed. He closed his mouth and didn't say anything. His sword-like eyebrows were slightly knitted. Looking at his expression, he seemed to be a little disgusted. Master, it's said that the divine marshal of the Jincheng Lake each has its own temper. Did you use it well at the beginning? Xuemeng saw that he was unhappy, so he changed the topic and asked. Chu Wanning raised his eyelids and said lightly, I have 3 divine martial, which one do you think? 34. Only Chu Wanning could calmly recite such a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sentence. When the 3 disciples heard this, they all had different feelings in their hearts. Xuemeng's thoughts were the simplest. He only had one exclamation, ah. Mo Ran's thoughts were a little more complicated. He thought of something from his previous life. He pinched his chin and thought that he did not want to see Chu Wanning's 3rd weapon in this life. As for Shamai, he tilted his head. His pair of apricot eyes flashed with a faint light, as if he was admiring and fascinated. Did you get Heaven's Inquisition from the Jincheng pool? Chu Warning, yes. Then the other two, Chu Warning, one is, the other isn't. Weapons are usually not too fierce and can be controlled. You don't have to worry too much. Xue Meng sighed with some envy. I really want to see Shizun's other two divine weapons. Chu Warning said, Heaven's Inquisition is enough to deal with ordinary matters. As for the other two, I would rather they never have a chance to use their skills. Xue Meng reluctantly agreed, but his eyes still flashed. Chu Warning saw it and knew that Xue Meng's love for martial arts was hard to suppress. Fortunately, Xue Meng was not a bad person. With a little guidance, there was no need to worry too much. Mo Ran rubbed his chin at the side and smiled faintly. He knew that weapons were lethal weapons and saints had no choice but to use them. Chu Warning, no matter in his previous life, he had lost because of his righteousness. It was written in the books that evil could not prevail over good, but this fool took it seriously. He deserved to be so talented and powerful, but he still became a prisoner and a skeleton in a grave. Shizun. Shamai's voice interrupted Mo Ran's reverie. I heard that every year, hundreds and thousands of people go to Sunrise Peak to learn martial arts, but only 1 or 2 people have the opportunity to melt the Jincheng pool. It has even been years since the pool has been frozen. Disciples' cultivation base is too shallow. It is truly impossible for me to meet a good match. Mo Ran, young master, and the others are all outstanding talents in the human realm. Why don't I stay here and practice more basic spells? Chu Warning, he didn't say anything. His porcelain-like face was shrouded in a thin layer of mist. He seemed to be pondering. In his previous life, Shamai had given up the opportunity to go to the Rising Sun Peak because of his low self-esteem. Seeing this, Mo Ran immediately smiled and said, I'm just going to give it a try. If I don't succeed, I'll just treat it as a trip. What are you doing all day at the peak of life and death? You should go out and see the world. Shamai became more and more anxious. No, my cultivation base is too weak. There are so many people on the Rising Sun Peak. If I run into disciples from other sects and they want me to spar with them, I'm sure I won't be able to beat them. I'll only embarrass Master. Chu Warning looked up and said, Are you afraid of this? His question was very strange. It sounded like a question, but also like a rhetorical question. The other two didn't feel anything, but Shamai felt a chill in his heart. He looked up and met Chu Warning's cold and sharp gaze. Master, Chu Warning's expression didn't change. He said, You're majoring in healing, so you're not good at sparring with others. If someone pesters you, just refuse. It won't be embarrassing. Mo Ran also grinned. Shamai, don't be afraid. I'm here. So they packed up and the 3 of them went on their way. This time, they were going to the upper cultivation world. The journey was long and it was too tiring to ride a horse. Chu Warning was still unwilling to fly on his sword, so the carriage traveled leisurely for more than 10 days before they finally arrived at a town next to the Rising Sun Peak. The 3 disciples had already come out of the carriage. Only Chu Warning was too lazy to move. He lifted the bamboo curtain of the carriage and said, Let's rest here for a night. Tomorrow, we'll walk some more and we'll reach the Rising Sun Peak. The city they were resting in was called Dai City. Although the city wasn't big, it was very rich and bustling. The women were dressed in jade, and the men were wearing brocade hats and silk clothes. It was even more luxurious than the richest place in the lower cultivation world. Xue Meng spat, Those bastards in the upper cultivation world. They're really a bunch of rich people. Wine and meat stink, and bones freeze to death on the road. Mo Ran also didn't like it, so he didn't refute Xue Meng. Instead, he smiled sweetly and ridiculed the scene in front of him. Yeah, I'm so jealous. No wonder so many people are racking their brains to move to the upper cultivation world. Even if they don't cultivate and are just ordinary people, their lives are much better than those in the lower cultivation world. Chu Wanning took out a silver mask and put it on his face. He then slowly got off the carriage and looked at the bustling streets around him. No one knew what he was thinking. Xue Meng asked curiously, "Master, why do you have to wear a mask?" Chu Wanning said, "This is the territory of the Lini Confucian Wind sect. It's inconvenient for me to show my face." Seeing that Xue Meng was still puzzled, Mo Ran sighed and said, "Little Phoenix, you don't have a brain. Master used to be a guest elder of the Lini Confucian Wind sect." When he said that, Xue Meng finally remembered. However, this proud son of heaven wasn't willing to admit that he had forgotten this. His face flushed red, he rolled his eyes and said, This, of course I know. I'm just curious. He's just a guest elder. It's not like he was sold to them. They can't just leave whenever they want to. Don't tell me that the Confucian Wind Sect's people would kidnap Master and bring him back if they saw him." Mo Ran said, "You're really stupid. Haven't you heard? Ever since Master left, very few people in the upper cultivation world know his whereabouts after the Confucian Wind Sect. When we go down the mountain to kill demons, if someone asks about our master, don't we just say that we're at the peak of life and death and never say who our master is?" Xue Meng was stunned for a moment. Only then did he realize, so Master's whereabouts are a mystery in the upper cultivation world. But if Master is so powerful, why would he hide his whereabouts? He didn't deliberately hide it, but he also didn't want to be disturbed. Chu Wanning said, "Let's go and check in." "Hey, the four immortals want to check in." The inn's waiter ran over with an oily face. Xue Meng said, "We want 4 of the best rooms." The waiter rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "I'm really sorry, immortals. Dai City's guest rooms are a bit tight these days. We can't spare 4 rooms. How about we have to trouble the immortals to put together a room? How about 2 rooms?" There was no other way. They could only make do with a place to stay. However, there was a small problem when they were assigning rooms. "I want to share a room with Shamai." While Chu Wanning was paying the bill, the 3 disciples gathered together and Mo Ran firmly said. Xue Meng couldn't accept it. "Why should I?" Mo Ran said curiously, "Don't you like to stick to Master?" Then I don't want to." He respected Chu Wanning very much, but the word reverence couldn't do without the word fear. He couldn't tell whether he liked or feared Chu Wanning more. Seeing Xue Meng's face turn red, Mo Ran said with a sly smile, "Little brother, I think it's not that you don't want to sleep with Master, but that you don't dare to, right?" Xue Meng's eyes widened. "Master won't eat people, why wouldn't I dare?" "Oh." Mo Ran said with a smile, "But Master likes to hit people in his dreams, did you know that?" Xue Meng, his face turned green and white. Xue Meng suddenly thought of something and asked angrily, "How do you know what Master is like when he's asleep? Have you slept with him before?" These words were a bit ambiguous. Even though Xue Meng himself didn't have any evil intentions, the speaker didn't mean anything, but the listener took it seriously. Mo Ran thought to himself, "Not only did I sleep with him, I even slept with him in my past life." But a real man doesn't mention his past achievements. He still smiled and said, "If you don't believe me, you can feel it tonight. Remember to bring a bottle of Jinchuang ointment, it can be used to treat any injuries." Xue Meng was about to explode, but Chu Wanning had already paid the bill and walked over. He looked at them indifferently and said, "Let's go." The 3 youths followed behind Master like little tails. When they stood in front of the guest rooms, the 3 of them who were originally arguing happily all lowered their heads and waited for Chu Wanning to speak. In reality, their argument just now was useless. When it was time to arrange the rooms, they all shut up and waited for Master to speak. Chu Wanning paused and said, "There are only 2 rooms left, which one of you?" He hesitated inwardly and felt a bit awkward. What should he say? Who's willing to stay with me? They all sounded a bit cautious and pitiful, which was really not elder Yuheng's style. Then what should he say? "Mo Wei you come with me." Like this? Forget it. With a spiked club and a tiger skin, there was no difference between him and the Black Wind Stronghold's chief who kidnapped a good young woman. In any case, he was a grandmaster, he still had his face. Moreover, ever since they slept in each other's arms at the Red Lotus Pavilion, the 2 of them felt very awkward and rarely spent time alone. Chu Wanning's expression was calm and indifferent, but countless thoughts ran through his mind. After a long time, he finally raised his chin slightly and nodded at Xuemeng. "Xuemeng and I will stay in the same room." Xuemeng, Mo Ran was originally smiling, but now he couldn't help but be stunned. He really did hope that Xuemeng and Chu Wanning would stay together, and that he would stay with Shamai. But when this choice came out of Chu Wanning's mouth, he inexplicably felt a bit depressed. He didn't know that he looked very much like a little wild dog who didn't know the difference between heaven and earth. The little wild dog met a man. Although that man didn't treat him very well, he was still willing to throw him some bones to eat 3 meals a day. But the little wild dog didn't like this fierce man, so although he ate the bones every day, he licked his paws and barked at the man. He didn't treat this man as his master. But for some reason, one day, this man came out with a bowl, and what was inside was not the bones he was familiar with, but millet. A beautiful bird with bright feathers fluttered down and perched on the man's shoulder. It stared at him with round eyes, and its sparkling beak intimately rubbed against his face. The man glanced sideways, stroked the bird's luxurious wings, and carefully fed it grain. This wild dog couldn't help but be stunned. After all, he thought that Chu Wanning would choose him. 35. At night, Mo Ran rested his chin on his hand and stared at the wall. Chu Wanning and Xuemeng's rooms were separated by a wall. Shamai loved cleanliness. His clean clothes were neatly folded on the bed, not even a crease could be seen. Then he went downstairs to ask the waiter to bring him hot water for a bath. The soundproofing in this inn was not particularly good. When the room was quiet, one could hear the faint sounds of movement next to them. Chu Wanning seemed to say something, but it wasn't clear. But then Xuemeng's voice sounded, "It seems to be a little tight." Mo Ran's ears pricked up and moved. Little Phoenix next door said, "Shizun, does it hurt?" "It's okay. You can continue. I'll be gentler. You can tell me if it hurts." So long-winded. If you want to do it, then do it. If you don't want to do it, then forget it. Mo Ran opened his eyes wide in horror. Although he knew that the 2 next door were impossible, what kind of conversation was this? What were they doing? The puppy's ears were almost pressed against the wall. He could hear the vague sound of clothes rubbing against each other. When he looked closer, he could even hear Chu Wanning's muffled groan. He had heard Chu Wanning make this sound many times in bed. When his Shizun was in great pleasure or pain, he didn't want to make a sound. He always bit his lower lip, and the corners of his eyes were wet and red. At this time, if he used more force, he could hear Chu Wanning's broken throat, wait a minute." Chu Wanning's voice was hoarse as he said in a low voice, "There, don't touch it." "Okay." Xuemeng hesitated for a moment and said softly, "Shizun, you do it yourself." "Yes." "Where? What kind of nonsense is this? Where can't I touch? What do you mean by doing it myself? What are these 2 doing?" Mo Ran's face darkened. When he reacted, he had already knocked on the door next door. A series of horrid noises came from inside. Gozai's expression turned even worse. He took a deep breath and said, "Master, you." The door creaked open. Meng was standing in the middle of the room, dressed immaculately. In his hand was a gauze stained with blood. He was squinting his eyes and staring at him with a puzzled expression. "What are you doing?" It was late at night. "Did you run into a ghost?" Mo Ran opened his mouth, then closed it stupidly. He looked past Meng and saw Chu Wanning sitting by the table. There was a brand new bandage and medicine on the table. "You are," Meng glared at him. "Apply the medicine. Shizun's shoulder injury hasn't completely healed yet. I haven't changed my dressing for a few days, and some of my wounds have been damaged by the suffocation." "Mo Ran," he asked blankly, that's too tight, too tight." Meng frowned and thought for a while. "Oh, the gauze. It was too tight before. Some blood stuck to the wound. I almost couldn't get it off." Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly stopped and looked at Mo Ran suspiciously. "You were eavesdropping on us." Mo Ran rolled his eyes and tried to keep his face in order. "The walls of this inn are so thin. Who could eavesdrop? If you don't believe me, you can go to the side and listen. If you stick to the wall, you can even hear the sound of breathing." "Oh, is that so?" Meng nodded. After a while, he felt something was wrong. "Wait, how did you know? Did you stick to the wall and listen?" Mo Ran, Meng was furious. "Mo Wei you pervert!" Mo Ran said angrily, "Who knows what you won't do to Shizun?" Meng was a pure person. He didn't know what Mo Ran was talking about and became even angrier. "What nonsense are you talking about?" He turned his head and said, "Shizun, look at him." Chu Wanning put on her outer robe and pulled it together. She combed her hair as she walked over coldly. She sized Mo Ran up from head to toe. "What's the matter?" I heard from next door." Mo Ran stammered and braced himself. I thought Meng was bullying you, what?" Chu Wanning didn't understand. He narrowed his eyes. "Who bullied me?" Mo Ran wanted to slap himself. They were looking at each other awkwardly when Shimai came up. "Mo Ran? Why are you in front of Shizun's room?" Mo Ran was even more speechless. There was a misunderstanding." Shimai smiled. "Then, has the misunderstanding been resolved?" It's resolved. Mo Ran said. "Shimai, didn't you ask the waiter to bring hot water for you to bathe? Shizun hasn't bathed yet, right?" "I'll go downstairs and ask them to bring more." Shimai said, "No need." He took out 4 small wooden tokens made of nanju and smiled. "The waiter said that there's a natural hot spring next to this inn. The inn owner built a special bathhouse for it. You can take these tokens to bathe. I'll give 1 to each of you." Mo Ran felt that as a homosexual, he shouldn't be bathing with 3 other people. Meng was one thing, but Shimai was as holy as a god in his eyes. He didn't dare to think too much about it. But he knew about Chu Wanning. After his rebirth, he had a few intimate interactions with him. It was very likely that he would lose his mind if he saw him take off his clothes. Mo Ran immediately covered his face. "I'm not going." Meng turned pale with fright. "You're going to sleep without bathing? It's so dirty." Mo Ran said, "I'll ask the waiter to bring hot water up." Shimai was confused. "This inn doesn't boil hot water. All the guests bathe in the hot spring." Mo Ran had no choice but to take a change of clothes with them and bathe in the hot spring. This inn knew how to take advantage of the situation. They knew that most of the guests here were Taoists who went to the Jinqing pool to seek the sword. Thus, they simply named the bathhouse Jinqing Shuiying for luck. Mo Ran was afraid that he would faint, so he didn't dare to bump into the other 2. He hurriedly changed his clothes and wrapped a towel tightly around his waist. He first ran to the pool and found a quiet place to bathe. Because it was already very late, there weren't many people in the pool. They were scattered far away. Mo Ran had a white towel on his head. His entire body and half of his face were submerged in the water. When he exhaled, bubbles came out. After the first person finished changing, he walked out of the room with his long legs naked. Mo Ran stole a glance and let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, it was Xue Meng. Although Xue Meng was handsome, he wasn't Emperor Ta's cup of tea. The two looked at each other. Xue Meng pointed at him. "You stay away from me." "Why?" "Because you're dirty." Mo Ran, ha ha. The bathhouse was foggy. After a while, Xue Meng, who was wiping his body with a soap, suddenly said, "Shizun, over here." Mo Ran's face was half submerged in the water. Hearing this, he almost choked. Although he knew that he shouldn't look, his eyes still couldn't help but look to the shore. This look really took his life. Mo Ran was caught off guard and immediately drank 2 mouthfuls of water. He didn't care about the disgust and quickly dived deeper. Only his eyes were above the water. He didn't expect that Chu Wanning and Shamai would come out together. 2 people. One was slender and beautiful, with long black hair and a towel wrapped around him. It was Shamai. Mo Ran originally wanted to sneak a peek at him, but in the end, he only took a quick glance. He really respected Shamai as much as the bright moon, so he didn't dare to stare at him in public. But the other one was tall and handsome, with wide shoulders and a narrow waist. His body was strong and his skin was tight. It was Chu Wanning. He had a high ponytail and was wearing a large white bathrobe. His whole body was covered, but the robe was too wide. The lapels of the robe were not pulled tight, revealing a large area of his smooth and tight chest. Mo Ran stared at him. He felt like he was going to be suffocated and cooked in the hot spring. He wanted to look away. But his eyes didn't listen. He couldn't move them away, and his ears slowly turned red. Separated by the dense fog, Chu Wanning seemed to be looking at him, but also didn't. He casually put up a waterproof barrier around himself and then stepped into the hot spring. His clothes floated, and when he moved, his legs could be seen. They were straight and slender. Mo Ran, he couldn't take it anymore. He closed his eyes and sank to the bottom of the water. Even with the protection of the towel around his waist, his reaction was too. Mo Ran felt very wronged. He really didn't like Chu Wanning. He hated Chu Wanning to the core. But his body remembered the clouds and rain in the past. He remembered those soulless entanglements that could erode iron bones into tenderness. He also remembered all the blushing and ridiculous things between them. His Adam's apple moved, and he was in a dilemma. In the end, Mo Ran was really anxious to the point of crying. He was afraid that for the first time, he would despise himself like this. Why was it like this? Shamai was still in front of him. What was the point of him being hysterical in front of Chu Wanning? Even if they were skin to skin in his previous life. It was all in the past. If he was so concerned about Chu Wanning's body, what would he do to his junior sister? How disrespectful, how bad. After suppressing his evil thoughts for a long time, Mo Ran finally suppressed the evil fire in his lower abdomen. Only then did he suddenly emerge from the water. He shook off the water droplets, wiped the water off his face with a towel, and opened a pair of misty eyes. He was looking right at Chu Wanning's face. And the water just now was splashed all over Chu Wanning's face. At this time, a drop of water was slowly dripping down. It suddenly seeped into his dark and sharp eyebrows, and then dripped down bit by bit, almost dripping into those beautiful phoenix eyes. Chu Wanning, Mo Ran, this was really too bad. He was holding his breath under the water just now and couldn't see the situation around him. Chu Wanning also didn't know that Mo Ran was hiding in this position. He came over on his own to get the incense box. In the end, before he could get the incense, his face was splashed with water by the person who suddenly emerged. This hot spring was very deep, and the buoyancy was not small. Mo Ran was dizzy and prepared to retreat. In the end, he slipped and fell into Chu Waning's arms. 36, Chu Waning didn't have time to think and reached out to support him. In the warm spring water, the two people's skin was pressed against each other. Mo Ran immediately felt a spark of electricity shoot up his tailbone, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. Even though he had hugged a nearly naked Chu Waning at the Red Lotus Pavilion, the situation at that time was critical and he didn't have the time to think about it, so he didn't have much of an impression of it. But at this time, one hand was pressed against Chu Waning's chest, the other hand was still subconsciously supporting Shizun's waist. Under the water, their legs were rubbing together, and the other's skin was even more smooth and warm in the spring water. Mo Ran's head exploded with a boom. Towards Chu Waning, he just touching the other's waist like this, without doing anything else, was. The reaction was intense, like a surging river. Mars, Shizun, he struggled to stand up straight, his already burning lower body bumping into the other in this hurried struggle. Chu Waning's eyes suddenly widened, shock flashing across his handsome face. He immediately retreated, but at the same time, the water droplets hanging above his eyelashes just now dripped into his eyes. Chu Waning was provoked and hurriedly closed his eyes to rub them, but he didn't have a towel to wipe with. Shizun, use mine. Mo Ran was so embarrassed that he wanted to die. His face and ears were red, but he still wanted to cover it up and pretend that nothing was wrong. He took his own towel and helped Chu Waning wipe the water droplets on his face. When Chu Waning opened his phoenix eyes, there was confusion and astonishment in them, and a faint trace of panic. But these were all fleeting. He quickly tried to calm himself down, pretending that he didn't feel anything, and said in a hoarse voice, "Incense, give it to me." Oh, okay. Mo Ran walked to the side of the pool like a cooked crab and picked up the incense box on the shore. Shizun, what kind of scent do you want? Anything. Mo Ran was dizzy, and stared blankly at the box for a long time, then sincerely turned his head. There is no such thing as anything. Chu Waning, he paused for a moment before sighing. Plum blossom, begonia. All right. Mo Ran picked up 2 incense sticks and handed them to Chu Waning. When their fingertips touched, there was another rustle. No matter how unwilling he was, he still couldn't get rid of those memories. If it was in the past, he would have long been entangled with him by the pool. He even imagined the scene of Chu Waning half kneeling on the ground, enduring his own burning passion. His master's eyes were half closed and she couldn't stop trembling, yet she was still ked to climax by him. Mo Ran couldn't take it anymore. That kind of instinctive male desire made his eyes turn red. He didn't dare to look at Chu Waning again. He felt that even if he looked at Shamai now, it would be safer than looking at Chu Waning. How could this be? How could this be? After hurriedly washing up, Mo Ran vaguely said that he was sleepy and went back to sleep while the other 3 were still soaking. He went back to his room and locked the door. Mo Ran couldn't take it anymore. He relieved his own desires. He didn't want to imagine Chu Waning at this time. He'd rather imagine Shamai in front of a beautiful woman. This would also make his conflicted heart feel better. But his body and thoughts were out of his control. All that flashed in front of his eyes were the scenes of him and Chu Waning making love. Those bone-deep passions seemed to have been opened tonight. They crazily rushed back to his brain, accompanied by waves of tremors of destruction. He treated himself roughly, just like when he was entangled with that man. When he was on the verge of destruction, he raised his neck and panted unwillingly. His throat unconsciously spat out a name. Waning. After saying these 2 words, he let out a muffled groan and trembled slightly. He released all of his power without holding back, and his palms became moist. After venting, Mo Ran pressed his forehead against the cold wall. His eyes were full of confusion. Shame, guilt, disgust, excitement. He didn't expect that after his rebirth, he would have such a strong reaction to Chu Wanning. He suddenly felt disgusted with himself. Although he didn't get Shamai in his previous life, he spent all his energy on women. But that kind of promiscuity was actually nothing to him. After the candlelight was extinguished, it was just like any other person. Even Rongju, who was slightly moved, was just because he looked similar to Shamai. But his feelings for Chu Wanning were completely different. He could clearly feel that it was just an imagination, not a real fusion. He could feel the strong pleasure that he couldn't feel from those little girls. It was not physical. And he didn't want to think about it. He loved Shamai. It was in the past, and it will be in the future. It will never change. After repeating this to himself several times, Mo Ran slowly calmed his breathing. He frowned and closed his eyes. He was anxious and annoyed, but more than that, he felt sad and wronged. He didn't want to be like this. When the desire came, he couldn't help but think about Chu Wanning. After the desire retreated, he didn't want to think about anything related to Chu Wanning. Even if it was a strand of hair, a look in his eyes. He was almost paranoid that the one he liked, the one he loved deeply. It was Shamai. Grandmaster Chu's mind was also in a mess. After all, he directly and deeply felt Mo Ran's desire. The young man's body was very well developed, and was very shocking. When he was excited, it was hot like iron waiting to be fired. Although Chu Wanning quickly recovered his calmness and didn't mention it, that feeling made his scalp numb and he couldn't believe it. What made it even more difficult for him to say was that he also had a reaction at that time. Fortunately, he was shy. Even if he was in the hot spring, he was used to wearing a bathrobe. His whole body was well covered and no one saw it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have anywhere to put his face. But why would Mo Ran? At night, he lay on the bed and thought for a long time. He didn't dare to think, maybe Mo Ran also liked him. This idea was too crazy and too shameful. He only thought carefully, maybe Mo Ran also likes. Before the word, himself, could appear in his mind, Chu Wanning fiercely pinched himself. His pair of phoenix eyes were bright and clear, but they flashed and hid. He didn't even dare to complete this sentence. After all, he was fierce and liked to beat people. His mouth was poisonous and his temper was bad. He didn't look like Shamai, and he wasn't young. Even if Mo Ran liked men, he wouldn't be so blind to like him. He was so arrogant. In fact, because he had been ignored and feared by others for too long in his heart, he had gradually felt inferior to the dust in this long and lonely journey. The next day, he woke up. Mo Ran and Chu Wanning met in the corridor of the inn. Both of them had their own thoughts. They looked at each other but didn't speak first. In the end, Mo Ran pretended that nothing had happened. He smiled at Chu Wanning and said, "Master." Chu Wanning sighed in relief. He didn't know how to respond. Seeing that Mo Ran chose not to mention yesterday's matter, he just followed suit and nodded indifferently as usual. "Since you're awake, go and wake up Shamai. We'll make some preparations, then we can go to Sunrise Peak." Sunrise Peak was covered in snow all year round, so it was very cold. Even cultivators with strong physiques would find it hard to resist this kind of cold. Chu Wanning went to the tailor shop to buy cloaks and gloves for his disciples to wear when it was cold. The lady boss, who was smoking a water pipe, opened her big red mouth to attract people. She said to Mo Ran, "Little immortal master looks valiant and formidable. Look at the black background and the golden dragon under the banner of feng shui. This shoe embroidery is the best." Just the dragon's eyes alone were so delicate that it took me more than 3 months to finish. Mo Ran smiled embarrassedly and said, "Sister, you're so sweet. Unfortunately, I'm going up the mountain to ask for a sword. There's no need to dress so formally." Seeing that this didn't work, the lady boss pulled Shimai and said, "Oh, this immortal master is so beautiful. You're even prettier than the prettiest girl in Dai City. Immortal master, if you ask me, this red cloak with butterflies and peonies suits you best. Why don't you try it?" Shimai smiled bitterly and said, "Lady boss, that's for girls." Xuemeng didn't like to shop and look at clothes, so he didn't want to come over. He just stood there and waited. Chu Wanning chose a black cloak with purple edges for him. There was a circle of white rabbit fur around the eaves of the cloak. The lady boss said, "Immortal master, this cloak is a little too small for you. It's more suitable for a young man's figure." Chu Wanning said lightly, "I bought it for my disciple." Oh. The lady boss suddenly understood. She smiled and said, "You're such a good master." Perhaps it was the first time in his life that he was called a good master. Chu Waning's body stiffened. Although his face didn't move, when he walked, his hands and feet trembled a few times. In the end, Mo Ran chose a greenish-gray cloak. Shimai chose a moon-white cloak. Chu Wanning chose a plain white cloak and a black one with purple edges. After paying the bill, he went to meet with Xuemeng. When Xuemeng saw his cloak, his eyes widened. Chu Wanning was confused. "What's wrong?" "No, nothing." However, when Chu Wanning turned and walked away, Xuemeng thought that he couldn't hear him. He looked at the edge of the cloak with some disdain and muttered in a low voice, "Purple. I don't like purple." But unexpectedly, Chu Waning's cold voice sounded, "You're so long-winded. If you don't wear it, then go up naked." Xuemeng, taking a leisurely pace, the four of them finally arrived at the foot of Rising Sun Peak before the sky gradually darkened. Shiying Peak was full of spiritual power and had many spiritual beasts and strange birds. Even if it was a Taoist priest, he would not dare to rashly climb the mountain. However, with Chu Wanning here, there was no need to worry about this. Chu Wanning condensed 3 begonia flowers out of thin air. They had the effect of expelling spiritual energy and exorcising evil spirits. He put them on the waists of his 3 disciples. Then he said, "Let's go." Mo Ran raised his head and looked at the towering mountain range that was hidden in the darkness of the night. It was like an ancient giant beast lying still. Suddenly, a myriad of emotions welled up in his heart. That year, at Rising Sun Peak, he announced to the world, the sun, the moon, demons, ghosts, gods, and devils that he, Mo Ran, was no longer satisfied with being the Emperor Ta of the cultivation world. He wanted to proclaim himself the master of the human world. It was also that year at Rising Sun Peak that he married a wife and a concubine at the same time. He still remembered the face of that wife, Song Chiotong. She was a peerless beauty in the cultivation world. From a certain angle, her facial features looked very much like Shimai's. He was not a person who cared about etiquette and honor, so he did not follow the cumbersome rules of the 3 matchmakers and 6 matchmakers. At that time, he held Song Chiotong's slender white hand and pulled the woman with the red handkerchief covering her hand up the stairs. They walked for more than 2 hours up the 10,000 stairs. Later on, Song Chiotong's legs hurt and she could not walk anymore. Mo Ran also had a bad temper. He lifted her veil and was about to yell at her. However, under the hazy moonlight, Song Chiotong's pair of delicate eyes, which were full of grievance and forbearance, looked very much like the old friend who had turned into a pile of bones in the 9 springs. The words of loathing were frozen on the edge of her mouth. She trembled a little, but in the end, the words that came out were, "Shimai, let me carry you." According to seniority, if they were from the same school, then Song Chiotong was indeed his Shimai. Therefore, she was only slightly startled by this title. She thought that since Mo Ran wiped out the Confucian Wind School, he naturally considered the Confucian Wind School to be the pinnacle of life and death, so calling her Shimai was not out of the question. Therefore, she smiled and said, "All right." On the last several thousand stairs, the Emperor Ta, the master of the human realm, the ruler of the dark world, steadily carried the beautiful bride in red on his back and walked to the top of the mountain. He lowered his head and looked at the mottled shadows on the ground. They were in a strange posture, overlapping each other. He laughed, but his voice was hoarse. "Shimai, from now on I am the master of the human realm. From now on, nobody can hurt you." The woman crouching on his back did not know what to say. After hesitating for a while, she softly said, her voice was very soft. Perhaps it was because it was too soft that the woman's voice was not so clear. It sounded somewhat indistinct. Mo Ran's eyes reddened in a place where no one could see. He said in a low voice, "I'm sorry to have made you wait for this day for too long." Song Chiotong also thought that Mo Ran had liked her for a long time, so she gently said, "Husband." This woman's voice was clear and crisp, like a delicate orchid falling on dew. It was very pleasant to hear. But Mo Ran's footsteps suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." He continued to walk forward, but Mo Ran's voice was no longer hoarse. The weak trembling also disappeared. After a pause, he said, "In the future, just call me Mo Ran." Song Chiotong was quite surprised. She did not dare to call the Emperor Ta that, so she hesitantly said, "Husband, this." "I'm afraid," Mo Ran's tone suddenly became fierce, "if you don't listen, I'll throw you down from the top of the mountain." Mo Ran." Song Chiotong quickly changed her words, "Mo Ran, I was wrong." Mo Ran did not say anything else. He lowered his head, did not say anything, and continued to walk forward. The shadow on the ground was still a shadow. Later on, when he saw it clearly, he realized that it was really just a shadow. The moon in the water, the flowers in the mirror, was all fake. What he had, in the end, was only worthy of an illusion. In the end, it was all fake. Shimai. Yes. The people walking beside Mo Ran heard him and turned their heads. Thousands of leaves, thousands of sounds, and the grass and trees rustled. The moonlight shone on his beautiful face. "Mo Ran, what's wrong? Are you tired from walking?" Mo Ran glanced at Chu Wanning and Xue Meng who were walking in front of him and whispered, "If you're tired, I'll carry you on my back." Before Shimai could say anything, Chu Wanning turned around. He glanced coldly at Mo Ran. "Is Shimingjing's leg broken? Does she need you to show off?" Shimai hurriedly said, "Shizun, Mo Ran was just joking. Please don't be angry." Chu Wanning lowered his eyebrows. His eyebrows were sharp, and there was a faint flame in his eyes. "Ridiculous, what do I have to be angry about?" With that, he flicked his sleeves and left. "Mo Ran, Shimai, Master isn't happy, it's not like you don't know him." Mo Ran whispered in Shimai's ear. "His heart is narrower than the tip of a needle. He's cold-blooded and heartless, but he doesn't allow others to be kind to him." With that, he wrinkled his nose, lowered his voice, and concluded, "He's very annoying." In front of them, Chu Wanning suddenly said sternly, "Mo Weiyu, if you say one more word, I'll throw you off the mountain." Mo Ran seemed to be tactful enough to keep his mouth shut. But he secretly glanced at Shimai with a grin and mouthed, "What are you waiting for? See, I wasn't wrong, right?" 37. The cold moon reflects the frost and snow. The cold mountain embraces the ice pool. 8,000 mountains cannot be crossed, the end of the world is here. Xue Meng wore a pair of deerskin gloves and brushed away the snow on the towering boulder. He read the cinnabar inscription on the boulder and turned around, saying happily, "Master, we're here." It was snowing all year round on the summit of Sunrise Peak. At this time, a crescent moon was hanging high in the sky. The cold moonlight shone on the ice lake. The cold air was desolate and cold. Jincheng Lake was frozen but not covered with snow. It was like a glass pearl that covered the heaven and earth. The Milky Way fell to the earth and the stars hung for thousands of li. It was truly magnificent. It was like walking to the end of the world, with white hair. A group of people came to the lakeside. The mirror-like surface of the lake overflowed with magnificent light. There was a stone embankment leading to the center of the lake. There was a stone tablet beside the embankment. The tablet was covered with frost and the stone was crisscrossed. Only the 4 seal characters, "The road is difficult to walk," were vigorous and strong. After thousands of years, they were still clear and bright red, as if they were often painted. Chu Wanning stopped in front of the stone embankment and said, "The Jincheng Lake is seeking a sword. Only one person can enter at a time. Who wants to go first?" Xuemeng couldn't wait and said, "Master, I'll go first." Chu Wanning looked at him, thought for a moment, and shook his head, "You're too reckless. I'm not at ease." At this time, Shamai smiled and said, "Master, I'll go first. Anyway, I probably won't be able to melt the ice pool." On the vast ice lake, Shamai walked slowly to the end of the stone embankment that could only allow one person to pass. He followed the rules and condensed a ball of wakan in his hand. Then he bent down and put his palm on the ice. Shamai's wakan flowed down the ice and a white light flashed in the distance. Mo Ran held his breath and stood still. His 10 fingers unconsciously clenched and sank into his palm. Shamai tried for a long time, but the ice lake still didn't move. He smiled bitterly and walked back to Chu Wanning, saying, "Master, I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. I'll try again after a few years of cultivation." Mo Ran sighed slightly. He was even more disappointed than the two of them, but he still comforted Shamai, "It's okay, there's still a chance. I'll come with you next time." Chu Wanning said, "Don't talk so much. Go forward, it's your turn." In his previous life, Mo Ran had come to ask for a sword. He was a frivolous youth who had high hopes for the divine martial arts. However, in this life, he was only here to retrieve the sword. He already knew what was waiting for him, so he didn't have that kind of nervousness and anticipation. But there was the warmth of reuniting with an old friend. Walking on the stone embankment, kneeling in front of the frozen lake. He bent down and touched the ice with his palm. Mo Ran closed his eyes. His sheathless Modao, the sinful blade that accompanied him to see all the flowers in the world and taste all the blood in the world. Opening his eyes, Mo Ran whispered to the lake, "No return, I'm here." As if it had sensed the call of its destined master, a huge black shadow suddenly rose from under the ice of the Jincheng Lake. That black shadow circled under the ice, becoming clearer and clearer. Suddenly, the 1,000 feet of ice shattered. Mo Ran heard Xuemeng's cry of alarm from afar on the shore. His voice was so far away that it was almost inaudible. "The ice is melting." The waves surged, and the lake water soared to the sky. A dark green Jiao dragon soared out, each of its scales was 7 feet wide. In a split second, the surface of the Jincheng pool was surging with water mist. Under the moonlight, the Jiao dragon shone brilliantly and breathed out a mouthful of air. At the same time, an ancient enchantment fell down beside the lake, separating Chu Wanning and the others from Mo Ran. Inside the enchantment, a man and a Jiao dragon looked at each other. Mo Ran narrowed his eyes, facing the water that filled the sky, and looked up at the Jiao dragon. The Jiao dragon held a pitch-black Modao in its mouth. There was no scabbard, and the simple blade was thick but sharp. It could cut through iron and cut through gold. The dragon turned the Modao into a size suitable for mortals. It slowly bowed down its colorful body and placed the blade in front of Mo Ran. However, it did not immediately raise its head. Instead, it stared at the other party with its ginger yellow eyes that were as tall as 2 adult men. The Jiao Dragon's eyes were like two bronze mirrors, clearly reflecting Mo Ran's reflection. Mo Ran held his breath and waited for it to speak. If things did not change, then he only needed to go to the foot of the mountain to pick a plum blossom and give it to the Jiao Dragon. The old Jiao Dragon was graceful and elegant, which allowed Mo Ran to take advantage of it. Unexpectedly, after waiting for a long time, the Jiao Dragon did not give him the weapon as easily as it did in his previous life. Instead, its dragon whiskers danced, and its huge yellow eyes narrowed. Then, it raised its front claws and wrote 2 words on the snow in front of Mo Ran. Mortal. Mo Ran was stunned. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, this Jiao Dragon could speak. Why was it mute in this life? After the mute dragon finished writing these 2 words, it immediately denied itself. It used its thick and fat claws to erase the words and wrote another string of words. No, a mortal can't have such strong spiritual energy. Then, you are God. Mo Ran, the old Jiao Dragon, thought for a moment, shook its head, and wrote again. You're not a god. You have evil aura on you. Are you a ghost? Mo Ran thought to himself, what a mess. I'm just reborn, what's there to think about? Hurry up and give me my knife. The old Jiao Dragon seemed to see through his eagerness to get the knife. It suddenly raised its ferocious claws and pressed the Mo knife under its claws. Its other claws erased the original marks, added a handful of snow, and continued to write. Don't be offended. I saw 2 other shadows on your body. It's really rare to see them in my life. Are you a human or a ghost, a god or a demon? Mo Ran raised his eyebrows and said, of course I'm a human. Do you even need to say that? He was just a person who had died once. The old Jiao Dragon paused and wrote again, a person's soul is divided like this. He had never seen or heard of such a thing before. Mo Ran saw that it was shaking its head and wagging its tail, and could not help but laugh. What's so strange about it? Senior, what will make you willing to give me your knife? 37. The cold moon reflects the frost and snow, the cold mountain embraces the ice pool. 8,000 mountains cannot be crossed, the end of the world is here. Shuemeng wore a pair of deerskin gloves and brushed away the snow on the towering boulder. He read the cinnabar inscription on the boulder and turned around, saying happily, Master, we're here. It was snowing all year round on the summit of Sunrise Peak. At this time, a crescent moon was hanging high in the sky. The cold moonlight shone on the ice lake. The cold air was desolate and cold. Jincheng Lake was frozen but not covered with snow. It was like a glass pearl that covered the heaven and earth. The Milky Way fell to the earth and the stars hung for thousands of li. It was truly magnificent. It was like walking to the end of the world, with white hair. A group of people came to the lakeside. The mirror-like surface of the lake overflowed with magnificent light. There was a stone embankment leading to the center of the lake. There was a stone tablet beside the embankment. The tablet was covered with frost and the stone was crisscrossed. Only the 4 seal characters, the road is difficult to walk, were vigorous and strong. After thousands of years, they were still clear and bright red, as if they were often painted. Chu Wanning stopped in front of the stone embankment and said, the Jincheng Lake is seeking a sword. Only one person can enter at a time. Who wants to go first? Shuemeng couldn't wait and said, Master, I'll go first. Chu Wanning looked at him, thought for a moment, and shook his head, you're too reckless. I'm not at ease. At this time, Shamai smiled and said, Master, I'll go first. Anyway, I probably won't be able to melt the ice pool. On the vast ice lake, Shamai walked slowly to the end of the stone embankment that could only allow one person to pass. He followed the rules and condensed a ball of wakan in his hand. Then he bent down and put his palm on the ice. Shamai's wakan flowed down the ice and a white light flashed in the distance. Mo Ran held his breath and stood still. His 10 fingers unconsciously clenched and sank into his palm. Shamai tried for a long time, but the ice lake still didn't move. He smiled bitterly and walked back to Chu Warning, saying, "Master, I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. I'll try again after a few years of cultivation." Mo Ran sighed slightly. He was even more disappointed than the two of them, but he still comforted Shamai, "It's okay, there's still a chance. I'll come with you next time." Chu Warning said, "Don't talk so much. Go forward, it's your turn." In his previous life, Mo Ran had come to ask for a sword. He was a frivolous youth who had high hopes for the divine martial arts. However, in this life, he was only here to retrieve the sword. He already knew what was waiting for him, so he didn't have that kind of nervousness and anticipation. But there was the warmth of reuniting with an old friend. Walking on the stone embankment, kneeling in front of the frozen lake. He bent down and touched the ice with his palm. Mo Ran closed his eyes. His sheathless Modao, the sinful blade that accompanied him to see all the flowers in the world and taste all the blood in the world. Opening his eyes, Mo Ran whispered to the lake, "No return, I'm here." As if it had sensed the call of its destined master, a huge black shadow suddenly rose from under the ice of the Jincheng Lake. That black shadow circled under the ice, becoming clearer and clearer. Suddenly, the 1,000 feet of ice shattered. Mo Ran heard Xue Meng's cry of alarm from afar on the shore. His voice was so far away that it was almost inaudible. "The ice is melting." The waves surged, and the lake water soared to the sky. A dark green Jiao dragon soared out, each of its scales was 7 feet wide. In a split second, the surface of the Jincheng pool was surging with water mist. Under the moonlight, the Jiao dragon shone brilliantly and breathed out a mouthful of air. At the same time, an ancient enchantment fell down beside the lake, separating Chu Warning and the others from Mo Ran. Inside the enchantment, a man and a Jiao dragon looked at each other. Mo Ran narrowed his eyes, facing the water that filled the sky, and looked up at the Jiao dragon. The Jiao dragon held a pitch-black Modao in its mouth. There was no scabbard, and the simple blade was thick but sharp. It could cut through iron and cut through gold. The dragon turned the Modao into a size suitable for mortals. It slowly bowed down its colorful body and placed the blade in front of Mo Ran. However, it did not immediately raise its head. Instead, it stared at the other party with its ginger-yellow eyes that were as tall as 2 adult men. The Jiao dragon's eyes were like 2 bronze mirrors, clearly reflecting Mo Ran's reflection. Mo Ran held his breath and waited for it to speak. If things did not change, then he only needed to go to the foot of the mountain to pick a plum blossom and give it to the Jiao dragon. The old Jiao dragon was graceful and elegant, which allowed Mo Ran to take advantage of it. Unexpectedly, after waiting for a long time, the Jiao dragon did not give him the weapon as easily as it did in his previous life. Instead, its dragon whiskers danced, and its huge yellow eyes narrowed. Then, it raised its front claws and wrote 2 words on the snow in front of Mo Ran. "Mortal." Mo Ran was stunned. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, this Jiao dragon could speak. Why was it mute in this life? After the mute dragon finished writing these 2 words, it immediately denied itself. It used its thick and fat claws to erase the words and wrote another string of words. "No, a mortal can't have such strong spiritual energy." "Then, you are God." Mo Ran, the old Jiao dragon, thought for a moment, shook its head, and wrote again. "You're not a god. You have evil aura on you. Are you a ghost?" Mo Ran thought to himself, what a mess. "I'm just reborn, what's there to think about? Hurry up and give me my knife." The old Jiao dragon seemed to see through his eagerness to get the knife. It suddenly raised its ferocious claws and pressed the Mo knife under its claws. Its other claws erased the original marks, added a handful of snow, and continued to write. Don't be offended. I saw 2 other shadows on your body. It's really rare to see them in my life. Are you a human or a ghost, a god or a demon? Mo Ran raised his eyebrows and said, of course I'm a human. Do you even need to say that? He was just a person who had died once. The old Jiao dragon paused and wrote again, a person's soul is divided like this. He had never seen or heard of such a thing before. Mo Ran saw that it was shaking its head and wagging its tail, and could not help but laugh. What's so strange about it? Senior, what will make you willing to give me your knife? Why are you in this pool? I like to knock and often disturb the Heavenly Emperor's peace. Instead of being looked down upon by him in the realm of gods, I might as well go down to the mortal world. Mo Ran was speechless. How long have you been here? Gauchin Upper Palace thought for a while and smiled. It's been a few hundred years. A few hundred years, Mo Ran repeated and laughed dryly. Don't you think it's a little long? Gauchin Shangong smiled and waved his sleeves nonchalantly. Not really. Moreover, after forging the sword for the Heavenly Emperor, I've used up a lot of my divine power. It's boring to stay in the realm of gods. It's much better here. Although Mo Ran was curious about the legendary god of massacre, it was not good to ask about his personal matters. He thought for a while and felt that something else was more important, so he said, Exalted God, you didn't come to see me today just because my soul is special, right? Why not? Your spiritual power is rare, it's rare. Gauchin Upper Palace smiled, it's a waste of your talent to only give you this modal. Mo Ran said, haha, it's all right. I think this sword suits me well. At first glance, I thought so too. Gauchin Upper Palace smiled, after careful observation, I realized that's not the case. Your talent is rare and I'm curious about it, so I came to invite you to the bottom of the lake for a chat. I want to see which of those thousands of weapons is most suitable for you. This was a huge shock. Even though the Emperor Ta was very knowledgeable, he was still stunned. The Master of Weapons actually invited him to pick a weapon. Gauchin Upper Palace saw that he did not speak and thought that he was afraid to go, so he said, don't worry. Although there are many demons in the water, they all listen to me and won't hurt you. Wang Yu can vouch for that. The old dragon did not say anything and slowly bowed his head. Mo Ran saw that he was sincerely inviting him and could not help but be moved. If I go, can you grant me a request? What request? The person who asked for the sword just now is my close friend. As Mo Ran spoke, he pointed to the shore behind the enchantment and showed Shumi to him. He asked for a sword but couldn't get one. So I thought, if I can fulfill the exalted god's wish, can the exalted god also fulfill my wish and give him a weapon? I thought it was something big, it's just a small matter. Gauchin Upper Palace smiled and suddenly waved his hand. The enchantment disappeared immediately. This is very easy. Let the 3 of them come over. If there's a weapon that you like, just take it. Mo Ran was overjoyed. He didn't expect to find what he was looking for so effortlessly. Shamo being able to obtain the divine martial weapon made him even more excited than him obtaining an even more powerful weapon. He immediately agreed to Gauchin Upper Palace. When Shamai and the rest arrived, he told them about the situation. Shamai and Xue Meng's eyes widened, even Chu Wanning was slightly moved. Gauchin Upper Palace looked at them from the side and suddenly seemed to realize something. He stared at Chu Wanning. It's you? 38, Chu Wanning was neither servile nor overbearing even in front of a deity. He asked, Exalted God, do you recognize me? How can I not recognize you? Gauchin Shangong smiled gently. Many years ago, you came to the Jinqing pool to ask for a sword. Your spiritual power was so profound and pure that I almost couldn't resist coming out to meet you. How is it? Are you comfortable with the weapon? Exalted God, which one are you referring to? Ah. Gao Chen Shanggong was stunned for a moment before he smiled. Look at my memory, I forgot that I gave you two. Chu Wanning said, it's okay. Tian Wen is good. Tian Wen? That willow vine. Oh. I see. Gao Chen Shanggong smiled. You named it Tian Wen? What about the other one? What's it called? Chu Wanning said, Joga. How about Joga? The cold air is strong, it doesn't use much. Gao Chen Shanggong sighed. It's a pity. After they finished talking, Gao Chen Shanggong turned around and said, Wang Yu, I'll bring them down. The spiritual power on the water is thin, it's not good for your body. You should go back earlier. The old dragon nodded and created a huge wave. Its dragon scales shone as it entered the pool. At the same time, Chu Wanning placed a water-repelling talisman on the other three people. When Gao Chen Shanggong saw this, he couldn't help but look at Chu Wanning a few more times. He thought to himself, among cultivators, it's rare to see someone as proficient in spells as him. I wonder who his master is. However, Chu Wanning seemed to be unwilling to talk to anyone. Gao Chen Shanggong didn't want to ask for a rebuff. After everyone was ready, they waded into the cold Jincheng pool. Because of the talismans, Mo ran and the rest moved as if they were on land. As they reached the bottom, a vast and boundless underwater world gradually appeared in front of them. The bottom of the lake was covered with a large amount of fine and soft white sand, crisscrossed by crisscrossing paths, and floating aquatic plants. There were rows upon rows of exquisitely constructed houses. On the streets and alleys, spirit beasts and immortal demons of all shapes and sizes were walking back and forth. Some demons and monsters that would never be able to coexist peacefully in the mortal world could coexist peacefully here. Gao Chen Shanggong said, Jincheng Lake is rich in spiritual energy, forming a grotto heaven. Creatures settled down here, and often, they wouldn't migrate for generations. As a result, there were many things that were different from the mortal world. If you're interested, you can look around. While they were talking, they saw a rabbit spirit with snow-white skin and red eyes riding on a white tiger with slanted eyes. The rabbit spirit was wearing a white robe. She was graceful and elegant, and her expression was proud. She kept scolding the tiger to walk faster. When he looked at the tiger again, its head was lowered and its eyebrows were lowered. It didn't look imposing at all. Everyone was speechless. Gao Chen Shanggong brought them along the main path. The shops on both sides were crowded with demons and monsters. After walking for a while, they arrived at the downtown area. There were even more demons and monsters dancing around. It was a marvelous scene. Jincheng Lake is used to communicate with the outside world. Most of the items they need are exchanged here. Xuemeng said, rumors say that Jincheng Lake is formed by your blood. If that's the case, they are all supported by your spiritual energy. You must be the owner of this place, right? I'm not the owner. Gao Chen Shanggong smiled faintly. Too much time has passed. I've left the God world for many years, and my spiritual energy isn't the same as before. Now that I think about it, what happened when the world was created is just like a dream. How much does it have to do with me now? Now, the person in front of you is just a little sword forger. While he was talking, he brought them to walk around the downtown area. The creatures at the bottom of the lake stayed with Gao Chen Shanggong all the time, so they had forgotten about his identity as an incipient God realm expert. When they saw him, they didn't have any special reaction. They just continued to sell. Fish blood steamed bun. Fresh fish blood steamed bun. Shuiran snake skin. It's the best material for clothes. Last 3 feet. If I sell them all, I'll have to wait for the next one. Selling cuttlefish daiko. I just spat out some ink this morning. It's the best thing to use this daiko to paint. Hey, Little girl, don't go. The shouts in the market were endless. The strange sights were too much for the eyes to take in. The headless ghost was sitting in front of a stall selling hairbrushes and rouge powder. She held a horn comb with her long nails that were dotted with bright red cardamom. She rested her bloody head on her knees. While combing her hair, she said softly, "A fine bone comb. Please take one with you." Shui Meng opened her eyes wide and looked around. She saw a pharmacy on the side, in which there were many busy flood dragon humans. They were selling rare herbs that she had never seen before. Thinking of her mother's love for precious herbs, she was about to go closer to take a look when she suddenly heard a sharp, ear-piercing voice yelling from behind, "Excuse me, excuse me. Let me pass first." Shui Meng retracted his leg and turned his head to look. However, he could not see anyone. Gaochen Shanggong smiled. "It's under your feet. Take a closer look." As expected, when Shui Meng took a closer look, he actually saw a pile of small stones walking on his own. This is really eye-opening. Even stones can walk. Is it a rock spirit? Shui Meng muttered. Chu Wanning said, "Bye-bye." Fu Ban. Chu Wanning looked at him indifferently. "It's fine if Mo Ran doesn't pay attention in class, but why are you not paying attention as well?" Shui Meng was fully focused on practicing martial arts. However, he was not paying attention in literature and history. Due to Chu Wanning's prestige, he had to pretend to sit upright when he was teaching. However, in reality, everything went in one ear and out the other. Now that his master caught him red-handed, he immediately blushed. Mo Ran rubbed his hands and smiled. "Master, I'm not happy to hear you say that. I was really paying attention to this part." Shui Meng was not convinced. "Oh. Then tell me about it." Bye-bye is a type of insect. It is very greedy. As long as it sees a beautiful stone, it will try to carry it. In the end, it will be crushed to death by the stone it picked up. Mo Ran looked at Chu Wanning with a smile. "Master, don't you think I'm right?" Chu Wanning nodded and said, "Bye-bye is extinct in the human world. I didn't expect there to be one left here." When Gaochen Shanggong heard that, he said with a smile, "Well, it was only able to survive because of a small pharmacy. Look, it's right there." Little by little, Bai and laboriously moved to the steps of the pharmacy and suddenly shouted, "I can't take it anymore. Someone please come and save my life." A green dragon quickly swam out from inside. It was obvious that he had dealt with this situation countless times. He skillfully took a white porcelain bottle and poured some of the golden red liquid on Lao Ari's body. As he poured, he leisurely smiled and said, "You seem to have gained a lot today." The bite and that was called foolish old man snorted. Its voice was lazy, and it was obviously very comfortable under the nourishment of the potion. HMPH, it's fine, it's fine. Tomorrow, I'll bring back another 100 stones, and then I'll have 485,617 stones in my house. Mo Ran, Chu Wanning, Shamai murmured, "You've already accumulated so many stones." The green dragon sprinkled the potion on Lao Ari's body and said, "Remember to come here early tomorrow. I think if you're late, I'm afraid this potion won't work." I know. Come early, come early." Lao Ari answered perfunctorily. Suddenly, he saw a beautiful light yellow stone at the corner of the wall and shouted at the top of his voice, "Little Loach." "Oh, no, Dr. Jiao, that stone over there looks good. Please pick it up and put it on my back. Then I'll have 485,618 stones tomorrow." Shui Meng couldn't help but walk over and ask, "Why do you need so many stones? Are you building a house?" Lao Ari's arrogant voice came from under the stones, and he said in a high-pitched voice, "What? A mortal? Oh, I haven't seen a mortal for many years. You're asking me why I need stones? Of course, I'm not building a house. How can I be so boring? Shamai couldn't help but be curious. Then what do you need them for? Lao Ai said confidently, to count them. Everyone was speechless. After strolling around the city for a while, Gao-chen Shong-gong led them back to his residence. At the corner of the street, there was a huge shell erected, like a wall in the mortal world. After they entered the mansion, they saw that the mansion was divided into 6 sections. It was spacious and grand. There were rooms in the hall, corridors, and gardens. The bead curtains made of seaweed and pearls swayed gently with the waves. Some of the rooms were dark, while some were lit. There was a dim yellow candlelight inside, and the faint sound of konghu and harps could be heard. Just like the medicine shop, the servants in the mansion were also from the Flood Dragon clan. Some of the Flood Dragon clan people kept their tails, and some turned their tails into legs for convenience. However, they were still not used to wearing shoes, so they walked around barefooted. Gao-chen Shong-gong saw that the 4 of them had strange expressions on their faces, so he smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, please don't be surprised. I have a good relationship with Wang Yu, so we live together. He was once the Eastern Sea Crown Prince, and these servants followed him here after he settled down. Wang Yu was the Black Flood Dragon Elder. Mo Ran obtained God's martial spirit from the Black Flood Dragon in his previous life, so he was very close to it." When he heard what Gao-chen Shong-gong said, he couldn't help but laugh. Then where is he? Such a huge creature like him should have transformed after he returned to the bottom of the sea, right? Otherwise, this place won't be able to accommodate him. Gao-chen Shong-gong nodded and said cheerfully, "Of course. However, he's old, so his physical strength isn't very good. He just came to the surface of the water, so he should be resting now. If you want to see him, you'll have to wait for him to wake up." While they were talking, a flood dragon person with long brown hair floated over. He bent down and bowed to Gao-chen Shong-gong. When he opened his mouth, he spoke with an elegant voice. "You're back, exalted god. Prince Wang Yu has already told me what happened. Exalted god, are you going to bring the guests to the divine armory immediately?" Gao-chen Shong-gong didn't answer first. Instead, he looked at the guests warmly. Seeing that the 4 of them had no objections, he nodded, "That's good too. Also, please ask the kitchen to prepare some wine and dishes. We'll start the banquet when we return from the divine armory." The crowd walked through the courtyard and came to the last entrance. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a giant willow tree. Perhaps it was different from the ones in the mortal world. The trunk of this willow tree was so thick that it would take 10 grown men to hug it. The bark was old and strong, and the willow branches hung down like a green veil. Shui Meng's voice was dry. "Wow, how old is this tree?" Gao-chen Shong-gong said, "I've never measured it before, but it should be more than 100,000 years old." Shui Meng was shocked. "What kind of tree is it? How can it live for so long? Trees are usually older than humans. Moreover, it is nourished by the aura of Jinchenki, so there's nothing strange about it. Everyone, please follow me closely. The entrance to the divine armory is in the hole of this willow tree," Gao-chen Shong-gong said. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at Shui Meng. "Try not to touch those hanging branches. This tree has already become a spirit, it will hurt." However, it was a little too late. Shui Meng had already plucked a leaf. He screamed, "Ah!" and at the same time, there was a faint moan in the air. There seemed to be a hoarse voice sighing softly, "Ouch!" Shui Meng looked like he was struck by lightning. He quickly threw the leaf away and said, "What's going on? Why is there blood here?" Indeed, there was blood flowing out from the broken willow branches. The leaf that he threw away seemed to have a life of its own. It spasmed on the ground and after a while, it gradually calmed down. It lay in the distance and quickly curled up and became charred. Gao-chen Shonggong said helplessly, I already said that it has already become a spirit. Why is little master still? He shook his head and went forward to check on the broken branch. He urged his spiritual energy to calm the blood of the willow tree. Chu Wanning said, Shui Meng, come to my side. Don't move anymore. Yes, master. Shui Meng knew that he had made a mistake. He could only lower his head and go over. Fortunately, this small incident did not cause too much trouble. Chu Wanning apologized to Gao-chen Shonggong. The other party was indeed an incipient god. He was magnanimous. He only smiled and said, this little master's actions are too fast. Shui Meng's face turned red. He followed behind Chu Wanning and lowered his head. He did not utter a word. While they were talking, they passed through the lush willow trees and arrived in front of the thick tree trunk. When they looked closer, they realized that the willow tree was much bigger than it looked from afar. At first, they thought that 10 men could wrap their arms around it. Now that they looked closer, they realized that they had underestimated its thickness. There was a tree hole in the middle of the willow tree trunk. Instead of calling it a tree hole, it was more like a giant arch door. It was wide and tall enough for 3 strong men to pass through at the same time. There were many complicated barriers in front of the tree hole. Gao-chen Shonggong dispelled them one by one. He then turned around and smiled, the divine martial library is inside. It's a little small and messy. Please don't laugh at it. Mo Ran was curious. He followed behind Gao-chen Shonggong and was about to enter when Chu Wanning casually pulled him behind him. He said faintly, slow down. He then walked in first. Mo Ran was very familiar with his actions. In his previous life, when the 4 of them were killing monsters, Chu Wanning always walked in front. At that time, he only knew that his master was impatient and arrogant. He did not want to fall behind the younger generation. However, Mo Ran was reborn. His thoughts were different from before. He looked at Chu Wanning's white robe disappearing into the darkness of the tree hole. He suddenly hesitated. This person walked in front. Was it really because he was impatient and arrogant? 39. Inside the cave, there was a narrow passageway. They stepped on the steps made of slippery rocks at the bottom of the lake, the slippery feeling pervaded from the soles of their feet all the way to their hearts. After walking through the passageway, their eyes suddenly lit up. The divine martial library that the Gao-chen Upper Palace spoke of was completely different from what it was supposed to be. The ancient tree was extremely vast, but who would have thought that the cave inside was so big that it reached the clouds and looked down on the ground? The shelves were towering, and tens of thousands of weapons were laid out. Everyone looked up, but they couldn't see the dome. There were rows upon rows of pedestals with the world's most powerful weapons. It could be said to be majestic and lofty. In the middle of the divine martial library, there was a smelting pool that was boiling with hot waves, the orange molten iron was flowing inside, and the weapons that had yet to be forged were immersed in the molten iron. The weapons made by the Gao-chen Upper Palace were all better than the purple lightning Cyan Frost. The terrifying temperature was not able to destroy them at all, but instead caused the blades to become even more dazzling. The most amazing thing was that the various null division that were flying in the air were affected by the array inside the ancient tree, and were able to move freely. The small flower petals that were inlaid with jewels were like spirits, flying around in the sky, occasionally colliding and creating sparkling sparks that were pleasing to the ears. The Gao-chen Upper Palace turned back and smiled. This place is too small, right? Shamai, Shui Meng, small. Then what is big? Mo Ran, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Chu Wanning, the Gao-chen Upper Palace ordered Shui Meng and Shamai to pick whatever they wanted, and if there was anything that they liked, they could take one. As for Mo Ran, the Gao-chen Upper Palace was interested in him, and gave him a few weapons, but none were satisfactory. Phoenix Cry Scorched Tail. The 14th weapon was handed over, The Gaochen Upper Palace was not discouraged. Try this. Mo Ran, this. I don't know music. Don't worry, just a few strokes will do. Mo Ran did as he was told and played a few notes on the guqin, which had a shiny front end and a charred tail. Who would have thought that the strings would not stop vibrating and would produce a sharp note? Gaochen Shangong immediately tossed Feng Ming aside. Faju returned to his original position with the guqin and switched to a jasper peeper. Mo Ran. Forget about that. He was a grown man. Why would he play the peeper like a sissy? Only the gigolos of the Kunlun treading snow palace would do such a thing. Gaochen Shangong insisted, give it a try. All right. Mo Ran couldn't refuse, so he could only take it and do as he was told. However, he seemed to be a little resentful, for he didn't even play twice before the string snapped. Gaochen Shangong stared at the broken string and said after a long time, do you know what this string is made of? Mo Ran said. You don't want me to compensate you, do you? It's the white hair of Goddess Wuxian, Gaochen Shangong muttered, it can't be cut by swords or burned by fire. It's the essence of the earth spirit. You actually. You? Mo Ran turned around and said in horror, Master. I don't have the money to compensate him. Chu Warning, Gaochen Shangong played the strings and muttered to himself, would count as earth. You can destroy the essence of the earth spirit. Could it be that the most suitable weapon for you is the essence of the wood spirit? What? It shouldn't be. For some reason, Gaochen Shangong glanced at Chu Warning. Chu Warning caught his gaze and asked, what shouldn't be? Gaochen Shangong didn't answer immediately. Instead, he waved his hand and summoned a pottery zun. As the sound faded, a blood-red summoning array appeared in the sky. Ji Baihua, come out. Mo Ran looked up abruptly. Xue Meng and Shamai were also attracted by the commotion. Gaochen Shangong's fingertips froze in the air as he activated the complex array in the sky. Immediately after, a fox immortal with a fluffy tail broke out of the array. Silver powder rustled and flowed around her. The fox immortal circled in the air before landing in front of Mo Ran. This fox immortal was extremely good-looking. When he got closer, one would realize that he was a man. There was a red mark on his forehead, and his peach blossom eyes were slightly raised. He was wearing a luxurious brocade robe and was holding a golden brocade box in his hand. He glanced at Gaochen Shangong and smiled, exalted God. Gaochen Shangong said, you should know why I called you, right? I know. Gaochen Shangong asked, what do you think? Ji Baihua smiled and said, not bad, we can try. The two of them went back and forth, completely ignoring the other four people. Mo Ran couldn't help but ask, what are you talking about? Little immortal, you can't wait anymore. Fox immortal concubine Baihua said brightly, speaking of which, it's interesting. Before I appeared, I sensed your spiritual power from afar. I thought you were at least an old man with white hair, but I didn't expect you to be a handsome young man. Mo Ran was speechless. Gaochen Shangong said, Ji Baihua, tell me the serious thing first. All right, I'm just kidding. Ji Baihua narrowed his eyes and swung his tail. What's the serious thing? Aya, little go, don't stare at me like that. It's a long story, Mo Ran smiled and said, can you make it short? Ji Baihua also smiled and said, sure. If you want to make it short, it's actually very short. He channeled his spiritual power and floated the brocade box in his hand in front of Mo Ran. Come, take it. As expected, it was short and to the point. Mo Ran took the brocade box and weighed it in his hand. The brocade box shone with a golden light and was overflowing with colorful lights. It was unknown what kind of divine weapon was stored inside. However, the box did not have any gaps. The only decoration was a pattern of yin and yang on the surface of the box. Two cups, one black and one white, were intertwined, forming the shape of the 8 trigrams. How do I open this? Ji Baihua said, the way to open this box is to leave my mouth and enter your ears. No one else is allowed to hear it. Xuemeng asked, do you mean that we should leave? Ji Baihua smiled and said, there's no need for everyone to leave. I'll just offend this little immortal. As he said that, he waved his hand. Mo Ran's vision suddenly turned dark. Unknowingly, the two of them were already in a small secret room. Little immortal, don't be nervous. This is the space-shifting technique that I'm good at. The brocade box that contains the weapon is a treasure that I made with a secret technique, so I can't tell you how to open it in front of everyone. Please don't be offended. Mo Ran smiled and said, it's fine. However, I'd like to ask, what kind of weapon is inside that needs to be stored in a brocade box? I can't tell you that, Ji Baihua said. Ji Baihua said, divine martial artists all have temperaments. This weapon doesn't want others to know what it looks like. If you provoke it, even if you open the box in the end, it won't recognize you as its master. Mo Ran was speechless for a moment. He could only smile bitterly and say, what weapon is it? It has such a weird temper. All right, tell me, how do I open this box? Ji Baihua saw that Qin Mu did not force him to ask, so he had a good impression of him. He clapped his hands and said, since little immortal is straightforward, then I won't be vague either. This box is called Sauvignon Yearning. As you can see, it has no gaps. If you want to open it, you must fulfill 2 conditions. Mo Ran said, I'd like to hear the details. Ji Baihua said, my Fox Immortal clan believes in love and kindness the most. Therefore, first, in this world, only one person can open Sauvignon Yearning. This person is extremely important in your life. You must love this person deeply, and this person must also love you wholeheartedly and be loyal to you. Mo Ran smiled and said, I see. That's a strange request, but it's not difficult. He still believed in his friendship with Shamai. Ji Baihua heard this and slightly raised the corner of his lips. How is it not difficult? Since ancient times, people's hearts are the most difficult to predict. What you think may not be the truth. I've been wandering in this world for a long time and have seen too many people lose their hearts, not knowing who they love. In these thousands of years, there are very few people who can open Sauvignon Yearning. It can be said that there are very few. Mo Ran asked curiously, why is that? Even if you get the wrong person, you can continue to search. At most, you can try everyone you know one by one. You can always find the so-called most important person in your life, right? Ji Baihua said, this is the second condition I want to tell you. Apart from you, Sauvignon Yearning can only be touched by one person. In other words, you only have one chance. If you find the wrong person to open it, it will be closed forever, and no one will be able to open it again. Mo Ran smiled and said, no wonder you want to separate the others. If they heard what you said, it would be difficult for me to deal with it. If I hold the box and show it to someone, they will know who I like. How awkward would that be? He paused and played with the brocade box in his hand, then said, but this little thing is really interesting. It turns out that this is a keyhole that can only be used once. If you open it wrong, the box will be useless. Of course it can only be opened once. Otherwise, how many times do you want to open it? Ji Baihua glared at him. You mortals have been fooling around in the mortal world for dozens of years, yet you don't know how many good relationships you've wasted. You have to know that this Sauvignon Yearning is the most affectionate thing in the world. If you make the wrong choice, it will be hard to turn back. Ha, great Fox Immortal, don't worry. Others may choose the wrong person, but I know very well. Mo Ran clasped his hands and bowed to him, then said with a smile, "I won't let you down." Ji Baihua glanced at him and said in a low and gentle voice, which was extremely elegant and pleasant to listen to, "Little immortal, don't be too confident. In my opinion, you don't know the person in your life." Mo Ran was stunned. His smile was still frozen on his face. "What do you mean?" This handsome immortal who claimed to believe in love and kindness the most didn't want to say more. He only sighed faintly and said, "Not making Sauvignon yearning, breaking the willow branch." Sigh. Mo Ran wasn't very cultured, so he didn't understand what Ji Baihua was saying. However, he always felt that Fox Immortal was hinting at something in a roundabout way. Unfortunately, he was stupid and couldn't figure out the reason no matter how hard he racked his brain. Just as Mo Ran was about to ask again, Ji Baihua smiled faintly, indicating that his mission had been accomplished. He waved his sleeve and sent Mo Ran out of the secret room. Then, he suddenly froze, becoming stiff and stiff. Soon after, with a crashing sound, he broke into pieces, leaving behind a black chess piece that fell to the spot where he had been standing. It was a pity that Mo Ran didn't see this. If he saw it, many things at the bottom of the lake would probably change. When Mo Ran came back to his senses, he found himself back in the Divine Martial Library with the Sauvignon yearning in his hand. The other 4 people were waiting for him in the library. Seeing him come back, Gao Chen Shanggong grinned and said with a bright smile, "That little fox is really interesting. She even has to be so mysterious when opening a box. How is it? Do you know how to open it?" At this juncture, he didn't have time to think about it. Mo Ran thought about it and said with a smile, "Easy, easy." He walked to Shamai casually and said, "The design of this lock is very interesting. I think you guys won't be able to figure it out even if you try to figure it out for 10 years. If you don't believe me, why don't you take a look?" As he spoke, he passed the box in front of Shamai casually. The box was shining brightly in front of Shamai. The golden light shone on Shamai's gentle and beautiful eyes. "Shamai, you try it first." Mo Ran wanted to act as if nothing had happened, but his heart was in a mess and his palms were sweating. This was a gamble on whether or not he would be able to obtain a new divine martial skill, so he should be extremely cautious. However, he also felt that he was already extremely cautious. He was someone who had died once, so how could he not know who he cared about the most? He wasn't stupid. Shamai hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he took the Sauvignon Blanc from Mo Ran's hands. Mo Ran's heart was in his throat. However, after staring for a long time, everything was normal and there was no sign of movement. Mo Ran was speechless. Shamai carefully held the box and looked at it carefully. His fingertips brushed the pattern of the yin and yang fish, and then he said curiously, "There's no gap at all. I can't see the chain eye anywhere. Why was there no reaction? Why was there no reaction from the Sauvignon Blanc when Shamai touched it? Could it be? Ah. Yes. It was the gloves." Mo Ran glanced at the deerskin gloves on Shamai's hands and was about to ask Shakwang to take them off and try again. Suddenly, without warning, a hand with slender fingers and well-proportioned bones reached over and steadily took the Sauvignon Blanc. Mo Ran looked like he was struck by lightning. He screamed, "Shizun!" Chu Wan jumped in fright and almost dropped the box. However, this person's calmness was so deep that no one could see the chaos in his heart. Mo Ran wailed as if he had lost his beloved. "Shizun!" Shui Meng had goosebumps. Hey, hey, hey! Didn't I just take your box? What's wrong with you? You're screaming like someone stole your wife." Mo Ran was so angry that he almost fainted. He couldn't say it out loud, so he covered his face and howled, "Oh my God, Chu Wanning! Why aren't you wearing gloves? You're so afraid of the cold. We all wear gloves in the ice and snow, why are you the only one who doesn't?" Suddenly, Mo Ran was stunned. That's right, the exorcism begonia they wore had to be connected with Chu Waning's spiritual power. That was why Chu Waning didn't buy a pair of gloves for himself from the start. He didn't wear gloves because he wanted to protect them. However, he didn't care about him at all. It was only when he was about to open the Sauvignon Blanc that he suddenly realized that Chu Waning, who was most afraid of the cold, was frozen the whole time. Mo Ran wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He thought that he was really unlucky to have missed out on Shen Wu just like that. Just as he was feeling stuffy in his chest, who would have thought that as Chu Waning's fingertips gently touched the yin-yang fish, the two fish made of metal seemed to come alive. They actually began to nimbly coil around the box. There was a slight pause. With two crisp ka sounds, the yin and yang fish intertwined with each other. Finally, they protruded and turned into two handles. Chu Waning turned the handles and the Sauvignon Blanc split into two, revealing the shiny golden object inside. Mo Ran was stunned. Ji Baihua's words were still ringing in his ears. Only one person can open the Sauvignon Blanc. This person is extremely important in your life. You need to love this person deeply, and this person must also love you wholeheartedly and be loyal to you. This person is Chu Waning? How could it be Chu Waning? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he love Chu Waning so deeply, and how could Chu Waning like him? What a joke. This must be a mistake. There must be something wrong with the box. This box is broken. However, this wave of shock was not over. When Chu Waning picked up Shen Wu from the Sauvignon Blanc, something even more shocking happened. This time, Mo Ran wasn't the only one who was shocked. The other three people, and even Chu Waning, were slightly moved. Their eyes reflected the brilliance of the weapon, and a bunch of sparkling willow vines illuminated everyone's faces. Chu Waning, Shuemeng, Shamai, these two words were stuck in Mo Ran's throat for a long time before he spat them out with difficulty. He was full of disbelief. Tianwen? 40. The weapon in the Sauvignon Yearning was Heaven's Inquisition. In other words, it was a bunch of golden willow vines that looked exactly the same as Heaven's Inquisition, from the patterns to the design. The Sauvignon Yearning broke the willow branch. Chu Waning's expression was uncertain as he passed the willow vine to Mo Ran. Then, he condensed a light in his palm and summoned Heaven's Inquisition. When the two weapons were compared, it was like looking into a mirror. There was no difference at all. No one expected such a thing to happen. Even Mo Ran found it hard to believe his eyes. As a person who had been whipped by Heaven's Inquisition more than 1,000 times in his previous life, he would never have thought that Jin Chenkai would give him an identical weapon. What was going on? Everyone looked at the Gaochen Upper Gong who was standing at the side. The Gaochen Upper Gong was also very surprised as he said, "There are actually two wood spirit essences in the mortal world today." Shuemeng asked, "What does the wood spirit essence mean?" "Ah, it's like this." The Gaochen Upper Gong said, "There are 5 types of elements in the world. Every person's spirit core would have 1 or 2 attributes. In the mortal world, the person with the most talent in one element is the essence of that element. For example, the goddess Wuxian was the earth spirit essence. However, normally, there can only be one essence of the same element in a generation. The wood spirit essence already exists in the mortal world today. Many years ago, I gave the best wood spirit weapon to him." As he spoke, his gaze fell on Chu Waning. "When I was forging the 5 top-notch divine weapons, I originally planned to only forge one of each element. The other 4 weapons did not have any problems during the forging process, but the wood spirit divine weapon actually broke into 2 in the furnace. I thought that it was the will of the heavens, so I made 2 weapons out of the 2 willow branches. However, I still thought that it was impossible for the 2 weapons to find an owner at the same time. Thus, I gave one of them to Ji Baihua and asked him to make a brocade box to prevent any evil people from coveting it. But I didn't expect. Gaochen Shangong shook his head. Just as he was about to continue lamenting, the willow vine in Mo Ran's hand suddenly burst out a string of bright red sparks. The flowing golden luster started to change gradually and finally turned into a blazing red. Mo Ran's mind was in a mess. Without thinking, he opened his mouth and said, "Ah! Damn it!" Chu Wanning wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Therefore, Gaochen Shangong and Chu Wanning looked at Mo Ran with pity. Mo Ran soon knew why they had such expressions. In fact, he had already thought of it himself. When Shen Wu shone with different colors for the first time, it meant that it had submitted to its owner and wanted its owner to give it a name. Unfortunately, it was too late. On the silver handle of the willow vine, 3 strong and powerful words slowly appeared. They were written in a picturesque style. Ah! Damn it! Ah! Damn it! Mo Ran. Uff! Although Xue Meng and Shimai did not know the rules of naming Shen Wu, they understood after seeing the scene in front of them. Xue Meng held his stomach and laughed until tears almost flowed out of his eyes. Only you can come up with such a name. Ha 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 ha, good name, good name. Master has Tian Wen, you have, ah. Damn it, ah ha 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 ha. Since Mo Ran had already obtained Shen Wu, Xue Meng and Shimai each chose a weapon that they liked. Xue Meng chose a long sword while Shimai chose a short flute. However, both of their weapons did not shine with different colors. It was obvious that they had not been tamed and were not willing to submit to the two of them. However, this did not matter much. They could always think of a way. Therefore, they were in a good mood. At night, a banquet was held at the Spring Night Pavilion. Gaochen Shonggong had never brought mortals to the Jinqing pool before, so he invited them to stay for a night before leaving. This was his first time hosting mortals, so he naturally did his best. On the table, the guests and the host were slightly tipsy as they toasted each other. After the banquet, Gaochen Shonggong ordered the servants to bring the guests to their rooms so that they could rest for the night. The guests' rooms were next to the Shen Wu warehouse. When he saw the huge tree, Mo Ran thought of the "damn it" that he had just obtained. Therefore, he could not help but summon the willow vine and look at it carefully. It did not make Chang Xiangxi break the willow branch. What exactly did that fox demon named Ji Baihua notice? Why did he say such a thing? And what exactly did he mean by that? He had drunk so much that his thoughts were not so clear. He only felt that it was extremely strange. If Sauvignon Blanc was not wrong, then how could Chu Wan Ning be able to unlock the box? Of course, he did not like Chu Wanning. As for Chu Wanning loving him deeply, it was a big joke. As he pondered, he looked back at his master. Unexpectedly, Chu Wanning was also looking at him from behind. When their eyes met, Mo Ran suddenly felt his heart tremble, as if it was pierced by something small and sharp. There was a subtle sweetness in it. Before he could think, he was already grinning at Chu Wanning. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment. He soon regretted it. He was so annoying, but why did he feel so peaceful and comfortable when he looked at him sometimes? Chu Wanning looked indifferent. However, when he saw Mo Ran summoning the damn thing, he thought for a moment and summoned Tian Wen as well. He walked towards Mo Ran. The damn thing didn't seem to have a good temper. Feeling another powerful wood spirit body approaching, it spat out scarlet sparks. From time to time, a few sparks would explode and fall on Xue Meng. It was actually in a competitive state. On the other side, Tian Wen in Chu Wanning's hand seemed to have sensed a similar aura. However, it had been with Chu Wanning for a long time, so it had already become very familiar with him. Therefore, although it was full of fighting spirit, the golden light around it did not become restless as if it had seen a ghost. Instead, it gradually brightened. When it saw that its master did not stop it, it became unusually dazzling. It was as if it had decided to let the damn thing see what kind of steady attitude an outstanding weapon should have in battle. The two divine weapons were originally of the same breath and branch. Now, one was a fledgling, while the other was a veteran. One was emitting red light, jumping up and down like an anxious yellow-haired boy. The other was overflowing with golden light, like a peerless grandmaster, reserved and arrogant. Chu Wanning looked at the willow vine in his hand and pondered for a moment. His gaze passed through the secret room's long eyelashes and fell on the damn thing. He said, "Mo Ran. Shizun? Pick up your..." The word, damn thing, seemed to be a bit shameful. Chu Wanning paused and said, "Pick up your willow vine and look at it with me." Mo Ran's brain was full of mush. He didn't know how to react. He pinched the space between his eyebrows and said with a bitter smile, "Shizun, don't joke around. Spare me. I'll give you 3 moves. I've never used the willow vine before. 10 moves." But, Chu Wanning didn't waste any more words. With a wave of his hand, a dazzling golden light chopped down. Mo Ran was shocked. His fear of Heaven's Inquisition was deeply rooted in his bones. He immediately raised his hand and raised his branch, blocking with the damn thing. The 2 willow vines tore through the wind and snow and soared into the air like 2 dragons entangling each other. The friction burst out a string of golden and red sparks. Although he hadn't learned how to use this special weapon, perhaps because he had seen Chu Wanning's moves for a long time, and Mo Ran was a gifted person, he was able to barely block Chu Wanning's attack. The two fought for dozens of rounds in the cold lake. Although Chu Wanning went easy on him, Mo Ran's response was outstanding, which was really beyond his expectations. Heaven's Inquisition's gold and the damn thing's red danced like the wind in the waves. The moves were gorgeous, the wind was brilliant, and the lake water was torn apart by the fierce vines. Finally, the gold and red entangled together, evenly matched, and difficult to separate. Chu Wanning's eyes were full of admiration, but Mo Ran was tired of blocking. He was so tired that he was panting, so he didn't see the look in his opponent's eyes. Chu Wanning said, "Heaven's Inquisition, come back." The fierce and hard golden willow vines suddenly became soft, like ice melting into spring water, scattering into little spots of light, and gently melting back into Chu Wanning's palm. Mo Ran was still holding onto the damn thing's blazing flames. After a while, he simply sat down on the snow, and his eyes were full of grievance. "I don't want to play anymore, Shizun, you bully me," Chu Wanning said. "I've already given you 10 moves." Mo Ran shouted roguishly, "How can 10 moves be enough? You should have given me 100 moves. Ayo, my hand, my arm, it's going to break. Shamai, Shamai, help me rub it." He said a bunch of words like a clown, accompanied by Xue Meng's ridicule and Shamai's persuasion. Chu Wanning didn't say anything more, and just looked at them quietly. Maybe it was an illusion, but in the icy azure lake, Chu Wanning slightly rubbed the corners of his mouth, as if there was a trace of a gentle smile. But that was only for a moment, and then he turned his head, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked at the thousands of strings hanging down from the huge tree. No one knew what he was thinking. At night, Mo Ran sat in his own guest room. The room was covered with fine, soft, and pure white sand, and the walls were painted blue. With a spell cast, it reflected the clear and crystalline waves like the sea. The window was half open, and the pearl curtain hung gently in the evening wind. On the table was a lamp made of night pearls, and the room was warm and soothing. In the middle of the room, there was a very big shell, and the inside was covered with soft satin. The satin was very fine and soft. Mo Ran lay down comfortably on the bed, and then summoned the damn thing. He held it in his hand and looked at it carefully. But maybe he was too tired, and he didn't play with it for long before he fell into a deep sleep. The damn thing was pressed on his chest, flowing with a faint red light, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep with its master. He didn't know how long he slept, but when he woke up again, the first thing Mo Ran felt was a cold, and then there was an inexplicable strong pain on his wrist. He gasped, covered his head, and slowly sat up. The return of consciousness made the unfamiliar pain on his wrist more obvious. He was shocked to find that there was a cut on his wrist, and the blood had already solidified, forming a ferocious blood cocoon. What happened? Where is this? Mo Ran opened his eyes wide. As he gradually woke up, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar dark stone room. There was a small ventilation opening at the top of the stone room, and the cold light of the lake squeezed in through the small opening, barely illuminating this narrow room that was less than a foot long. The greenish-grey stone walls were wet and sticky, and they were glowing with a thin luster under the weak light.